In the year 2125 of the Jojo calendar, I stood on the training field at Qinglan Academy, waiting to take part in the awakening ceremony held for every 18-year-old. A miniature magic tower, roughly 33 feet tall, rose from the center of the field. Every time its surface lit up, another student had completed the awakening. More than a dozen students ahead of me had already gone inside, and most had received D or C rank talents. One awakened a B rank talent that enhanced physical strength and was immediately escorted to a separate area by an admissions officer. Another received nothing more than an F rank gathering talent and kept his head down the entire way out. No one laughed at him. In this world, a talent was not a test score. It could determine how far someone would ever go in life. People died on the abyssal front every year. Whether a person could enter a combat class, challenge high-level instances, or even survive the next demon tide could all begin to diverge from this single moment. I had transmigrated here from Earth 3 years ago. A century earlier, the abyssal race invaded and countless magic towers descended at the same time. Humanity only earned the right to enter this sanctuary after Jojo's government seized one of those towers. Awakened could level up, kill monsters, and acquire equipment inside the sanctuary, then bring the power they gained back into the real world. Talents range from F rank to SSS rank. They determined not only a person's growth ceiling, but also whether that person might one day qualify to fight the abyssal race. When my turn arrived, our homeroom teacher branded a red mark onto my arm. Ready? I'm ready. He pressed an emergency return talisman into my hand. The awakening space won't deliberately harm you, but don't touch anything if you see an abnormal prompt. Stay conscious and follow the system's instructions. I nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, the training field vanished before my eyes. In its place was a void carpeted in multicolored starlight. There was no ground beneath my feet, yet I stood perfectly steady. Blurred figures occasionally flickered around me, like projections left behind by other awakened. Welcome to the world of the sanctuary. Drawing talent. A-rank talent acquired. Midas touch. Transmute a monster's corpse to receive an equal amount of gold. The red flame mark transformed into a short golden wand. Disappointment had barely begun to rise in me when the system prompts suddenly became urgent. Warning, abnormal error detected. Warning, mysterious code intrusion detected. Blessing of the flame goddess detected. Talent advancement successful. A-rank talent has advanced into the unique SSS rank talent, Midas touch. Transmuting monster corpses may grant gold, attributes, skill points, and other enhancements. Stage 2 Unlock requirement. Transmute 50 corrupted monsters. Once unlocked, Midas touch may be used on a wider range of targets, including bosses, and will yield greater rewards. I read the prompts several times, then tried opening the talent's details. The unique designation meant that no second copy of this ability would ever appear anywhere in the world. Yet the source of the blessing was nothing but question marks, and no public register of deities mentioned any flame goddess. The unknown made me wary, but the impact of those 3 letters, SSS, was even more immediate. Only 2 SSS rank awakened had ever appeared in human history. One stood guard over Jojo, and the other over the Lighthouse Federation. Humanity had survived the Great War against the abyssal race only because of those 2 people. Now I was the third. When the teleportation ended, the outer wall of the magic tower displayed only the original result. Jiang Foam. A-rank talent, Midas touch. Our homeroom teacher announced in front of everyone. Some people congratulated me. Others lost interest after hearing the initial description about turning corpses into gold. Our teacher patted me on the shoulder. A rank is already excellent. An economic talent isn't suited for solo combat, so don't try to show off when you choose your class later. I understand. I did not correct the public result. A hidden ability disguised as an A-rank talent was neither too high nor too low. Perfect cover while I grew stronger. The black market assassination bounty on an S-rank awakened had already reached 100 million. An SS-rank target was worth 20 billion, and the reward could even be replaced with an equally valuable rare treasure. If a unique SSS-rank talent were exposed, the abyssal monsters and professional killers lurking in the shadows would all set their sights on me. Until I could protect myself, this secret could belong to no one but me. By the time the next student walked toward the teleportation array, I had made my decision. I would enter the sanctuary, verify Midas touch as quickly as possible, and turn its potential into real power. I did not linger at the academy after the awakening ceremony ended. Our homeroom teacher handed me a class selection handbook and reminded everyone that once we created our characters, We would have 24 hours to prepare before entering an instance for the first time. Death inside most instances allowed resurrection, but it cost gold, while certain special zones could even affect the body in the real world. Several classmates arranged to form a party that evening. I politely declined. Midas Touch needed a corpse before I could test it. In a party, every unusual reward would create one more person who knew about it. JoJo's 4 strongest academies were Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, corresponding to the 4 major schools of water, wind, fire, and earth magic. Warriors, archers, assassins, and priests could become powerful as well, but mages had the greatest growth potential and could receive scholarships, cultivation resources, and government subsidies. More importantly, I was already familiar with the way mages fought. As soon as I returned home and finished dinner, I connected to the magic tower with my mind. My rental apartment had only 1 bedroom and a living room. Through the window, I could see JoJo's true magic tower standing at the edge of the city. It pierced the clouds like a black pillar holding up the sky, its summit hidden year-round behind lightning. When I first transmigrated here 3 years ago, I had spent an entire night staring at it through this window. Now the doorway into that other world had finally opened for me as well. I drew the curtains, switched my real-world terminal to Do Not Disturb, and made sure the emergency exit talisman was within easy reach before closing my eyes and completing the connection. Sanctuary Magic Tower starting. Please create a player name. Sovereign. Once the account was established, 5 basic classes appeared before me. Without hesitation, I selected Mage. Sovereign. Level 1. Class, Mage Apprentice. Health, 100/100. Mana, 100/100. Talent, Midas Touch. Attributes, Constitution 10, Spirit 10, Strength 9, Agility 8, Luck 1. Skill, Magic Missile LV 1. Magic Missile LV 1. Instant cast, single target spell that deals 50 damage. Cooldown, 1 second. Mana cost, 7. A mage's most obvious weakness was mana consumption. Once my mana ran dry, even the highest damage became useless. But if Midas Touch could produce attributes and skill points, it might solve that problem. My novice inventory also contained 3 red potions, 3 blue potions, and a wooden staff with no attributes. A red potion restored 5 health per second, while a blue potion restored 5 mana per second, and both lasted only 4 seconds. At 7 mana per magic missile, a full mana bar allowed no more than 14 casts. If monsters appeared in groups on Terror difficulty, those resources would be nowhere near enough. I opened the list of novice instances and selected Death Desert. The instance required players to survive for as long as possible, with the quality of the final treasure chest determined by the number of kills. It offered 5 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and terror. Legendary treasure chests did not appear in the first 4. The important treasure I needed could only be found on the highest difficulty. Select Terror difficulty. Death penalty on Terror difficulty. Lose 1,000 gold. If the current balance is insufficient, the remainder will be recorded as debt. No novice route guidance will be provided at this difficulty. Continue. Continue. The white light faded, and scorching air struck my face. Rolling dunes filled the horizon. Not far away, a sandworm nearly 3 feet long churned through the sand. Death Sandworm. Level 1. Rank, Silver. Health, 200/200. Attack, 48/12. Physical/magical. Defense, 15/0. Physical/magical. Skill, Sand Spray LV 3. Terror difficulty would keep increasing the number of monsters. The safest strategy should have been to remain hidden and eliminate isolated targets one by one. This sandworm in front of me was the perfect opportunity to test my spell. I did not approach it directly. First, I circled halfway around it. The sandworm turned slowly, but its attack range extended beyond the length of its body, and sand spray could inflict blindness. If the first volley failed to kill it, I would need to retreat against the wind so the sand could not chase me downwind. I opened the distance first, then raised my hand and cast Magic Missile. A blue orb struck it squarely in the head and dealt 50 damage, while my mana fell to 93. The sandworm immediately burrowed underground and rushed toward me beneath a trail of heaving sand. I retreated while firing a second Magic Missile. It had only half its health left, but it was already within a few paces. The third Magic Missile hit just as it burst from the ground and blasted a stream of sand into my face. I had no time left to dodge. All I could do was cast again before the blindness took effect. Sand Spray. Magic Missile. The 2 attacks landed almost simultaneously. My final Magic Missile blew the sandworm apart. but my health plunged from 100 to 37. Fine sand worked its way into my eyes, reducing my vision to a blur of yellow light for 2 seconds. I did not approach the corpse immediately. Relying on memory, I retreated behind the dune where I had started and waited for the blindness to clear. My health did not continue falling, which meant sand spray dealt damage only once and inflicted neither bleeding nor burning. That first clash had cost me dearly, but it gave me information more valuable than the kill itself. A burrowing sandworm still left a trail as it moved, its head tilted back before sand spray, and the blindness lasted 2 seconds. Next time, an early sidestep would keep me from trading 60% of my health for a single attack. One level 1 grunt had stripped away 63 health with a single sand spray. Terror difficulty was more dangerous than the classroom description suggested. If my footwork was even one step too slow next time, I could die here outright. Death Sandworm slain. 105 EXP gained. Level increased to 2. You have gained 1 skill point and 1 free attribute point. My character had started with 1 free attribute point. Combined with the point from leveling, I placed both into Spirit, raising it from 10 to 12. I used the skill point from leveling to raise Magic Missile to level 2. Magic Missile LV 2 deals 90 single target damage. Cooldown 0.9 seconds. Mana cost 7. An ordinary player training on normal difficulty might still be only level 3 after half a month. A terror instance carried extreme risks, but its rewards were equally astonishing. What truly held my attention, however, was the corpse on the ground that had not yet disappeared. I drank a red potion first. As my health slowly recovered, a faint white countdown ring remained on the corpse, showing that the instance gave players a brief gathering window. If I wanted to activate Midas Touch, I had to do it before the corpse refreshed away. I raised my right hand, and the short golden wand mark fired a stream of light. Midas Touch successfully used on Death Sandworm Corpse. You have gained 3 skill points. Skill points normally dropped only from defeating bosses or fighting enemies above one's level. Receiving 3 from my very first transmutation proved that this SSS rank talent was far more than a way to make money. I put all 3 points in a Magic Missile, raising the skill straight to level 5. Magic Missile LV 5 deals 180 single target damage. Cooldown 0.6 seconds. Mana cost 6. The damage had risen to more than triple its original value, while the cooldown and mana cost both fell. I drank one of the system-issued blue potions. It restored 5 mana per second for 4 seconds, quickly raising my mana from 97 to 117. My maximum had increased to 120 because of the added spirit. At that moment, the sand ahead swelled in several places at once. Multiple death sandworms burrowed out from different directions. They did not attack immediately. Instead, they spread into a widening semicircle. Terror difficulty did not merely increase monster numbers. Their linked aggro also activated faster than it had for the first worm. I tested one step to the left, and the 2 outermost sand trails immediately moved to seal my escape route. The open desert offered no rocks for cover. If I remained on the ground, I would soon be surrounded. A dead tree stood roughly 100 feet away. I sprinted toward it at full speed, planted my feet against its rough trunk, and climbed to higher ground. The sandworms reached the tree and began gnawing at its roots. I had to wipe them out before the dead tree fell. The crown was less than 16 feet above the ground, so sand spray could still reach me. I kept low and used the thick trunk as a frontal shield, searching for casting angles through the branches. Every flash of blue light made the sandworms below pause, but the tree's swaying grew steadily worse. The first magic missile stripped 180 health from one sandworm. The second killed it. 106 EXP gained. Level increased to 3. You have gained 1 skill point and 1 free attribute point. I placed the free attribute point into Spirit, raising it to 13. Magic Missile also reached level 6, increasing its damage to 228, enough to instantly kill a death sandworm with 200 health. A one-hit kill meant they no longer had the chance to burrow, spray sand, or change positions. I stopped firing a second shot at the same target and began picking them off one by one, starting with the closest. The most dangerous crack in the dead tree stopped widening, while the remaining sandworms crowded against one another and blocked their own movement. In that instant, the balance of offense and defense completely reversed. The monsters below were still tearing frantically at the roots, never realizing that every one of them that fell would make me stronger. I used Midas Touch on the sandworm that had just fallen. Transmutation successful. You have gained 7 free attribute points. After I placed all 7 points into Spirit, the attribute rose from 13 to 20, and the damage of my level 6 magic missile leaped from 228 to 350. Higher spirit changed more than a number. Magic missile had previously required focused attention to hold its shape. Now it formed almost the instant I raised my hand. I aimed the next one lower, level with the tree roots. The orb passed through a gap between two branches and struck the innermost sandworm with perfect accuracy. The roots had already been chewed open, leaving me no time for slow experimentation. Magic missiles rained down at one shot every 0.5 seconds, each blue orb instantly taking out another sandworm. Dense explosions drowned out the gnawing below. One monster after another was wiped out before the dead tree could collapse. There were 9 monsters in the group. The killing streak raised me from level 3 to level 6, granting 3 skill points and 3 free attribute points. I left them unassigned for the moment, climbed down, and processed each corpse in turn. Transmutation prompts sounded one after another. The 9 corpses yielded a total of 10 strength, 22 agility, 12 constitution, 13 spirit, 14 free attribute points, and 6 skill points. Every flash of golden light changed my body in a different way. When strength increased, the wooden staff became lighter in my grip. Once agility rose, the sand no longer dragged at my steps the way it had before. Added constitution quickly eased the tightness in my chest left by the earlier sand spray. Midas Touch did not merely write a string of numbers onto my status screen. It transformed the real body that would inherit these attributes at the same time. I crouched, scooped up a handful of sand, and closed my fingers. The grains nearly compressed into a solid clump. When I stood and ran toward the next dune, the distance under my feet seemed less than half as long as I remembered. The change struck harder than any numbers on a screen. Less than an hour ago, one sandworm could push me to the brink of death. Now the same monsters could not even force me down from a tree. The excitement lasted only a few seconds. I picked up the wooden staff, its surface now scraped by the bark, and deliberately shortened my stride to its original rhythm. Attributes from the sanctuary synchronized with reality, which also meant that every movement I made after returning to school might expose something abnormal. Learning to control power was just as important as acquiring it. The transformation thrilled me, but it also made me more cautious. If I returned to the academy displaying speed and strength far beyond what I had shown yesterday, my publicly known A-rank economic talent could never explain it. I put the 3 free attribute points from leveling and the 14 from Midas Touch into Spirit, then used all 6 skill points to continue enhancing Magic Missile. My final status screen was completely transformed. Sovereign. Level 6. Class Mage Apprentice. Health 220/220. Mana 500/500. Attributes: Constitution 22, Spirit 50, Strength 19, Agility 30, Luck 1. Skill: Magic Missile LV 15. Magic Missile LV 15 deals 2,000 single target damage. Cooldown 0.1 seconds. Mana cost 5. Every number could be recalculated from the levels and transmutation rewards I had just gained. In only half an hour, my damage per hit had become 40 times greater than at the start, while my casting speed reached 10 shots per second. With my increased agility, my body felt so light when I dropped from the tree that I barely noticed the impact. An ordinary player received only limited attributes with each level, while every corpse I transmuted could grant me the equivalent of several levels, or even more than a dozen. Regional chat unlocked when I reached level 6. I opened it for a glance. Most players were still complaining that terror difficulty was too hard. One person had already died twice and lost 2,000 gold, while the second-ranked player was only level 2. It did not take long for someone to notice that Sovereign, the player at the top of the rankings, had already reached level 6. Desert Lone Wolf, level 6? Did the top-ranked player glitch through the map? White Bell. I've been grinding on normal for 2 hours, and I'm only halfway through level 1. What zone is Sovereign in? Jojo Little Sword, stop looking. Anyone leveling that fast isn't going to publish the route. I minimized the chat window. Some people blamed an exploit, while others guessed that a powerful family had supplied me with items. For the moment, no one connected my progress to the Midas Touch talent. That gap between their guesses and the truth was exactly what I needed. I did not join the discussion. I closed the panel immediately. The rankings would draw attention to me, but as long as Midas Touch remained publicly listed as a rank, people would attribute my progress to luck or combat skill at most. My true objective still lay in the depths of Death Desert. I left the outer zone and continued toward its core. The deeper I traveled toward the core, the hotter the air became. I used one of the system-issued red potions to ease my thirst while restoring health. Before long, A giant made of sand and stone, nearly 2 stories tall, appeared ahead of me. Blazing Sand Troll. Level 5. Rank Gold. Health 3000/3000. Attack 90/50ths, physical/magical. Defense 45/0, physical/magical. Skill Heavy Strike LV8. It had not yet locked onto me when I fired a level 15 magic missile. A blue orb the size of a basketball slammed into it and dealt 2005 damage, instantly reducing its health bar to roughly 1/3. Roaring in pain, the troll smashed both fists into the ground. The sand rolled outward like waves. I sidestepped in advance, yet the shock wave still shoved me back 2 steps. Heavy Strike's frontal range was at least 16 feet. If Magic Missile still had its original 1-second cooldown, I would never have killed it before its second attack. Hot sand struck my face, and the blast carried a scorched stench. I used the force pushing me backward to circle toward its right side instead of meeting those stone fists head-on. The blazing sand troll tried to turn, but 1 foot remained trapped in the crater it had made. Its strength could instantly kill a novice, yet its clumsy recovery gave me the cleanest possible angle for my second cast. The troll had barely turned around when the second magic missile struck. It never even had the chance to get close before its massive body crumbled into a heap of sand and stone. Magic Missile's cooldown had fallen to 0.1 seconds. In theory, I could fire 10 times per second and deal more than 10,000 burst damage. As long as I had enough mana, the ordinary monsters in Death Desert would struggle to threaten me again. Blazing Sand Troll slain. 2,546 EXP gained. Level increased to 7. You have gained 1 skill point and 1 free attribute point. I immediately used Midas Touch on the corpse. Transmutation successful. You have gained 3,231 gold. The gold did not scatter across the ground. It went directly into my account, while the system generated a traceable record of instance income. That meant I could spend it normally in government-operated stores without having to explain where it came from. A little over 3,000 was no fortune, but it was enough to buy the potions and basic equipment I needed most as a novice. More than 3,000 gold was worth almost the same amount in JoJo currency. Mages had to keep buying equipment, potions, and spellcasting items, making them the most expensive of the 5 basic classes to develop. Midas Touch could make up for that weakness too. I placed the free attribute point from leveling into Spirit again, raising it from 50 to 51. The skill point increased Magic Missile to level 16, raising its damage per cast from 2,000 to 2,168. Another Blazing Sand Troll appeared not far away. I did not change tactics. 2 magic missiles flew out in rapid succession. The troll had only just noticed the danger when its body disintegrated in the explosions. The second troll died faster, but that did not make me move closer. The first troll's heavy strike had already proven that overwhelming damage did not mean I could ignore mechanics. I kept more than 30 feet of distance at all times and approached to activate Midas Touch only after confirming that no new trails had appeared around the corpse. The crater left by the first troll was still steaming. When the second corpse fell, it crushed the opening shut. I stood 30 feet away and waited through 2 breaths. The only sound left was the hot wind whistling across the stone shell. If that earlier punch had connected, I might not have had the chance to drink a potion. Precisely because both monsters had died so quickly, I could not afford to forget that fact. Blazing Sand Troll slain. 2,555 EXP gained. Transmutation successful. You have gained 13 free attribute points. Looking at the new attribute points in my account, I was no longer satisfied with hunting isolated targets. The more dangerous the region of Death Desert, the greater the density and quality of its monsters. If I found enough corpses, my level, attributes, skills, and gold could all rise together. I left the 13 points unassigned on my status screen for now. Spirit could continue raising my damage, but Constitution determined whether I could survive a boss's first attack. Until I saw the boss's actual attributes, keeping my options open was safer than blindly stacking damage. And the true boss of Terror difficulty had not yet appeared. I put all 13 free attribute points from the second Blazing Sand Troll into Spirit. It rose from 51 to 64, and the theoretical damage of my level 16 magic missile increased from 2,168 to 2,720. After the corpse disappeared, a cluster of golden light remained on the ground. I approached and picked it up, discovering a skill book. Skill book acquired. Luminous Roar. Luminous Roar LV. 1. Instant cast area spell that deals 230 damage within its radius. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Mana cost, 18. Ordinary monsters had extremely low item drop rates, and this area of effect skill filled a gap in my arsenal perfectly. I learned it immediately and continued toward the hotter region ahead. I did not rush to invest points in the new skill. Instead, I tested it once on an open patch of sand. A translucent curtain of light erupted outward from the point of impact, covering an area about 20 feet across. Its level 1 damage was not enough to kill a blazing sand troll, and its 18 mana cost was higher than magic missiles, but it could interrupt several targets at once. If 9 sandworms surrounded another tree, I would no longer need to pick them off individually. Using Luminous Roar to lower all their health first, then finishing them with Magic Missile, would be safer than pursuing single target damage alone. When I stepped into a sandy valley shrouded in hot wind, the system displayed an evaluation prompt. Your current rating for the terror difficulty, Death Desert, is SS. Summon the boss, Deathlord. Declining the summon will immediately end the instance and award 1 platinum to Epic Treasure Chest. Successfully killing the boss will award 1 legendary treasure chest. I had entered terror difficulty specifically for the legendary reward. There was no chance I would back down at the final step. Summon it. The confirmation window vanished, and the instance exit sealed at the same time. A storm instantly swept through the valley. Sand grains slid toward the center as though pulled by an invisible hand. A massive figure wearing a broken crown rose from the flying sand. Several dark chains wrapped its shoulders, and every step it took left a scorched black mark. Both its physical and magical attack had reached 500. Any effective hit could kill me instantly. Death Lord. Level 10. Rank Platinum. Health 80,000/80,000. Attack 500/500. Physical/magical. Defense 120/80ths. Physical/magical. Skills: Drain LV 15, Immobilize LV 20. Dying in a novice instance did not cost equipment, but it did cost 1,000 gold, and I could not enter another instance until I resurrected. Although my account held 3,231 gold, one failure would erase nearly a third of it. More importantly, every character received only one chance to challenge Death Desert on terror difficulty. Once I left, I could never try again. The risk was manageable, but that did not mean I could fight carelessly. I had only 2 advantages. Magic Missile had a range of roughly 165 feet, and its 0.1 second cooldown could create continuous knockback. If I kept the boss outside its own attack range, I might be able to kite away all 80,000 health. I first retreated along a curved route at the edge of the valley, making sure no rock walls stood behind me. I did not know how the Death Lord's drain worked, and Immobilize might stop me from moving. If the terrain cut off my retreat, my long casting range would become meaningless. Standing at the edge of my maximum range, I began casting continuously. Blue magic missiles poured into the sandstorm like a barrage of artillery. Each hit dealt roughly 2,500 actual damage and knocked the Death Lord backward. At the same time, my 640 mana fell by 5 with every shot. The Death Lord roared and charged through the attacks while I retreated in sync, keeping the distance between us at roughly 165 feet. After more than a dozen attacks, it still had not touched me, while its health bar had fallen visibly. But it had yet to use either of its skills, especially level 20 Immobilize. If the control effect dealt damage or gave it a chance to close in, my health, still below 320, could not survive a single blow. Magic Missile's knockback was not identical every time. A hit to the chest made it stumble half a step, while a strike against its shoulder armor only interrupted its motion for an instant. I began concentrating my shots on its knee joints and unarmored abdomen, using the more reliable stagger to cancel its forward charge. Just as I prepared to change direction, the Death Lord raised one hand. A yellow-brown beam pierced the dense stream of magic missiles and shot straight toward my chest. The immobilizing beam moved so fast that I could barely see its path. With only 30 agility, my body was instantly locked in place by an invisible force, and a negative status icon of entangling vines appeared in the upper right corner of my vision. Immobilized, unable to move. 3 seconds remaining. I tried lifting one foot, but my body would not budge. My arms and mental connection remained normal. The Death Lord had already drawn its chains back, clearly preparing to enter attack range within those 3 seconds. I checked my health at once and discovered that Immobilize only restricted movement. It dealt no damage, and it did not interrupt spellcasting. That actually gave me a chance to keep attacking. The Death Lord's health had already fallen to 69%. It tried to use the control duration to close in, while I remained rooted in place and focused all my attention on my casting rhythm. Magic missiles struck every zero point 0.1 seconds, and their knockback canceled the distance it gained. Because I was no longer retreating, my aim became even steadier. Blue orbs hammered the same leg over and over, shoving it back the instant it managed half a step forward. The icon for drain lit once, but the boss never came close enough to establish a life-stealing connection. Its health plunged from 69% to 31%. Immobilize had not even ended, yet the barrage already prevented it from approaching. When the 30-second magic missile struck, the Death Lord's remaining health reached zero, and its enormous body crashed into the sand. The control effect ended just before it fell. I retreated several steps to the side and stopped casting only after confirming there was no death explosion, undead summon, or second phase. The valley held nothing but the scorched scent left by magic missile and the echo of chains hitting the ground. The entire battle had consumed 160 mana, reducing my total from 640 to 480. Its control skill had hit me, but it failed to create even one effective attack window. Death Lord slain. More than 50,000 EXP gained. Level increased to 12. You have gained 5 skill points and 5 free attribute points. I had jumped 5 levels, from level 7 to level 12. According to the textbooks, even Sun, Jojo's strongest awakened, had needed 2 days to break through level 10. Less than half a day had passed since my awakening, and I was already level 12. When the golden lights of successive level-ups flashed, my first reaction was not to look down at my status screen. I scanned the surroundings again. The boss's corpse remained, and the instance exit had not opened immediately, which meant the settlement process was not complete. If the Death Lord had left behind any summons, the easiest moment to ambush a player would be when the rewards drew that player's attention. Only after confirming that no second hostile marker existed in the valley did I approach the loot. Another cluster of golden light appeared beside the boss's corpse. Skill book acquired. Mana recovery. Mana recovery LV 1. Permanent passive. Restores 1 mana per second, whether in combat or at rest. This was exactly what a mage needed most. A blue potion restored only 20 mana over 4 seconds, yet it cost 200 gold in the store. Permanent mana regeneration would not only improve my ability to fight continuously, but also eliminate a long-term expense. I used the 5 skill points from leveling to raise mana recovery to level 6, increasing the recovery rate to 6 mana per second. My mana climbed steadily from 480 to 486, then 492, while the drained magical energy inside me rapidly refilled. I deliberately fired 1 magic missile and watched the recovery interval. Its 3 mana cost was almost entirely restored during the skill's cooldown. As long as I did not continuously spam high-cost area attacks, ordinary combat would now struggle to empty my mana bar. That meant my damage was no longer limited to a single burst. Even against a boss fight lasting more than 10 minutes, I could maintain my spell casting instead of stalling with expensive blue potions. Next, I placed the 5 free attribute points into Spirit again. Spirit rose from 64 to 69, increasing magic missiles damage from 2,720 to 2,933. The system immediately issued a worldwide announcement. Before the announcement sounded, a golden pillar of light appeared above the instance. My player name, difficulty, and completion rating were carved into the rankings one line at a time, and it was already too late to disable them. Only then did I realize that a legendary treasure chest was not a private reward quietly placed into my inventory. It was a record the entire world would see at once. Player, Sovereign, has cleared the terror difficulty Death Desert, slain the boss, Death Lord, and achieved an SSS completion rating. Rewards: 1 legendary treasure chest, 18 skill points, and 1 hidden class advancement certificate. I wanted to grow stronger without attracting attention, but the world's first clear announcement had placed Sovereign in front of everyone. Fortunately, it revealed only my player name, not my real identity. Within seconds, friend requests surged from single digits to the maximum limit. Some offered to buy the strategy, others claimed to manage major clubs, and one unfamiliar account sent only 4 words, "I have found you." I opened none of the attachments and immediately changed my private message permissions to accept only system and official communications. The world channel instantly flooded with messages. Some players estimated that a diamond treasure chest was worth roughly 100 million, a rare chest around 1 billion, and an epic chest anywhere from 10 to 100 billion. As for a legendary treasure chest, human history did not even have a reliable record of one being sold. Knife Edge Club, we are prepared to offer Sovereign our highest tier contract. Terms negotiable. Celestial Vault Consortium, long-term buyer of legendary equipment and hidden class intelligence. Complete confidentiality guaranteed. Anonymous player, don't let anyone learn where you live. The last message included no offer and no signature. I saved a separate screenshot of it. A friendly warning and a threat differed only in interpretation. Until I identified the sender, I could not dismiss either possibility. I opened the detailed log. The message had been sent less than 30 seconds after the worldwide announcement, yet the account was a newly created Level 1 alternate. It carried no attachment or tracking link, only that sentence. I could not identify the sender from it, but I could tell that someone had been waiting for this exact announcement. A thoroughly prepared, Good Samaritan was harder to ignore than a club offering money for a strategy. Countless others demanded to know Sovereign's identity, talent, and faction. I closed the chat interface and inspected the rewards that had actually reached my hands. When I opened the legendary treasure chest, a dark red pendant dropped into my inventory. The pendant was no larger than my palm, but its center looked as though it held a drop of blood that would never congeal. The instant it touched my skin, cold spread down from my collarbone, and my vision briefly turned crimson. I immediately gripped the return talisman and did not complete the binding until the system confirmed there was no mental contamination. Blood Drinker Pendant. Level 10. Rank Legendary. Traits Unique. Growth Type. Attributes Spirit plus 30, Constitution plus 10. Binding Effect Permanently gain Ravenous Bloodthirst. Ravenous Bloodthirst. Each drop of monster blood collected adds 1 true damage. Maximum capacity 30,000 drops. After advancement is completed, all attacks will be converted into true damage. I equipped and bound it immediately. Constitution rose from 22 to 32, increasing my maximum health from 220 to 320. Spirit climbed from 69 to 99, raising magic missiles damage from 2,933 to 4,208. The system detected the nearby Death Lord corpse and asked whether I wanted to absorb its blood. Absorb it. A dark red stream of blood was drawn from the corpse and flowed into the pendant. The Death Lord's already cracked skin rapidly collapsed as its blood stretched into dozens of fine threads in midair. The red glow at the pendant's center brightened with every portion it absorbed. I could sense a new force attaching itself outside my magical circuits. It belonged to no elemental school and was unaffected by the target's defense. 3,200 drops of boss blood collected and converted into 3,200 true damage. Current progress, 3,230,000. True damage ignored both physical and magical defense. That additional 3,200 damage alone had already elevated every one of my attacks to another level. After the corpse lost its blood, I activated Midas Touch on it. Midas Touch successfully used on Death Lord Corpse. You have gained 10 skill points. Together with the 18 points from the clear reward, I now had 28 skill points. I first spent 4 to raise mana recovery from level 6 to level 10, increasing its regeneration from 6 to 10 mana per second. Then I spent 9 points to raise Luminous Roar from level 1 to level 10. Luminous Roar LV 10 deals 1,960 area damage. Cooldown 2 seconds. Mana cost 17. I invested all 15 remaining points into my core single target skill. Magic Missile rose from level 16 to level 31, transforming its damage, mana cost, and output efficiency at the same time. I did not pour all 28 points into the highest damage skill. The Death Lord had already proven that control and endurance could decide a battle too. Mana recovery came first to secure prolonged combat. Luminous Roar filled the gap in group fights, and only then did the remaining points strengthen my single target attack. It was the most complete distribution available to me right now. This first clear reward was more than a single piece of equipment. My endurance, area attacks, single target burst, and true damage had all been completed as a system. Whatever enemy awaited in the class advancement trial, I now had the initiative to choose how I fought it. I hid the Blood Drinker pendant beneath my collar. Its dark red glow was too conspicuous. If I displayed it even once, someone would connect it to the legendary treasure chest from the worldwide announcement. The system allowed me to disable an item's visible appearance, saving me one more layer of explanations. Once I disabled the appearance, the central red light disappeared from the mirror, though the cold against my collarbone remained. I fired a minimum power magic missile at an open patch of ground. The system listed the skill damage and the 3,200 true damage bonus separately. The target's defense reduced only the former, while the dark red number appeared in full. Only after seeing that separate calculation did I truly know that the legendary reward bought with the Death Lord's life now belonged entirely to me. Magic Missile LV-31 deals 7,920 single target damage. Cooldown 0.1 seconds. Mana cost 3. After adding the Blooddrinker pendants, 3,200 true damage. The total effect of a single attack surpassed 10,000. At 10 shots per second, I could produce a burst in the 100,000 range in an extremely short time. If I challenged the Death Lord again in my current state, it would not survive the first volley. At that moment, Midas Touch's advancement quest also updated. Death Lord Kill added to Corrupted Creature Progress, 1/50th. This proved that high-level instance bosses could also qualify as corrupted creatures. I did not need to rush into an abyssal den outside JoJo immediately. By continuing to challenge suitable instances, I could gradually unlock Stage 2. However, the requirement said to transmute 50 corrupted monsters, not merely kill them. If a teammate gathered a corpse first or it refreshed away, I would receive no credit. From now on, both instance selection and party rules had to define corpse ownership clearly. The final reward was the Hidden Class Advancement Certificate. Hidden Class Advancement Certificate. Enter the designated instance, locate the class master, and complete the trial. Hidden classes are ranked Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Rare, Epic, and Legendary. The final rank will be determined by the trial rating. A string of coordinates appeared on the back of the certificate, naming the Eternal Sanctum as the destination. The system displayed no recommended party and did not allow the route to be copied, which meant the certificate holder had to complete the trial alone. I tried writing the coordinates onto my private map, but the save button immediately grayed out. When I photographed them with a memory crystal, the image showed nothing but a blank page. The route was not merely forbidden from being shared, it actively folded itself out of sight. No one but me could follow the coordinates and enter ahead of time. It also meant that if I failed inside the trial, no teammate could follow the route to find me. I checked the red and blue potions, returned talisman, and Blooddrinker pendant one by one before putting the certificate away. The word legendary was temptation enough, but it had never promised that the trial could not kill me. My current mage apprentice was only a bronze rank basic class, while the highest hidden class held by any publicly known top awakened was merely diamond rank. The certificate guaranteed no result, but it gave me the chance to challenge a far higher ceiling. I secured the pendant and advancement certificate, then exited Death Desert. When I returned to the Sanctuary's public zone, friend requests, club invitations, and private messages already crowded the interface. Sovereign's first clear of Death Desert had reached the top of the public forum's trending list. Streamers analyzed the kill repeatedly, and some even compared me to Sun, JoJo's strongest awakened. They had no combat footage and could only work backward from the 32 damage calculations, total clear time, and mana remaining at the end. Some streamers guessed that I had used a cooldown artifact. Others insisted I was the heir of a high-ranking family raised with EXP items. The more outrageous their guesses became, the safer my true talent remained. None of those discussions offered any real benefit, so I blocked them all for the moment. The more people tried to investigate Sovereign, the greater the risk that my real identity would be exposed. I walked a full circuit around the ancient city's inner ring and confirmed that the advancement coordinates did not exist on the public map. The certificate displayed a direction only while in my hand. Whenever I changed my angle, a thin golden line corrected itself at once. Passers-by could not see it, and no one turned to follow me. Even so, I did not activate it on the spot. The public information revealed nothing about the duration of the mission, its death rules, or potion restrictions. Entering with a little over 3,000 gold and no supplies would mean treating the luck from one treasure chest as though it were unlimited. I saved the coordinates and my account status offline first. I would enter only after preparing red and blue potions. Compared with promises from unfamiliar factions, I cared far more about the trial indicated by the advancement certificate. Only by raising my class ceiling first could I avoid wasting the lead created by that first clear. The worldwide announcement produced consequences far faster than I had expected. Not long after I exited the instance, several major clubs, corporate families, and government agencies began publicly searching for Sovereign. Forums and news outlets continually reposted the first clear record. The more people exaggerated my potential, the more likely the abyssal race was to mark me as a target that had to be eliminated. I later confirmed from operational files supplied by the Crimson Blood Army that on the very day of the announcement, Commander Yin Shishue had issued a JoJo Level 1 protection order. Investigate Sovereign's real identity without alarming the target. Assign someone familiar with Qinglong Academy to make discreet contact. and have Li Zhanjiang reinforce the defenses around the abyssal dens to prevent infiltrators from entering. At the time, I knew nothing about that meeting. All I saw at the security center was an abnormal login alert. Within only 10 minutes, accounts from 27 different regions had queried the real-world identity linked to Sovereign, and 6 of those accounts were foreign. The system blocked the requests, but it could not determine whether clubs, government agencies, or assassins stood behind them. The same files recorded another event. Banner Commander Zhao had just led a force that seized control of the Dragon Soul instance, losing 10,000 battle general, 2,000 battle generals, 800 battle generals, and 21 junior generals in the process. The instance lay along a national border, and the teleportation array that would be relocated into Jiuzhou promised to become an important resource for strengthening the nation. That intelligence had nothing to do with me at the time, yet it would eventually draw me back toward the Crimson Blood Army. The government's caution was not excessive. Among the more than 5,000 students in the latest class to enter the instances, 30 to 40% of those with high-rank talents had already been assassinated. The precision of those attacks made it highly likely that someone inside Jiuzhou was selling intelligence to the abyssal race. The operational files arranged every case by time. Awakening result announced. Staff member with access retrieves the list. Target leaves campus. Attack occurs. Many victims had not even created a character yet. These were no random encounters. They formed an intelligence chain that stretched from inside the schools all the way to the black market. More dangerously, after decades of recovery, the abyssal dens had regained their strength. Military records listed a bloodline-mutated Hydra as the highest-level threat. It began evolving only 2 hours after birth and needed just 10 years to become a ruler of the demons. Known as both the Serpent Emperor and Abyssal Demon King, it remained hidden in the deepest reaches of the dens and issued orders to the outside world through secret arts. After the first clear record became public, Sovereign was added to the warnings associated with the assassination list. No one knew my real name, but the enemy had already begun narrowing the field from more than 5,000 newly awakened. The final system notification I received came directly from Jiuzhou's Counterinfiltration Center. Your public player name has entered the high-risk search list. We recommend disabling stranger location access, equipment display, and real-world voice mapping. I disabled each permission and completely separated every real-world contact from my game account. It was not a heroic move, but it mattered far more than answering a single provocation on the forums. The interface requested confirmation 3 times while I disabled location access. Once it was off, clubs could no longer target invitations to my district, and friends could no longer see my online location. Compared with 27 illegal queries, those conveniences were worthless. Before logging out, I sealed the message, "I have found you," together with the records of the foreign queries, and set them to be accessible only to the Counterinfiltration Center. The city lights beyond my window looked no different from usual, yet for the first time I carefully checked the hallway lock and every window. Retreating to a safe zone inside the game was easy. The real world had no matching button. By acquiring a legendary item and hidden class qualification, I had also stepped willingly into the sightlines of every faction. From this point forward, I had to do more than become stronger. I also had to ensure that no single pair of eyes ever saw Jiang Feng and Sovereign at the same time. Only later, from the military's investigation, did I learn that after the worldwide announcement appeared, the Serpent Emperor had placed a 1 billion bounty on Sovereign and ordered the abyssal race to identify and assassinate me. The monsters knew only my clear rewards and player name, so they could not yet locate my real identity. Even so, the bounty was enough to mobilize every infiltrator. It was not an ordinary black market contract posted publicly for gold. It was an internal abyssal kill order. The person who completed it would receive not only 1 billion, but also 1 bloodline modification. Several infiltrators later captured by the military had all searched Qinglan Academy's roster on the day the awakening ceremony ended. At the time, I knew only that the first clear had attracted attention. I had no idea the danger had already reached inside the academy. I did not log in again on the night I cleared Death Desert. When I exited the Magic Tower, my apartment remained exactly as I had left it, but the golden brand on my arm was clearer than it had been that morning. The constitution and spirit I gained in the sanctuary had synchronized with reality. I woke naturally after only 4 hours of sleep, and both my hearing and vision had improved noticeably. I performed a simple test with the old hand gripper at home, then practiced condensing magic without damaging the furniture. Strength and agility had synchronized too, and skills could be released in reality. That meant if my identity were exposed, the enemy would not limit its attacks to the game. 99 spirit could keep me awake for days, but deliberately exhausting myself served no purpose. Levels and strength were not built in a single night. Only by completing each day's plan steadily could I avoid making mistakes in truly dangerous battles. Early the next morning, I returned to Qinglan Academy for the Magic Output Assessment. A damage score of 100 earns eligibility for Mage class advancement, the teacher explained to all the students. Scores above 200 qualify for advanced academies. Scores above 300 qualify for the 4 Divine Beast Academies: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. My classmates attacked the training dummy one after another. A score of 85 failed, 122 passed, and Sun Fei dealt 219, immediately drawing admiration and discussion. 219, the recording teacher repeated. You may apply to a top-tier combat academy. Sun Fei walked back from the dummy and lowered his voice as he passed me. You're A rank, so you should break 100 too. Don't be nervous. I nodded without telling him that my real concern was not failing, but accidentally shattering the dummy. Before my turn, I disabled the Blood Drinker Pendant's additional 3,200 true damage. If the full 7,920 damage from my level 31 magic missile landed on the dummy, Sovereign's identity would almost certainly be exposed on the spot. The real world differed from the Sanctuary. Skill damage was calculated in full under the game's rules, but in reality, I could control my output. I needed only to cross the Divine Beast Academy's threshold, not take first place. The training dummy converted spirit investment, skill multipliers, and actual destructive force into one score. I condensed less than 1/40th of my normal magic in my palm, then shaved off another layer after the orb stabilized. I disabled the Blood Drinker Pendant completely, since technique could not conceal 3,200 true damage. I walked in front of the dummy, suppressed the magic to my predetermined range, and fired a weakened magic missile. Boom! The training dummy shook violently before a number settled above its head. 301. The teacher paused, opened the dummy's back-end log, and confirmed it again. Jiang Foam. 301 points. Pass. You may collect an application form for the Divine Beast Academies. Exactly enough? Sun Fei turned to look at me. My skill gained a level last night. I didn't control it very precisely. I replied with the most ordinary explanation possible. The surrounding attention shifted toward me briefly. My score had just surpassed Sun Fei's, yet it was also barely over the minimum line for the 4 academies. It was not unusual for S-rank students in every graduating class to score 300 or 400. Since my public talent was only a rank, others were more likely to assume I had found a damage-boosting item in the novice instance. My true magic missile damage was 7,920 plus 3,200 true damage. A result of 301 displayed less than 1/30th of that power. It earned me eligibility without directly matching Sovereign's first clear record. I had achieved my objective without placing my true strength in front of the assassins. That was exactly the result I needed. My score of 301 kept the students talking for a while, and Sun Fei's expression stiffened noticeably. But several students soon produced scores in the 300 and 400 range, shifting the training field's attention toward those with higher results. That suited me perfectly. The 4 Divine Beast Academies taught water, wind, fire, and earth magic respectively. Azure Dragon favored defense, White Tiger favored speed, while Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise both emphasized defense, but fire magic had the higher burst ceiling. Sun, Jojo's strongest awakened, was himself a fire mage. The strategies and combat records he left at Vermilion Bird Academy also made its fire magic system the most complete. The admission screen beside the training field happened to be playing combat footage from the 4 academies. Azure Dragon's water curtain protected an entire squad. White Tiger's wind blades formed an unbroken line through a canyon. Students from Black Tortoise used an earthen wall to stop a demon tide. In the final scene, Vermilion Bird students called down a rain of fire in front of an army, leaving nothing but a red sea of flames beyond the entire defensive line. I paused before that image for several seconds before accepting my application form. I was pursuing absolute damage output. Midas Touch could supply enormous amounts of spirit, skill points, and gold, exactly what I needed to support the most expensive and resource-intensive burst damage path. When the application form reached me, I wrote Vermilion Bird Academy without hesitation. Name: Jiang Foam. Class: Senior Class 4. Public Talent: a rank. Assessment Damage: 301. Preferred Academy: Vermilion Bird Academy. Field of Study: Fire Magic. Our homeroom teacher read the form and nodded to me. Congratulations, Jiang Foam. Go home and prepare today. Bring all your enrollment documents tomorrow and report to Vermilion Bird Academy. He stamped the admission code in the form's lower right corner, then reminded me, competition at Vermilion Bird is the fiercest. 301 is only your ticket through the door. They'll divide the classes again once you're inside. Your Midas touch is resource-oriented. Don't force yourself into an unsuitable instance just to compete with combat talents on the rankings. I'll read the rules first. After I left the desk, Sun Fei caught up with me in the hallway, still clutching his own application form. I chose East Seaward College. He waved the form, then looked at the sealed envelope in my hand. You're really going to Vermilion Bird? Its basic resources for 1 year cost more than everything our entire senior class uses. That's exactly why I'm going. He froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. All right, if I ever see you on the news, I'll tell everyone I once had to reassure you not to be nervous. I smiled too. One awakening ceremony had already sent people who shared a classroom for 3 years down different roads. Sun Fei did not know how much I had hidden, yet he still offered me the most ordinary congratulations. A conversation without anyone calculating a price finally loosened some of the tension I had carried all day. His warning was not empty politeness. The Death Lord had already taught me that superior stats could still be overturned by one control skill. Vermilion Bird Academy could provide resources, but it would not bear the consequences of anyone's choices. I put away the notice and did not remain on the training field. What I truly anticipated was not anyone's opinion of my 300-point damage score, but the high-level fire skills held by Vermilion Bird Academy. Luminous Roar had solved my basic area damage problem. Magic Missile gave me high-speed single-target damage, and the Blood Drinker Pendant added true damage that ignored defense. If I obtained a mature fire element area spell as well, the last weakness in my large-scale combat ability would disappear. I photographed the enrollment materials for my records and placed the paper originals in a sealed envelope. The admission code would not activate until the following day, leaving tonight free for the hidden class trial. As long as the certificate imposed no extra time limit, I could complete one more stage of growth before formally reporting. Before going to Vermilion Bird Academy, I still held a hidden class advancement certificate. The result of its trial would determine my class ceiling first. After the academy assessment ended, I bought some groceries and returned home. Once I finished eating, I activated the sanctuary mark on my arm again. Only later, when the Crimson Blood Army investigated the information leak, did I confirm that Qinglan Academy truly had an internal problem. Principal Wu Yan privately screened the assessment roster that day, sent the data of 55 students whose damage exceeded 500 to a contact codenamed SY, then used magic to erase the traces of transmission. Because I had deliberately suppressed my score to 301, I avoided that list entirely. Investigators recovered the screening criteria from a cache that had not been completely wiped, score above 500, age 18, and not yet enrolled in an official protection program. My score of 301 did not even appear in the search results. By controlling my damage that day, I had unknowingly avoided a round of precision killings. When the white light faded, I appeared in the resurrection pool of Jojo Ancient City. This was the shared arrival point for Jojo players after clearing their novice instances. Anyone killed and returned to the city, or anyone who used a city return scroll, would also reappear here. Beyond the pool stretched an old-fashioned city district. Shops selling weapons, equipment, gems, spirit pets, potions, and general goods lined the streets. I had only the 3,231 gold earned through Midas Touch in Death Desert, yet I could not enter another instance without supplies, so I first visited a player-operated potion shop. The shopkeeper, whose player name was Little Giorgio, recommended level 10 gold rank potions. First time in the ancient city? She noticed that I wore only one pendant. Don't take novice potions into an instance above level 10. Their recovery can't keep up with monster damage. Quote me the price for both gold rank potions. Little Jojo took 2 sealed bottles from behind the counter. Instead of pushing them toward me immediately, she first had the system display their batch numbers and expiration dates. There are plenty of cheap potions in the ancient city, but one missing digit in the recovery amount can get you killed. If you're entering a class advancement space, don't take anything without a system guarantee. She had seen the unactivated certificate in my hand, yet did not ask about its class rank. That restraint lowered my guard slightly. I inspected the golden validation patterns on the bottoms of the bottles, confirmed that both potions could enter an independent instance, and opened the trade window. Red potion restores 40 health per second for 4 seconds. Price, 500 gold. Blue potion restores 20 mana per second for 4 seconds. Price, 800 gold. I currently had 320 health and 990 mana, making these 2 potions a good match. I purchased 3 red potions and 2 blue potions for a total of 3,100 gold, leaving only 131 in my inventory. Aren't you keeping anything for equipment repairs? Little Jojo asked. I don't own any equipment that needs repairing yet. She glanced at the wooden staff in my hand and did not press the matter. 3 red potions could pull me from critical health back into a safe range, while the 2 blue potions were for moments when mana regeneration was suppressed or I needed to cast expensive skills in succession. Converting my funds into definite survival windows was more valuable than holding any balance beyond the remaining 100 or so gold. Mages truly consumed money at an astonishing rate. I had bought neither a weapon nor armor, yet my first income was nearly gone. Fortunately, class advancement was the higher priority. As long as my strength kept increasing, I could earn more gold from monsters and loot. I took out the hidden class advancement certificate and activated it. Before confirming, I placed the 3 red potions in the easiest to reach quick slots and separated the 2 blue potions so I could not trigger them consecutively by accident in an emergency. The city return talisman was still lit, but the certificate did not promise that it would remain usable after I entered. I set a forced real-world wake-up alarm for 15 minutes, then pressed confirm. The page instantly shattered into golden motes, and a teleportation force dragged me from the ancient city into darkness. Once the dizziness faded, the system prompt sounded. During the teleportation, both friend and location functions grayed out completely. The certificate had not generated a public instance, but an independent space accessible only to its holder. If I lost consciousness inside, the outside world could not even use party coordinates to extract me. You have entered the Eternal Sanctuary. Locate the Eternal Mentor and complete your hidden class advancement. When I awoke, I was standing inside an enormous temple. Rows of stone columns led toward the depths of the hall, while statues of the divine race looked down at every visitor from both sides beneath golden light. Class crests from the 1st tier through the 8th tier were carved into the floor at intervals of roughly 30 feet. The first 7 had already lost their light. Only the 8-pointed star in the deepest part of the hall remained active. The hidden class certificate did not draw a class at random. It sent the certificate holder before the corresponding inheritance so the conditions could be evaluated. An NPC labeled Divine Archmage waited at the end of the path. You obtained an 8th tier legendary class advancement certificate, he said after examining my status. As long as your spirit has reached 80, you can pass the trial and become an 8th tier class holder. There is no battle. A class inheritance tests your capacity to bear it. The Archmage raised one hand, and the 8-pointed star lit beneath my feet. Even if someone with insufficient spirit defeated a guardian, the Eternal Circuit would burn that person away. You have already crossed the threshold. There is no need to prove your damage again. My spirit had already reached 99, so I satisfied the condition immediately. A golden curtain descended from the temple's ceiling, and my class information refreshed line after line. As the light passed through my body, every magical circuit inside me felt as though it were being forcibly pulled open. The pain was not severe, but it extended from my fingertips into the depths of my consciousness, like someone rebuilding a small house into a palace. Golden patterns reconnected my once scattered magic. With every heartbeat, the new circuits stabilized further. I clenched my teeth and did not move until the 8th class crest beneath me lit completely. At that moment, the stone statues on both sides of the temple lowered their staffs in unison. The echoes of their tips striking the floor spread beneath the vaulted ceiling in layer after layer. This was no skill book or piece of equipment. From this moment onward, every level I gained would grant 7 times more growth than a basic class. Class advancement successful. 8th tier legendary hidden class acquired. Eternal Mage. Class passive acquired. Eternal Power. Class potential raised from 1st tier to 8th tier. Retroactive compensation, 84 free attribute points. An 8th tier class received 8 free attribute points with every level rather than the basic class's 1. I was already level 12, so the system compensated the missing difference of 7 points for every previous level, producing exactly 84 points. 84 points arrived on my status screen at once, a reward far more astonishing than transmuting 1 corpse. I did not confirm the allocation immediately. First, I asked whether the advancement allowed me to choose again. The Archmage gave me only one answer. Once the inheritance was complete, the class path was permanently locked. Eternal Mage grew through both spirit and health, perfectly amplifying Midas Touch and the Blood Drinker Pendant. Only then did I invest every point into spirit. I placed all of them into spirit, raising it from 99 to 183. Under the existing damage formula, level 31 magic missile increased from 7,920 to 14,640 damage, while level 10 luminous roar rose from 1,960 to 3,623. The new class passive was equally important. Eternal Power. Every attack adds magical damage equal to character level x 1% of the user's maximum health and applies Scorch. Scorch deals magical damage per second equal to character level x 0.2% of the user's maximum health. I was currently level 12 with 320 maximum health. Each attack would add 38.4 magical damage, while Scorch dealt roughly 7.7 per second. The numbers were not outrageous yet, but they scaled simultaneously with both level and maximum health. The higher my level and constitution became, the more terrifying this passive, which required no extra mana, would grow. I also confirmed the rules for Scorch. Repeated attacks refreshed only its duration and could not stack it indefinitely. Only the strongest version remained on the same target. High attack speed could not burn a boss to death through unlimited stacks, but the effect ensured that damage continued whenever I repositioned. I disabled public access to my personal status, then checked my final state. Sovereign. Level 12. Class Eternal Mage. Health 320/320. Mana 1. 830/1, 830. Talent, Midas Touch. Attributes, Constitution 32, Spirit 183, Strength 19, Agility 30, Luck 1. Skills, Magic Missile LV, 31, Luminous Roar LV, 10, Mana Recovery LV, 10, Eternal Power. Gold, 131. Equipment, Blood Drinker Pendant, Blood Progress 3, 200/30, 000. Inventory, 3 gold rank red potions, 2 gold rank blue potions. I left the Eternal Sanctuary and reappeared in Jojo Ancient City. The legendary class was mine, but every equipment slot other than the pendant remained empty, and I had only 131 gold left. My next step was obvious. Enter an instance appropriate for my level, acquire equipment and money while continuing to level. Jojo Ancient City's instances were divided into solo, party, legion, regional, and world levels, and still offered 5 difficulties from easy to terror. Aside from special novice instances, players had to meet the level threshold, and players across the world shared the same set of entrances. I was currently level 12. The highest regular instance I could challenge was the level 10 Frost Temple. Select Terror difficulty. When the teleportation ended, I landed in a wasteland buried under wind and snow. A frozen temple stood in the distance. The map identified this place as the snowy region at the instance's edge. The cold status immediately appeared on my interface. Standing in open snow reduced movement speed every minute. Entering the temple or using a source of fire would remove it. I placed a gold rank red potion in my quick bar, but did not drink it in advance. The potion restored health. It would not protect me from low temperatures. Just outside the teleportation point, I encountered 2 foreign players who had hidden their status screens. The system translated languages automatically, allowing us to understand one another. The tall blonde man threatened me with a raised fist first, while the green-haired woman beside him taunted him into attacking. Leave your inventory and pendant. The blonde man drew his sword, and the marker beneath his feet changed from neutral to hostile red. You can return to the city on your own. This is a shared instance, not your territory. I shifted sideways so they could not close in at the same time. Leave now, and I won't pursue you. The green-haired woman circled behind me, the short blade in her hand already glowing with skill light. Their positioning trapped me between them. Their answer was clear. I gave them a chance to leave, but they continued advancing. This was not the real-world training field. Once another player attacked first, I had no reason to expose my back to 2 openly hostile people. I raised my hand and cast Luminous Roar. White magic erupted above both their heads, and 4 separate effects. The skill itself, the Blood Drinker Pendant, Eternal Power, and Scorch were calculated in succession. Neither player had even 3,000 maximum health. They both fell before they could counterattack. The blonde man's sword was halfway through its swing when the first damage segment emptied his protective aura. He tried to use charge to escape, but true damage passed straight through his defense. The green-haired woman had just entered stealth, yet the Scorch damage numbers still revealed her position against the snow. Less than 1 second passed between the hostile markers appearing and the battle ending. Level 18 player pause Shilling slain. 988 EXP gained. Level 18 player Aegir William slain. 995 EXP gained. The Blood Drinker pendant absorbed 33 and 34 drops of blood from their corpses respectively, raising its progress from 3,200 to 3,267 and its corresponding true damage to 3,267. I then activated Midas Touch. Midas Touch successfully used on Paz Schilling's corpse. You have gained 4 skill points. Midas Touch successfully used on Aegir Williams' corpse. You have gained 15 Constitution. My Constitution rose from 32 to 47, increasing my maximum health to 470. I kept the 4 skill points unassigned and planned to distribute them after Frost Temple settlement. The easy outcome did not make me forget that they had attacked first. If both players had tens of thousands of health and Luminous Roar could not kill them instantly, their pincer attack would have forced me to use movement or control. From now on, whenever I entered a shared map, I had to preserve an escape route around unfamiliar players just as I would around monsters. The 2 players also dropped 2 pieces of equipment when they died. Crusader Helmet, level 15 gold rank universal equipment. Defense plus 28, strength plus 15. Archangel Greatsword, level 13 silver rank universal weapon. Strength plus 32, agility plus 12. Neither suited a mage, but I could sell them after leaving the instance. For 2 level 18 players, these were valuable pieces of core equipment. For me, they were my first stock for replenishing my gold. I stored both items in my inventory and turned toward Frost Temple. The human conflict near the entrance was over. The monsters that would truly affect my instance rating still waited ahead. The wind and snow quickly covered the traces of battle. Both dropped items carried binding pickup records and could be sold normally after I left. If either player tried to accuse me of robbery, the system's hostile markers and voice logs were enough to reconstruct who attacked first. Only after confirming that my city return scroll still worked did I continue toward the temple. I continued deeper through the snow until a white behemoth 3 or 4 stories tall blocked my path. Its back faced a section of icy cliff, and no other hostile markers surrounded it. I circled upwind so snow kicked up by its roar would not obscure my vision, then placed a red potion in my easiest quick slot. Cold had already begun slowing me in the temple's outer region. If its heavy hammer hit me at close range, reopening the distance would be even harder than in Death Desert. Frost Behemoth. Level 12. Rank Gold. Attack 165 23rds. Physical/magical. Defense 75 27ths. Physical/magical. Skills: Heavy Hammer LV 11, Roar LV 5. Before it could lock onto me, level 31 magic missiles struck in rapid succession. The skill damage, 3,267 true damage, and the bonus from Eternal Power were all calculated at once. The Frost Behemoth collapsed into the snow without launching a single attack. When the first shot hit its chest, it had only just raised its stone hammer. The second knocked the hammerhead toward the cliff. From the third onward, true damage passed straight through its thick hide. Its enormous body pitched forward, and I moved out of the impact path in advance to avoid being crushed into the snow by its corpse. Frost Behemoth slain. 5,841 EXP gained. Level increased to 13. You have gained 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. An 8th tier class multiplied not only the free attributes gained per level by 8, but the skill points as well. I invested every free attribute point into Spirit, raising it from 183 to 191. Together with the 4 skill points earned by transmuting the 2 players earlier, I now had 12 at once, and I put all of them into Magic Missile. I continued investing in my single target skill because the monsters in Frost Temple already started at gold rank. Area attacks were useful for clearing grunts, but high-frequency focused damage and stagger were still what prevented powerful targets from closing in. Magic Missile LV 43 deals 21,010 single target damage. Cooldown 0.1 seconds. Mana cost 2. That was the full damage produced by 191 Spirit under the level 43 skill formula. Further upgrades not only raised its attack, but also reduced each shot's mana cost to 2. Level 10 mana recovery could now offset most of the consumption from continuous casting. I absorbed 38 drops of blood from the Frost Behemoth, raising blood progress to 3,305, then used Midas Touch on the corpse and gained 10 luck. My luck rose from 1 to 11, directly increasing my item drop rate. I used the tip of my staff to brush snow from the corpse. No golden light appeared, meaning no equipment had dropped. Those 10 points of luck had only just arrived. They would not turn every monster into a treasure chest. Just as I started to rise, a bank of snow suddenly collapsed from the icy cliff and buried half the beast's body. At the same moment, the thunder of a snowfield eagle's wings descended from overhead, leaving me no time for a second look. Current Frost Temple rating has reached a rank. You may exit immediately and receive a gold treasure chest, or forfeit this reward and continue the challenge. I chose to continue. A rank was merely the safe exit threshold. It was still far from the true rewards of this terror instance. The cold wind grew stronger. I took a torch from my inventory to keep warm. Halfway forward, a dark shadow dived from high in the sky. The torch illuminated only a small area, and the eagle did not enter my targeting frame on its first pass. I heard nothing but wings slicing through the snowstorm and rolled sideways behind a chunk of ice. Its talons grazed the torch and knocked the burning wooden shaft straight into the snow. Without a source of fire, the cold slowdown began accumulating again. I looked up and tracked the route of its second circle. Only when the shadow descended did I allow Magic Missile to establish a lock. Snowfield Eagle. Level 15. Rank Gold. Attack 208/122. Physical/magical. Defense 68/45. Physical/magical. Skills. Dive LV 13. Frost Venom LV 8. I fired a level 43 magic missile before it entered attack range. Blue light exploded in midair. The eagle lost all its health instantly and granted 6,351 EXP. The corpse continued falling under its momentum. I did not stand there and try to catch it. I waited until it crashed into the snow before approaching. Even after a diving monster died, the impact from its speed could still injure a low-health mage. I did not level this time. I first absorbed 41 drops of blood, raising progress to 3,346, then activated Midas Touch. Midas Touch successfully used on Snowfield Eagle Corpse. You have gained 18 Spirit. Spirit rose from 191 to 209. After the corpse disappeared, a cluster of golden light remained in the snow. My 11 luck had already begun converting into actual loot. The Snowfield Eagle had dropped a gold rank accessory. Frost Pendant. Level 10. Rank Gold. Class Universal. Attributes: Health plus 500, Spirit plus 20. Both attributes suited me. I equipped it in an empty accessory slot, raising Spirit from 209 to 229 and adding another 500 to my maximum health. It occupied a different slot from the Blooddrinker Pendant, so it did not interfere with the true damage's growth effect. As soon as I put on the Frost Pendant, a wave of coolness touched my chest, and the cold status seemed to accumulate slightly more slowly. The equipment description mentioned no cold resistance, so I did not treat the sensation as a confirmed effect and still relit my torch. The instant the new torch ignited, the wind flattened its flame against the shaft. I shielded one side with my cloak and heard intermittent scratching from within the temple. More than one creature waited behind the stone door, and the entrance corridor allowed only 2 people to walk abreast. I wedged the torch into a crack in the wall, freed my staff hand, and stepped inside. After I continued forward, Frost Temple's entrance appeared at the end of the snowfield. I was about to step into the teleportation curtain when a small, blue-glowing plant in the corner of the wall caught my peripheral vision. Blue Heart Grass. Level 5 gold rank material. Consuming it directly permanently increases Constitution by 5. It may also be given to an alchemist to synthesize an advanced potion. It was worth at least several 100,000 gold on the market, but I was not an alchemist. Selling it would exchange permanent growth for one-time income. I consumed it immediately, raising Constitution from 47 to 52. My base health therefore became 520, and after adding the Frost Pendant's 500, my maximum health reached 1,020. The Blue Heart Grass felt like holding a piece of ice in my mouth, but after several seconds it dissolved into a warm current and sank into my body. Permanent attribute materials of the same type could not be used twice. Only after confirming that the enhancement had been recorded on my status screen did I continue through the door. If I sold it only for money, no amount of future gold could buy back my first use eligibility. When the warmth reached my fingertips, my right hand, numb from the cold, became nimble again. This was not as simple as converting one material into 5 points on a screen. After crossing the snowfield, enduring the cold, and concealing my identity, it was the first permanent growth I had obtained with my own hands. The warmth soon faded, but the frozen corridor ahead no longer felt like a mere collection of numbers I needed to clear. When I entered the temple, the instance rating rose to S rank, and the system offered to settle the run with a platinum treasure chest. I refused again. After my latest discovery, I began watching both the monsters and the environment. Before long, 2 platinum-rank snowfield ice wolves lunged from opposite sides of the corridor. One was level 18 and the other level 19. Their health and dual defenses far exceeded those of the monsters on the snowfield, and they had charge and bite respectively. The corridor was only 8 yards wide. If both wolves charged at once, I would have no room to dodge sideways. I retreated into the entrance hall and used the stone pillar on the right to separate them. The level 19 wolf had to circle the pillar, while the level 18 one entered my range first. I did not wait for them to form a pincer. A high-frequency barrage of magic missiles drove into the left target first, then immediately shifted to the right. The blue projectiles repeatedly triggered the skill itself, 3,346 true damage and eternal power. Neither wolf's charge brought it close to me. By the time the first wolf fell, the second had already rounded the pillar. I did not waste attention on the EXP prompt. I shifted the crosshair directly to its foreleg. Continuous stagger interrupted its charge, and the ice wolf died 3 steps away from me. Had I remained in the narrow corridor, those 3 steps would have been enough for its bite to land. Level 18 Snowfield Ice Wolf slain. 9,541 EXP gained. Level 19 Snowfield Ice Wolf slain. 9,622 EXP gained. Level increased to 14. You have gained 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. Midas Touch Stage 2 Quest Progress updated. 3/50. Together with the Death Lord, all 3 monsters had been recognized by the system as corrupted creatures. The deeper I traveled into Frost Temple, the more eligible targets I would clearly encounter. I left the level-up rewards unassigned for the moment and processed the 2 corpses first. If Midas Touch granted more skill points or attributes, planning everything together would avoid repeated adjustments during the same battle. A muffled vibration came from deeper in the temple, as if something heavy were moving beneath the ice. Only a little over 10 seconds remained on the corpse's refresh timers. I accelerated the blood absorption and transmutation so I would not still be trapped in a settlement interface when the unknown enemy approached. The 2 ice wolves supplied 66 and 67 drops of blood respectively, raising blood progress from 3,346 to 3,479. The transmutation results followed immediately. You have gained 13 luck. You have gained 5 skill points. Luck rose from 11 to 24. I put the 8 free attribute points from leveling into Spirit, raising it from 229 to 237. The 8 level-up skill points plus the 5 from Midas Touch gave me 13 in total, and I invested all of them into Endurance. Mana Recovery LV, 23, permanent passive, restores 23 mana per second. I tested the new level with 1 maximum speed volley. 10 magic missiles consumed 20 mana, and the next second restored 23, returning my total to the cap. As long as no negative status suppressed mana regeneration, my core single target output could now sustain itself indefinitely. Each level 43 magic missile cost only 2 mana. Unless I maintained maximum attack speed for long periods, 23 mana regenerated per second already covered the cost, allowing me to save the blue potions for more dangerous burst phases. An ice cellar stood at the end of the corridor, holding 3 treasure chests arranged side by side, blue, red, and yellow. The instance rules stated that opening the first would always summon a guardian monster. The second had a 50% chance of producing a monster and a 50% chance of granting treasure. The third would always provide the best reward. Those rules were carved onto a stone monument at the cellar entrance, followed by one final warning. Once any player opened a chest, the guardian would prioritize that person, but anyone else who dealt damage would also enter its aggro list. All 3 chests belonged to the same mechanism and had to be opened in order. Just as I was about to approach, a warrior with a hidden status screen suddenly charged in front of the chests, raised his greatsword, and warned me to leave. I got here first, so the chests belonged to me. He blocked the passage with his shield. Try to steal them, and the guardian and I will attack you together. The first chest is guaranteed to spawn a monster. I pointed at the monument. At least read the rules first. Don't try to scare me. I did not argue. When he saw that I stayed still, he rushed to open the blue chest. The entire cellar shook. A battle spirit, 3 or 4 stories tall, emerged from the frigid mist. Snowfield Battle Spirit. Level, 25. Rank, Diamond. Attack, 450/265, physical/magical. Defense, 220/130, physical/magical. Skills, Heavy Hammer LV, 28, Frost Strike LV, 25, Mutation LV, 1. The warrior had barely raised his shield when Frost Strike exploded in front of him. The shield blocked most of the impact, yet the remaining damage nearly emptied his health. The The Snowfield Battle Spirit gave him no chance to recover. It immediately condensed an ice hammer and smashed downward, freezing both the man and his armor into a statue. I threw a red potion toward him after the first hit, but the bottle struck the ice without the system registering its use. An instance potion had to be triggered by the user or a party healer. A stranger could not force it down someone else's throat. His hand was frozen behind the shield before he could even touch his quick bar. I retreated immediately to avoid the next skills area. After devouring the corpse, the battle spirit triggered mutation. Its level rose from 25 to 28. All its offense and defense doubled, and mutation changed into bloodlust. When the frozen statue shattered, the battle spirit drew the scattered red light into its mouth. Its size did not change, but every gap in its armor began glowing blood red. The system's mutation notice also proved this was no ordinary level up, but a reinforcement mechanism triggered by a player's death. Snowfield Battle Spirit, mutated. Rank, Diamond. Attack, 900/530, physical/magical. Defense, 440/260, physical/magical. Skills, Heavy Hammer LV, 35, Frost Strike LV, 30, Bloodlust LV, 1. It was now nearly as powerful as the Death Lord, and the cramped cellar offered almost no kiting distance. If it completed its first approach, my 1020 health might not survive a full combination. My only viable option was to unload my burst before it reacquired a target. I pressed my back near the cellar entrance, ensuring that I could retreat into the long corridor if I failed. A blue potion was already in my quick bar, and mana recovery remained active. The true race was not against its total health, but against the single second before it completed its turn and launched its first frost strike. I gave the mutated battle spirit no time to turn. Level 43 magic missiles hammered it at maximum frequency. The first shot struck its back and made its spectral body contract violently. The following barrage poured into the same crack. It tried to turn and raise its hammer while Bloodlust began casting, so I shifted every impact to its weapon wrist, using each stagger to interrupt the motion. Its magical defense had doubled to 260, but that could not stop skill damage above 20,000 combined with 3,479 true damage. The first barrage had barely ended when the enormous spirit disintegrated inside the cellar. The ice hammer landed less than 7 feet from me. I had not yet obtained a shield and could only prevent the attack through damage output. One deviation in my projectile path could have allowed that hammer to fall for real. Mutated Snowfield Battle Spirit slain. More than 20,000 EXP gained. Level increased to 15. You have gained 8 skill points and 8 free attribute points. Midas Touch Stage 2 quest progress updated, 4/50. I first absorbed 122 drops of blood from the corpse, raising blood progress to 3,601, then activated Midas Touch. You have gained 38 constitution. My constitution had been 52, so the increase brought it to exactly 90. Base health became 900, and after adding the frost pendants 500, my maximum health rose to 1,400. I kept the 8 free attribute points from leveling unassigned until I could decide their use before the instance boss fight. The battle spirit also dropped a staff and more than 60,000 gold. The gold immediately restored a usable balance from my previous total of only 131. More importantly, the staff had no class conflict and did not require a higher level. I checked its durability and binding status, confirmed it carried no cursed affix, and only then replaced my novice wooden staff. Abyss Staff. Level 15. Rank Platinum. Applicable classes: Mage and related hidden classes. Attributes: Spirit +50, Luck +6. Effect: after a magical attack hits, absorb 10% of the actual total magical damage and convert it into health recovery. I equipped it immediately. Spirit rose from 237 to 287, and Luck increased from 24 to 30. 10% magic lifesteal meant that my high-speed damage now healed me at the same time. The lifesteal used actual magical damage as its basis. The Blooddrinker pendant's true damage and eternal power were not counted a second time. Even so, a magic missile dealing more than 20,000 damage could restore several thousand health, already more than my current maximum of 1,400. As long as an attack landed, ordinary injuries could be healed almost instantly. Next, I cautiously opened the second chest. No guardian appeared this time. The chest contained a Magic Shield skill book. Magic Shield LV 1 instant cast. Lasts 15 seconds and absorbs 861 physical or magical damage. While maintained, consumes 10 mana per second. Cooldown 30 seconds. I invested all 8 skill points from my latest level up into this life-saving ability. Each level increased the shield capacity while its duration and mana consumption remained unchanged for now. At level 9, its capacity of 4,305 was more than 3 times my own health. That was enough to let me survive one unknown boss skill multiplier before deciding whether to continue. Magic Shield LV9 lasts 15 seconds and absorbs 4,305 damage. Mana cost 10 per second. Cooldown 30 seconds. The third chest guaranteed a reward. Inside was a level 15 gold rank warrior cuirass. I had not assumed guaranteed best reward meant mage equipment. Chest quality determined value, not class compatibility. Selling an unusable item was still a normal return. Golden Sacred Armor. Defense plus 66, Agility plus 17, All-Element Magic Resistance plus 3%. I could not equip it, but armor with elemental resistance was worth more than ordinary gold rank plate. I could sell it together with the Crusader Helmet and Archangel Greatsword. When I left the cellar, I possessed a Platinum Staff, a 4,305-point shield, 1,400 health, and 23 mana regeneration per second. The warrior had proven the Guardian's attack power with his life. I had to use these new abilities against the instance's true boss. I stopped outside the cellar for more than 10 seconds to let every skill cooldown reset, then drank some water to ease the stiffness caused by the cold. 3 red potions and 2 blue potions remained in my inventory, but I still possessed no resurrection ability. I had only one complete opportunity to learn from a mistake in the boss fight. When I left the ice cellar, my instance rating rose to SS. The system allowed me to claim a diamond treasure chest and leave. I still chose to continue and summoned the boss immediately. A diamond treasure chest was already the finishing line most players would gladly accept. But my Platinum Staff, Magic Shield, and Lifesteal effect had all come from continuing to take risks. If I withdrew after acquiring those abilities, every danger before this point would have purchased only half the possible reward. I set a red potion to activate automatically when I took damage, confirmed that Magic Shield, Luminous Roar, and Magic Missile all cast normally, and only then press summon. The entire temple began to shake. Broken ice around the throne converged at its center and formed an enormous Frost Goddess. Frost Goddess. Level 35. Rank Rare. Attack 1, 500/1, 800, Physical/Magical. Defense 650, 750ths, Physical/Magical. Skills: Freeze LV 50, Ice Sculpture LV 42, Frost Bomb LV 30. Her magical attack of 1,800 alone was enough to instantly kill me with only 1,400 health. I retreated to open the distance while activating level 9 Magic Shield. The throne hall was wider than the ice cellar, but 6 ice columns divided it into several narrow routes. I chose the passage on the right and used 2 of those columns to block the boss's direct line of sight. Once the shield lit, a blue shell covered my body. Mana recoveries 23 points per second completely offset the shield's maintenance cost. The Frost Goddess cast Frost Bomb almost simultaneously. 3 enormous icicles fell around my feet. The 2 main damage segments dealt 2,046 and 2,113, totaling 4,159. My 4,305-point shield was reduced to roughly 146, but my health remained untouched for the moment. The bomb was not a single-point skill. The first icicle sealed the path ahead, the second forced me out of cover from the side, and only the third exploded at the target point. I barely retreated between 2 columns and still took both major damage segments in full. Without the shield, my health would have been erased in the same volley. I completed my first counterattack while she cast. 10 magic missiles struck in succession. The skill damage, 3,601 true damage, and eternal power reduced her health from full to roughly 40%. While the dense impacts prevented her ice-sculpted body from advancing steadily. The Abyss Staff's life steal had triggered, but because my health was undamaged, every point of healing overflowed. That detail reminded me that life steal restored only health. It could not replenish a shield. No future hit would substitute for defense. She changed tactics and released level 42 Ice Sculpture. A flash of cold froze my right leg and dealt 1,446 damage. The remaining shield absorbed roughly 146 first, while the other 1,300 fell onto my health, leaving me with only about 100. The automatic red potion began working, but its recovery required 4 full seconds to settle. I could not dodge out of the skill area while Ice Sculpture controlled me, and a second cluster of cold light was already taking shape in the boss's hand. A potion could not save me from the next instant hit. One more attack would kill me. Magic Shield still had a 30-second cooldown, and I could not move my frozen right leg. Further evasion was impossible. I did not wait for the next skill. I immediately converted all remaining magic into attacks. The second barrage of magic missiles cut through the icy mist and struck the already wounded boss again and again. The Frost Goddess had just raised her hand when the barrage blew her body into fragments. When the final shot landed, that cluster of cold light had already left her palm. The boss death judgment caused the skill to disintegrate in midair, scattering ice before me. Only after the system removed ice sculpture did I realize that my fingers gripping the staff were nearly too stiff to open. Player, Sovereign, has cleared the terror difficulty, Frost Temple, slain the boss, Frost Goddess, and achieved an SSS completion rating. Rewards: 1 epic treasure chest, 25 skill points, and 1 advanced magic skill book. The worldwide announcement repeated 3 times. The red potion's remaining recovery slowly pulled my health upward, but I did not touch the rewards immediately. The throne hall was still collapsing, and broken ice continued falling from the vaulted ceiling. Dragging my newly thawed right leg, I retreated to the wall and waited for the system to create a safe settlement zone before finally releasing the breath I had held tight. This victory had not been a flawless sweep. Without the magic shield I had just found in the cellar, the first frost bomb would have killed me. If my second burst had been half a second slower, the roughly 100 health remaining would not have survived to the settlement. And now the boss's true rewards were only beginning to arrive. I looked back once at the frozen throne. The Death Lord taught me to exploit range. The Snowfield Battle Spirit taught me to beat a skills wind-up. The Frost Goddess confirmed for the first time that where my equipment came from, and when I used it, could decide life or death more decisively than tens of thousands of extra damage on a status screen. Sovereign flooded the global channel again. Before me, public records showed only Sun, 1 veteran player from the Lighthouse Federation, and 1 player from Sakura Island had cleared Frost Temple on terror difficulty. I had conquered 2 terror instances in succession within a single day, and the assassination bounty on me rose from 1 billion to 5 billion. The System Security Center marked the new risk level in red. 5 billion was no longer a sum that ordinary assassins could ignore. Even high-level awakened might be tempted. I disabled location sharing again and set my instance records to display only my player name. The announcements could not be withdrawn. All I could still hide were my real-world movements and equipment details. I shut off the world channel and handled the combat settlement first. Frost Goddess slain. 200,000 EXP gained. Level increased successively to 18. You have gained a total of 24 skill points and 24 free attribute points. Midas Touch Stage 2 quest progress updated. 5/50. After adding the 25 skill points from the clear reward, I had 49 in total. I invested every point into Magic Shield, raising it from level 9 to level 58. Before allocating them, I compared 3 options. Further enhancing Magic Missile would raise my instant kill threshold. Even level 1 Heavenly Thunder Strike offered control. But Magic Shield had just blocked 4,159 points of fatal damage for me. As boss levels continued rising, the ability to survive one more unknown skill mattered more than multiplying damage I already possessed. Magic Shield LV 58, instant cast, lasts 20 seconds and absorbs approximately 25,400 damage. Mana cost while maintained, 5 per second. Cooldown, 25 seconds. There were now only 5 seconds between the shield's expiration and its next cast, enough to cover the vast majority of battles. If it reached level 80, the duration would increase to 23 seconds and the cooldown would fall to 22, theoretically allowing uninterrupted maintenance. I activated level 58 Magic Shield on the spot. The blue barrier was much denser than before. Pieces of ice falling around the throne left only the faintest ripples against it. Its 5 mana per second upkeep was far below my 23 mana regeneration, allowing me to remain at full mana under normal conditions. I still had 8 unassigned free attribute points from reaching level 15. Together with the 24 from the latest 3 levels, that made 32. I invested all of them into Spirit, raising it from 287 to 319. The shield's capacity increased further with Spirit, while my offensive skills improved at the same time. The Frost Goddess's body had shattered, leaving only a still-beating heart enclosed in ice. I absorbed 4,800 drops of blood from it, raising blood progress from 3,601 to 8,401 and increasing my true damage to 8,401 as well. The absorption lasted nearly half a minute. Every time the heart contracted, dark red threads of blood passed through the ice and entered the pendant, until the heart finally lost all its light. The higher the boss's quality, the more blood it supplied. Those 4,800 drops nearly equaled everything I had collected before. The epic treasure chest from the clear was guaranteed to contain at least one epic treasure. When I opened it, I obtained an advanced magic skill. As the chest opened, the ice element around the throne was drawn into its lock before transforming into a blue and white skill book. The system did not learn it for me automatically. I first checked its class restrictions, cooldown, and friendly fire radius. Only after confirming that Eternal Mage could use it did I bind the book. Ice Wall Fortress LV-1 Instant Cast creates a massive ice wall ahead, splitting the enemy formation and blocking attacks. Targets that touch the core region take heavy magical damage. Contact with the edges deals half damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 15. This was more than an offensive skill. The ice wall could interrupt a charge, create cover, and divide a numerically superior enemy into two groups. If I had possessed it during the boss battle, I would not have needed to absorb Frost Bomb with a single shield alone. The skill description also listed one limitation. Ice Wall was not absolutely invincible. An attack exceeding its durability limit could shatter it early, while casting it where a physical body already stood might push the target in an unexpected direction. It gave me terrain control, not a safe door I could hide behind forever. The system reward panel also held a separate advanced skill book. When I removed it, lightning immediately flickered along its pages. The lightning was not hostile, but it made my fingers sting again with the frost numbness that had only just faded. I placed the two skill books in different quick bars. Ice Wall near my defensive skills and the Thunder spell beside Luminous Roar, so I would not select the wrong one in an emergency. The second advanced skill was Heavenly Thunder Strike. Heavenly Thunder Strike LV-1 summons Heavenly Lightning to attack a group, dealing 3,190 magical damage and stunning targets for 1 second. Mana cost, 50. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Ice Wall Fortress handled separation. Heavenly Thunder Strike provided group control, Luminous Roar added area damage, and Magic Missile eliminated individual targets. Combined with Magic Shield and 23 mana regeneration per second, my combat system no longer depended on a single stream of high-speed attacks. I tested Heavenly Thunder Strike on an open stretch of snow. The thundercloud took less than half a second to form, and a pale blue ring appeared at the impact point beforehand. Ordinary monsters might not evade it in time, but a high-agility player could use the warning to escape. Its most reliable use was after Ice Wall sealed a route, not cast raw from long range. The system asked whether I wanted to exit the settled instance. I chose to remain. I had to report to Vermilion Bird Academy the next day, so tonight was the perfect opportunity to continue accumulating attributes and Midas Touch progress inside Frost Temple. The defeated boss would not respawn after settlement, but monsters remained active in the outer region, and players could still leave voluntarily. Staying would not improve the clear reward, but I could use my remaining potions and full skill set to continue exploring. I set a 2-hour limit so I would not exhaust myself before reporting in the real world. Before long, a creature with a dragon's head and a horse's body appeared on the snowfield. Its name was White, and the status screen clearly labeled it Capturable. Snowfield Dragonsteed. Level 30. Rank Platinum. Attack 500/300. Physical/magical. Defense 200 160ths. Physical/magical. Skills: Trample LV 30, Gallop LV 18. White name monsters were exceedingly rare. Even a bronze rank pet could sell for tens of thousands of gold, while platinum pets usually began at 10 million. I attempted a capture immediately, but the first failed because I was too far away. A second attempt after approaching also failed when it refused to submit. Capture attempts remaining, 1. Enraged by the second capture attempt, the Snowfield Dragonsteed scraped through the ice with its front hooves and began preparing trample. If the final attempt failed, it would permanently become hostile and could never be tamed. With only one chance left, gambling again would waste the target. I needed to lower its health first. The Snowfield Dragonsteed had already locked onto me and charged head-on with Gallop. I struck its dragon head with Heavenly Thunderstrike first, dealing 2,950 damage and stunning it for 1 second. Then I followed with 2 precisely controlled magic missiles, pushing its health into the danger zone without killing it. I deliberately reduced my spirit output between the 2 missiles. At full damage, either shot might pass through the capture threshold and kill it outright. Once its health entered the red, I stopped attacking immediately. I let the true damage and scorch finish calculating, confirmed that it still had room to survive, and only then attempted the final capture. Capture. Capture successful. You have acquired the platinum rank pet, Snowfield Dragonsteed. Once the contract formed, the hostile red light in the Dragonsteed's eyes slowly faded. It still watched me warily and did not allow me to approach it once. I put away my staff and held out one hand so it could recognize the contract's aura. Only when the dragon head lowered voluntarily did I complete the first recall and summon test. The pet space allowed injuries to recover slowly, but it could not replace treatment. The health I had pushed into the danger zone had not yet refilled completely. Rather than mount immediately, I first used the system-provided pet recovery function to return it to a safe state. After being tamed, the Snowfield Dragonsteed reset to level 1, and its base offense and defense were halved, but it retained trample and gallop. Its 4-star growth was enough to surpass ordinary pets, though with my current damage, using it as a combat pet had limited value. The Dragonsteed bent its front legs to let me approach, and the contract light sealed the wounds from our battle. A dead pet required extra resources to resurrect. I had no intention of making a level 1 mount block boss skills for me. At this stage, its most important roles were movement and attribute amplification. I assigned it to my mount slot. The next second, the Snowfield Dragonsteed appeared beside me again, and the system displayed its riding bonuses. The combat pet and mount slots could not operate simultaneously. As a mount, it would not attack independently, yet area damage could still reduce its health. I had to dismount or recall it before a real battle. A percentage bonus was no reason to make it endure every attack beside me. Mounting Snowfield Dragonsteed increases all character attributes by 4% and movement speed by 150%. The first time I climbed onto its back, my viewpoint rose sharply. The Snowfield Dragonsteed accelerated extremely quickly without visibly slipping on the ice. It adjusted direction according to my balance, making it less like a real-world horse and more like a mount that shared part of my mind. The wariness from our newly formed contract had not disappeared entirely. If my fingers tightened even slightly, it swung its dragon head uneasily. When I relaxed and transmitted direction through the contract alone, its steps quickly stabilized. By our third sharp turn, it even leaned inward on its own to keep momentum from throwing me off. I reached out and patted the scales along its neck. It blew a cloud of white vapor from its nostrils and, for the first time, did not turn back to stare at me. A mount was not a line of movement speed on a status screen. If I wanted it to understand my intent in battle, I first had to stop treating it like a bonus slot I could replace at any time. I ran one circuit around the temple's outer wall first to confirm its stopping and turning distances. A 150% movement speed bonus was not teleportation. The faster I charged, the greater the price of crashing into a control skill. A 4-star platinum pet granted a 4% increase to all attributes. The bonus recalculated from current base and equipment attributes rather than providing a fixed one-time value. The mount itself also raised my movement efficiency to more than twice its original level. Mounted on the Snowfield Dragonsteed, I continued searching along the temple's outer side. Half a minute later, a level 20 platinum Snowfield Ice Wolf appeared on the path. Level 43 magic missiles struck consecutively. The skill damage, 8,401 true damage, and eternal power brought the combined effect of 2 attacks close to 70,000. The Ice Wolf fell instantly. The Snowfield Dragonsteed did not participate in the attack. Before entering range, I had it run sideways while I established a lock from its moving back. The first missile knocked the wolf off its charge path, and the second finished it, proving that mounted movement did not interrupt an instant cast spell. 9,625 EXP gained. Midas Touch Stage 2 Quest Progress updated, 6/50. I absorbed 68 drops of blood, raising blood progress to 8,469, then transmuted the corpse and gained 18 agility. The mount's percentage bonus recalculated with the new attribute, further increasing my movement and evasion. Once the 18 agility arrived, the jolting on the Dragonsteed's back decreased noticeably. I made 2 sharp turns across the same stretch of ice. My balance recovered faster the second time, but the braking distance remained. Higher attributes expanded the limits of my control. They did not replace practice. Less than half a minute farther on, a dense mass of dark shapes appeared ahead. It was no single monster, but a mixed pack of more than a dozen. Level 18, 220 Snowfield Ice Wolves and Frost Behemoths occupied the ground, while a level 25 Platinum Ice Crystal Phoenix circled overhead. The wolves specialized in charge and bite. The behemoths had tremendous frontal strength, and the phoenix possessed 600 magical attack and level 20 freeze. They were not clustered together. The ice wolves spread around the perimeter, the behemoths occupied the center, and the phoenix circled overhead. Their spacing was wide enough that an ordinary 20-foot area spell would miss half the targets. I needed to use the mount to draw the outer wolves toward the center before choosing the control point. If I eliminated them one by one with magic missile, the phoenix in the air and the charging enemies on the ground would close in simultaneously. What I wanted to test was whether my newly acquired group control, area damage, and ice wall could form a complete cycle. I stopped the snowfield dragonsteed at a safe distance and locked onto the center of the pack. Thunderclouds rapidly gathered overhead. The first rumble attracted every monster's attention, but they were already too late to scatter. Before leaving combat range, the dragonsteed turned back and growled. The outer wolves changed targets in response. I exploited that shift in aggro, allowing the last two wolves to take several more steps toward the center before dismissing the mount, ensuring that the coming lightning would not treat it as a friendly fire target. I swept along the pack's edge once, baiting two wolves into charging early, then used the dragonsteed's speed to lead them back near the behemoths. The phoenix descended to prepare freeze. When every target was finally compressed within 90 yards, I swung down, ordered the dragonsteed beyond spell range, and kept it out of the area attack. Heavenly Thunder Strike crashed into the pack, dealing more than 3,000 magical damage to every target, while simultaneously triggering 8,469 true damage and eternal power. More than a dozen monsters were stunned for 1 second, stopping their chaotic charge formation on the spot. 1 second was short. As the lightning exploded, I was already preparing my next skill. By the time the stun icons actually appeared, Luminous Roar's targeting area covered the behemoths and the wolves on both sides. Any hesitation would break the combination. Thunder echoed back and forth across the ice. In the distance, the snowfield dragonsteed pawed uneasily at the ground. My vision turned entirely white for an instant, forcing me to place the second skill according to the formation I had memorized. When the light curtain exploded, the first wounded ice wolf had already leaped from the smoke, its claws less than an arm's length from my chest. I had no time to retreat. I could only raise my staff horizontally and fire a point-blank magic missile. The wolf's body grazed my shield and tumbled aside, spraying ice fragments over my face. The system showed only a small reduction in shield capacity, but my arm felt the true weight of the collision. The first volley had not turned the battle into a perfect demonstration, and the monsters would not line up obediently to die according to my calculations. I seized the control window and immediately cast Luminous Roar. White magic exploded at the center of the group and shaved another portion from every target's health. The two area attacks did not clear the field outright, but they lowered the different monster types together. Once Heavenly Thunder Strike and Luminous Roar entered cooldown, I switched to Magic Missile and picked off the nearest ice wolves and behemoths. Single target shots arriving every 0.1 seconds rapidly tore open the front line, and kill experience streamed in. I prioritized the ice wolves because they could reach me fastest after recovering. The slower behemoths could wait. The phoenix had the highest damage, but it was still falling from the stun and temporarily had no casting angle. I rose first to level 19, then level 20, gaining a total of 16 skill points and 16 free attribute points. The first corrupted monsters to fall also pushed Midas Touch's quest from 6/50ths to 13/50ths, while Absorb Blood raised the pendant's progress to 8,690. Level up prompts appeared one after another. I pushed them to the edge of my vision and kept only health, shield, and control countdowns visible. The most dangerous distraction in a battle did not always come from the enemy. A reward window could obscure a phoenix's dive path just as easily. The remaining monsters finally escaped the stun. Ice wolves and behemoths pressed from the ground, while the ice crystal phoenix dived from above. Retreating directly would allow the formation to spread again. I needed to keep them trapped inside the same area instead. The phoenix cast freeze first. White light grazed my left shoulder, reducing level 58 magic shield only slightly. I did not turn my fire toward it and continued watching the leading edge of the ground pack. If the airborne target drew my attention now, the behemoths would circle around from both sides. Ice Wall Fortress. A translucent ice wall more than 30 feet high and 10 to 13 feet thick erupted from the ground, blocking every ground monster on the far side. The targets that struck its core took more than 2,000 damage, while those touching the edges suffered a lower impact. I had not simply placed the ice wall in front of me. I angled it across the corridor, separating the phoenix from the ground group while leaving a narrow opening that only one monster could pass at a time. The ice wolf at the outer edge tried to circle around. The instant its head appeared, magic missile killed it. The wolves and behemoths hammered the wall without immediately breaking through. The phoenix could fly over the obstruction, but once separated from the ground force, any one of them that approached alone would enter magic missile range first. I did not rush to chase them down individually. Heavenly Thunder Strike's 12-second cooldown was almost over, and the ice wall was keeping the monsters densely packed. A second thundercloud formed on the far side of the wall. If this control effect landed, the pack would lose its last chance to charge me together. One phoenix circled over the ice wall, a freezing beam already aimed at my back. I did not cancel the forming thunder. Instead, I used Magic Blink to shift sideways beside the wall. The beam missed, while the thundercloud retained its lock, my first proof that movement did not automatically interrupt an instant group control spell whose target had already been confirmed. My mana remained nearly full, and more than half the shield capacity remained. The true risk was now the ice wall shattering too early. The behemoth's hammers had already cracked its surface. I moved the thundercloud's center one step backward so the monsters would remain inside the stun radius when the wall fell. The second Heavenly Thunderstrike fell, stunning every monster behind the ice wall again. A high-frequency barrage of magic missiles then swept across the blocked front line one target at a time. The wall shattered completely amid the lightning, but the leading behemoth remained frozen with its hammer raised. I moved sideways from the narrow opening to avoid taking a frontal heavy hammer when the stun ended, while keeping the remaining phoenix in view above me. The monster's health had already been reduced by 2 area attacks. Now they could neither scatter nor cross the ice wall. Frost behemoths, snowfield ice wolves, and ice crystal phoenixes fell in succession, filling my view with EXP prompts. My level rose from 20 all the way to 25. Together with the rewards from reaching levels 19 and 20 moments earlier, I accumulated 56 skill points and 56 free attribute points in this round. To avoid interrupting the battle, I did not open my status screen to allocate them yet. Level Up light flashed repeatedly, and the lightness brought by rising attributes continued to stack. I maintained my original casting rhythm until the hostile list reached 0, then allowed the Dragon Steed to return. Opening the allocation interface mid-battle, even for only 2 seconds, would have given the Phoenix enough time to complete one freeze and dive. Only after confirming that the final monster was dead did I dismiss the ice wall and absorb blood from the corpses one by one. The Blooddrinker pendant's progress continued advancing toward 10,000. It was already close to 1/3 of the 30,000 drop advancement threshold. The Dragon Steed ran back from the corridor entrance and stopped abruptly before a behemoth corpse. It lowered its head to sniff, then recoiled as if stung by the scent of blood. Only then did I notice that my right hand holding the staff had been trembling faintly the entire time. I was not injured. I simply had not truly stopped to breathe since the first thunderclap. I sat against a broken remnant of the ice wall for half a minute, waiting until my breathing and vision steadied before recalling the Dragon Steed. More than a dozen high-level monsters had become experience, attributes, and loot, but 5 minutes earlier, any one of their freezes or charges could have broken the entire cycle. Precisely because I won, I needed to remember every moment that had nearly gone wrong. The battlefield was bitterly cold, but blood remained available until the corpse were fresh. I absorbed the highest-level phoenixes and behemoths first, then processed the ice wolves. The pendant displayed each new amount and the cumulative total, ensuring that no corpse was counted twice. 14 monsters in the group were recognized as corrupted creatures. Midas Touch's Stage 2 quest rose from 1350 to 2750, completing more than half the unlock condition. Only now did the true value of the corpses begin to emerge. I activated Midas Touch on them one after another. 10 luck, 13 agility, 17 spirit, 16 luck. Reward after reward transformed into golden streams that entered my body. The final ice crystal phoenix even granted 7 skill points. The corpses lay scattered on both sides of the ice wall, and several had only 10 seconds left before refreshing. I processed the corrupted targets needed for quest progress first, ordinary drops second, and the ice wolves with less blood last. That order ensured I would not lose the most important quest counts while greedily collecting equipment. The battle proved how the new combination worked. Heavenly Thunderstrike created a 1-second opening. Luminous Roar lowered every target's health. Ice Wall Fortress stopped the counterattack, and Magic Missile performed the precise cleanup. The more numerous the monsters, the more obvious the cycle's efficiency became. Its costs were equally clear. If the ground targets were not grouped during the first volley, Ice wall could divide them even farther apart. Airborne freeze could not be blocked completely by a ground wall. Heavenly Thunder provided only 1 second of control, so any hesitation in casting would allow the front line to recover. It was a cycle that depended on order, not force skills I could press at random. Yet the Midas Touch prompts had still not ended. Multiple corpses remained unprocessed before me, and the attributes, skill points, and drops I had just received still needed a complete accounting. No new hostile markers appeared in the distance, and the Snowfield Dragonsteed guarded the corridor entrance. I dragged the remaining corpses into the same field of view, preparing to verify every increase before the next round of system settlement. Monster drops had a personal ownership timer. The higher the quality, the longer the protection lasted, generally from 3 to 10 minutes. Rather than inspect my attributes first, I immediately searched the battlefield so the loot would not become available for public pickup. Golden clusters of light lay scattered among the broken ice wall, corpses, and snow. The system displayed an item's exact name only when I came within 5 yards. Several distant clusters had already entered their final minute. I rode the Snowfield Dragonsteed around the battlefield's outer ring, collecting the dimmest lights whose protection would expire first before circling back for the rest. This round produced 4 skill books and 1 advanced item. Mage skill, Magic Blink. Mage skill, Repelling Ring of Fire. Archer skill, Explosive Arrow. Warrior skill, Mountain Cleaver. And the gold rank advanced item, Fruit of the Tree of Life. Only the first 2 skill books suited me. I could sell the other 2. What truly stopped me was the effect of the Fruit of the Tree of Life. The fruit was only the size of a fist, but green veins seemed to pulse slowly beneath its skin. The system stated that a person could consume it only once in a lifetime. Spitting it out, dying, or resetting one's class could not refresh the restriction. Once I confirmed this choice, there would be no way to reverse it. Fruit of the Tree of Life permanently increases health by 4,600 when consumed. The item had no class restriction and permanently increased health. Its real value was far more than tens of millions of gold. In front of a great family raising an heir, the price could be driven even higher. For a moment, I truly considered selling it. Tens of millions of gold, or more, could buy a full set of level 20 to 30 equipment. But equipment would become obsolete as I leveled, while 4,600 health would remain on my status forever and continue to be amplified by the Frost Pendant, mount bonuses, and future percentage-based equipment. I still chose to consume it immediately. One-time wealth could be earned again, while permanent health would strengthen both my survival and eternal power. The confirmation window gave me a 10-second countdown. I did not swallow it in the middle of a corpse-strewn battlefield. First, I rode the Dragonsteed into a side corridor of the temple and kept Magic Shield active. Permanent materials were usually safe, but they could involve prolonged attribute reconstruction. If a new monster found me while I was unable to move, any reward would become a burden. Health permanently increased by 4,600. Green light persisted for nearly a minute. My limbs first grew heavy before gradually returning to normal. An increase in maximum health did not mean my current health would always fill itself automatically. After the system replenished the newly added portion once, I still needed to adapt to the stronger feedback from eternal power. Current health, 6 for 90/6 for 90. When the Fruit of the Tree of Life dissolved, warm power spread from my stomach through my limbs. The chill that had continuously seeped into my bones was forced back for a moment, while my health bar stretched from a little over 1,000 to more than 6,000 in an instant. I waited until Eternal Power's description refreshed before verifying the passive increase. I was now level 25. Every attack from Eternal Power added magical damage equal to 25% of my maximum health, or roughly 1,623, while Scorch dealt about 324 per second. The fruit not only made me harder to kill instantly, but raised the passive damage of every attack by an entire tier. I then examined the 2 mage skills. Magic Blink LV 1 instantly moves the caster through nearby space. Base cooldown 50 seconds. Mana cost 120. Greater Spirit increases travel distance. Skill upgrades gradually shorten the cooldown and reduce consumption. Repelling Ring of Fire LV 1 releases a ring of flame centered on the caster, knocking back nearby enemies and dealing magical damage. Cooldown 30 seconds. Mana cost 80. Repelling Ring of Fire pushed every surrounding target away and could not be limited to the front. Allies, pets, and neutral units would take no damage, but the displacement could still affect them. I placed it in a quick slot that required a second confirmation to prevent accidental activation in a crowd. One skill could evade a fatal attack, and the other could push away enemies that had already reached me. Alongside Ice Wall Fortress, all three appeared defensive, but they solved different problems. Blink changed my position, the ring changed the enemy's position, and Ice Wall changed the structure of the battlefield between us. I tested each at minimum output. Magic Blink traveled along my line of sight. If a solid obstacle occupied the destination, the system pushed me to the nearest safe position. Repelling Ring of Fire could only knock back targets that failed its level and strength check, and might not affect an anchored boss. I had to remember both limitations. Treating Blink as unconditional passage through walls, or expecting the fire ring to repel every monster, could kill me the first time either assumption failed. Only after learning Magic Blink and Repelling Ring of Fire did I review everything earned from the latest monster hunt. The Snowfield Dragonsteed guarded the corridor entrance while I sat on a temple platform unaffected by the cold slowdown. Once points were confirmed, they could not be returned. Rather than allocate them by instinct between battles, I listed every gap in my next stage of development. I had reached level 25, and blood progress was nearing 9,000. The constitution, spirit, strength, agility, and luck gained through Midas Touch had all finished settling. After equipment and the Snowfield Dragonsteed's 4% bonus, the system displayed 6,490 health and roughly 4,570 mana. I still held 56 free attribute points and 56 skill points. I invested 16 free attribute points into luck, raising my effective luck to 130. I placed the remaining 40 into spirit, raising it to approximately 497. Luck continued supporting rare drops, while spirit simultaneously improved my attacks, shield, and blink distance. Luck itself did not increase direct combat power, but it had already brought me the Frost Pendant, Fruit of the Tree of Life, and several skill books. After raising it to 130, I stopped stacking it so that a non-combat attribute would not crowd out health and spirit. My skill points addressed the defensive gap first. I spent 22 to raise Magic Shield from level 58 to level 80. Magic Shield LV 80, instant cast, lasts 23 seconds and absorbs more than 60,000 damage. Mana cost, 2 per second. Cooldown, 22 seconds. The duration was now 1 second longer than the cooldown. A new shield could activate before the old one's time ended. Although their capacities could not stack, I no longer had to leave an unshielded window. I tested 3 cycles with the system timer. The second shield could replace the first only after the first disappeared. Casting early merely refreshed the duration rather than adding the remaining capacity. The safest method was to prepare when 1 second remained and recast the instant the barrier reached 0. When the third shield expired, blue light cracked before me like glass. The new barrier I had prepared opened at almost the same instant, but the 2 layers never overlapped. I deliberately waited half a beat during another test, and the cold wind immediately slipped through that tiny gap into my collar. Against a boss skill, that half beat would become real damage. Of the remaining 34 points, I spent 9 to raise Heavenly Thunderstrike to level 10. Heavenly Thunderstrike LV 10 deals approximately 27,335 area magical damage and stuns targets for 1 second. Mana cost, 32. Cooldown, 3 seconds. The other 25 points raised Magic Blink from level 1 to level 26, shortening its cooldown to 25 seconds and lowering its mana cost to 95. Another 24 levels would bring it to level 50 with a 1 second cooldown. 25 seconds still could not disengage me repeatedly, but it guaranteed at least 1 use during a boss mechanic. With higher spirit, the farthest destination also extended noticeably. I reserved it as a life-saving skill for crossing dangerous zones, not a tool for ordinary travel. I blinked from the platform to the temple entrance, then immediately turned to look back at my original position. The distance was 2 steps farther than I had estimated, and thin ice at the destination made 1 foot slide. The Snowfield Dragonsteed reared at the sudden flash of white. I calmed it through our contract before it kicked the wall. On a narrow cliff ledge, 2 extra steps would not be a small deviation, they would be a fall. I marked several destinations on the floor with the torch and repeated blink from different angles. I ended the test only after my body could naturally adjust its balance before the white light vanished. Raising the skill to level 26 required only 25 points. Making my hands and feet truly keep pace with the new distance could not be accomplished by pressing confirm. Icewall Fortress remained at level 1 for now. Its core value was separation, so I did not need to spend many skill points pursuing its damage. Repelling Ring of Fire also remained at level 1 and would be used only after an enemy successfully reached me. Once the allocation ended, I possessed a continuous shield, group control, long-range burst, spatial movement, and close-range knockback. I needed only 23 more corrupted creatures for Midas Touch to enter Stage 2. I saved a before and after comparison of the allocation. Skill points could not be reset. If future numbers differed from their descriptions, this record would at least help me determine whether equipment, the mount, or the skill itself had changed the formula instead of relying on memory. Not long after leaving the previous battlefield, I found 25 Icebone demons deep inside the temple. They were all level 28 platinum monsters armed with spiked clubs and equipped with heavy hammer and bleed. The pack guarded an ice gate in 5 rows, with only a few yards between each. They had no ranged attacks, but would charge together once their health fell. The corridor had no room along either side for my mount to circle, making it ideal for testing continuous shielding and thunder control every 3 seconds. Their number was just above the 23 targets I still needed. I opened by covering the pack with level 10 Heavenly Thunder Strike. With a 3-second cooldown, this group control spell was no longer limited to 1 use per battle. The first Thunderbolt stunned every target. I raised Ice Wall to interrupt their charge, activated level 80 Magic Shield, then followed with Luminous Roar and high-speed magic missiles. The Ice Wall trapped the first 8 demons on my side, while the remaining targets crowded behind it. Instead of damaging every monster at once, I eliminated the nearest group first. Bleed required a melee hit. Although the shield could block damage, it might not prevent a lasting negative status. When the front line fell, the rear group remained trapped by the ice wall. Heavenly Thunder's cooldown ended. I controlled the pack again, used area damage to lower their health, and harvested them with Magic Missile. At the 3rd second, the first ice wall began to crack. At the 4th, a new Thunderbolt fell. At the 5th, my shield still held nearly full capacity. I moved backward along the corridor, keeping every demon that surged through a broken wall aligned in a single line. I never used Repelling Ring of Fire, because scattering the targets toward both sides would have reduced my area damage efficiency. My level rose all the way from 25 to 30, with 5 levels granting 40 skill points and 40 free attribute points. More importantly, the Midas Touch quest number kept climbing. 28/50, 29/50ths, all the way to 50/50. Midas Touch has satisfied the Stage 2 advancement requirement. Talent upgrading. When the 50th Icebone demon fell, the short golden wand branded on my arm suddenly burned hot. Every transmutation prompt was suppressed for a moment. New golden patterns extended from my wrist to my elbow, and every living creature in my vision briefly displayed a valid Midas Touch marker. I disabled automatic targeting immediately. The Snowfield Dragonsteed was still inside the instance. If the talent could affect pets, one accidental activation might cause an irreversible loss. Midas Touch has advanced from SSS rank to SSS plus rank. Stage 2 ability. Midas Touch may now be used directly on living targets for an instant kill, including bosses. On success, the transmutation reward receives a random multiplier from 1x to 10x. Restriction: only 3 living target instant kills may be used per day. Uses inside and outside instances share the same count. The system also required a second confirmation every time I targeted a living creature. Locking distance scaled with spirit, and the ability could not cross maps or sealed spaces. Higher target quality did not guarantee failure, but certain divine, invincible, or quest-protected states might reject Midas Touch. The Stage 3 ability remained hidden. Its unlock requirement was to kill 1,000 high-level demonic creatures. 3 uses per day meant it could not replace every battle, but it could eliminate high-level bosses that ordinary methods could not kill. More importantly, Stage 2's multiplier also applied to future corpse transmutations. Every reward could now be multiplied up to 10-fold. I moved the Midas Touch targeting marker onto myself and the Snowfield Dragonsteed. The system immediately displayed a protected target prompt without consuming a use. Party members and pets could not be killed by accident, while deliberately removing protection required several confirmations. That safeguard eliminated my greatest fear of accidental activation. I absorbed the blood from every Icebone demon, pushing blood progress past 10,000. Then I transmuted the corpses one by one and received spirit, luck, strength, agility, constitution, free attribute points, and extra skill points. After including the 5 level ups, my final status showed level 30, constitution 182, spirit 638, strength 128, agility 144, and luck 192, with roughly 6,890 health and 6,380 mana. The prompts from 25 corpses came with almost no pause. I confirmed them in order of refresh countdown and recalled the dragon steed only after the last stream of golden light entered my body. The 1x to 10x stage 2 multiplier was now written into the talent description, but these corpses were settled under the pre-advancement rules and received no retroactive multiplication. Of the 40 free attribute points gained from leveling, I distributed 30 into spirit and 10 into luck as planned. After the additional points from Midas Touch, my skill point total reached 50. Once the attributes settled, I used a low-power magic missile, 1 blink, and a sudden mounted stop to calibrate the changes in spirit, agility, and strength. 5 consecutive levels had sharpened my physical reactions. Without adapting, my next blink might carry me farther than expected. The numerical increase was enormous, but what I most wanted to verify was the 3 living target instant kills that remained in use today. I did not waste one testing it on an Icebone demon. The daily uses could not be refreshed by logging out. Verifying the ability on a platinum monster I could already kill normally would sacrifice one chance to eliminate a truly powerful boss. The best test target had to satisfy 3 conditions at once: high strength, no witnesses, and full access to the corpse's rewards. I first spent 24 skill points to raise Magic Blink from level 26 to level 50. Magic Blink LV 50. Cooldown, 1 second. Mana cost, 92. 1 displacement every second gave me a true escape ability. Of the remaining 26 points, I spent 16 to raise Luminous Roar from level 10 to level 26, reducing its area attack cooldown to 1 second and mana cost to 16. I kept the other 10 unassigned until I found a more suitable skill. Before leaving the instance, I used Blink 3 times consecutively. Each cast deducted 92 mana. My 23 per second regeneration could not fully cover the cost, but it was enough to support short chains. The scenery jumped rapidly between destinations without making me dizzy, proving that my agility and spirit could keep pace with spatial movement. However, a very brief retargeting delay followed each blink. If I landed directly in the center of an enemy group, I would still take attacks before the next cooldown ended. I had to identify my route in advance rather than choose a random direction after being hit. It was nearly evening when I left Frost Temple, and all 3 living target instant kills remained and used for the day. I returned to the instance hall and selected a level 30 world map, Wraith Cavern. The entrance showed that I could still enter one world instance that day. Frost Temple Settlement did not consume this category of shared map entry. I refilled my potion quick bar, applied binding protection to the valuable gain from the fruit of the Tree of Life and my core equipment, and confirmed that my real-world reporting alarm still left ample time. World instances and personal instances both awarded treasure chests based on ratings, but world bosses were stronger, and other players and major factions entered at the same time. Death here cost 10% of a level's progress, while equipped items and inventory contents had a chance to drop. Killing other players, however, did not increase a red name penalty. A monument beside the entrance listed one more contest rule. Boss loot was distributed first according to damage contribution, while the player landing the final blow gained an extra pickup period. The corpse itself had no faction protection, and anyone could gather it after 10 seconds. For me, that meant even if the instant kill succeeded, I might not have time to use Midas Touch publicly on the corpse. The monsters were not the only danger on this map. After I entered the dark cavern, a JoJo party of 2 men and 1 woman asked whether I wanted to join them. I was accustomed to playing solo and could not allow strangers to observe my skills at close range, so I declined politely. The leader did not press and led the other 2 down another passage. Before leaving, they shared a Legion battle warning on the map, and I returned information about a collapsed route I had seen. Declining a party did not require rejecting all cooperation. In a world map, knowing which road currently held a battle could be worth more than 1 temporary teammate. We're short 1 mage, and loot is distributed by contribution. The leader displayed the contract first. We have a front line and a healer. You only need to deal damage. Thank you, but I have a solo objective. A world instance isn't like a personal one. Retreat if you meet a legion. He withdrew the invitation without asking more. If you change your mind later, call us on the channel. At least the party followed rules, but a party contract would record my damage, skills, and equipment bonuses. I could not let anyone see 30,000 true damage in a 1-second blink. The sound of large-scale skill collisions soon came from ahead. I approached to observe and found several guilds surrounding a level 50 rare boss. Wraith. Attack, 4, 600 halves, 700, physical/magical. Defense, 1, 350 halves, 011. Physical/magical. Skills. Corrupted Bone LV. 50. Soul Strike LV. 70. Life Drain LV. 45. Roar LV. 30. Wraith Cavern Spawn No Grunts. Every monster here was a boss of level 50 or higher. Such a target was ideal for testing my instant kill, but too many players were watching. If I instantly killed the Wraith in public, news that Sovereign is here would immediately spread around the world. I also saw at least 3 recording crystals hovering at the battlefield's edge. Major guilds live-streamed contests to prove loot ownership. Any inexplicable golden light and disappearing boss would be analyzed frame by frame. I abandoned the target before me and prepared to find a boss with no witnesses. It was not an easy decision. A level 50 rare boss stood within range, and all 3 instant kills remained available. But if I activated the ability before hundreds of people and livestream crystals, every faction would study the remaining 2 uses, targeting distance, and visual features of the golden light. Delaying one reward protected the greater power. Just as I changed direction, the 3-person party that had invited me arrived at the battlefield too. They clearly hoped to participate in the boss contest, but quickly realized the situation had already escaped control. The 2 guilds surrounding the Wraith attacked each other first, and a third faction targeted the smallest group of 3. Fire, earth, and wind magic combined with explosive arrows, piercing arrows, and multi-shot to blanket them at once. The 3 players tried to withdraw, but all died in the first concentrated volley. The leader raised a shield wall to protect the healer, but a silent zone landed to their left first. The healer's cast was interrupted. The third member, an archer, had barely vaulted a boulder when a piercing arrow pinned him back in place. The people who had just warned me to be careful around legions did not even have time to shout a second sentence. I did not rush in to rescue them. We were not in the same party. Crossing the attack line would merely cause the system to classify me as a participant. Worse, skills from all 3 factions already covered the entire passage, leaving me unable to see even a safe blink destination. It was my first time witnessing a Legion free-for-all inside a world instance. The 3 individually capable players never received a window to counterattack against organized control and focused fire. Before he fell, the leader glanced toward the passage where I stood. I did not know whether he truly saw me. I only remembered that moments earlier, he had warned me to retreat if you meet a legion. Now the shield he had placed in front of his companions lay broken in 2, while strangers fought over the potions they dropped. My shield capacity and blink range far exceeded theirs, yet at the instant all 3 attack zones overlapped, I still could not find a destination that would bring anyone out intact. Choosing not to act did not mean the sight left nothing behind. My hand tightened around the staff until the first arrow turned toward the rocky opening where I stood. Only then did I force my fingers to relax and leave alive. The equipment dropped by the 3 players was immediately collected by the nearest guild members. No one on the mission channel stopped to confirm whether they had a resurrection method. The contest continued around the Wraith. The rules of a shared instance would not enforce fairness for a weaker party. They only recorded every instance of damage and ownership with perfect accuracy. Some players had already noticed my passage. Rather than wait for the fighting to spread, I cast Ice Wall Fortress to cut off sight lines and pursuit, then activated level 50 magic blink repeatedly. The first blink landed behind a stone column on the right, and an arrow rain immediately covered my former position. The second carried me across a broken bridge, cutting off the melee fighter's pursuit route. Only the third truly removed the combat lock. My mana fell with each displacement, but I did not stop to wait for recovery simply to conserve it. Every second, I reappeared farther away. The Snowfield Dragonsteed was suited to sustain travel, while Blink was better for rapidly escaping skill coverage. After several displacements, the explosions behind me had clearly faded into the distance. Only after confirming that no one pursued me did I summon my mount again. Once the Dragonsteed appeared, I did not ride along the main route. I first entered a side tunnel with no boss marker. Breaking line of sight in a world map did not mean breaking pursuit. An archer's mark or an assassin's scent tracking might remain active. I waited for every negative icon to disappear before planning a new route. The battle gave me one important conclusion. A shield in the 60,000 range could absorb enormous damage, but it could not guarantee that I remained able to act under continuous control from multiple people. If dozens of players chained immobilize, stun, and silence, even the thickest shield would only be drained slowly away. 3 instant kill transmutations per day could not eliminate an entire legion either. Even if I erased 3 commanders with those 3 uses, the remaining dozens could still cover my shield with control effects. Using Heavenly Thunder as an area of attack might also engulf neutral parties. Personal burst and battlefield control were not the same thing. Target selection mattered more than simply increasing damage. I needed more than a wraith with no one contesting it. I also had to ensure a safe retreat afterward. This precious instant kill use would be worthwhile only when no witnesses or follow-up assault existed and I could claim the corpse's full value. An isolated high-level red marker appeared at the map's distant edge with no player indicators around it. It stood at the end of a collapsed mine tunnel with only one entrance, easy both to check for witnesses and to seal with ice wall. I dismissed the mount, hid my public player name, and approached the red marker through the shadows. The snowfield dragon steed attracted too much attention. Players kept turning to stare along the route, and some recorded it with the system camera. After riding for 20 minutes, I recalled it to the pet space and continued on foot. I could not let a platinum mount with a dragon's head and horse's body become a fixed clue in the search for Sovereign. After recalling the mount, I also removed the temple cloak worn over my gear and disabled all equipment effects. The worldwide announcements had already connected boss kills to Sovereign. If the same rare mount repeatedly appeared at successive route nodes, other people could reconstruct my movements without ever learning my real name. After another 10 minutes on foot, a faint light appeared in the darkness ahead. Wraith Cavern spawned no ordinary grunts. Every isolated target was a boss. I approached a scouting distance and finally saw its status. Malice. Level 55. Rank Rare. Attack 7, 200/1, 502, Physical/Magical. Defense 2, 550/1, 250, Physical/Magical. Skills: Wrathful Strike LV 55, Soul Return LV 40, Demonic Sword LV 34, Necrotic Resentment LV 8. It was stronger than the level 50 Wraith I had just seen, with physical attack reaching 7,200. Only after confirming that no other players were nearby did I prepare to test Stage 2's instant kill. The mine tunnel ended at a single collapsed platform whose entrance could be covered completely by ice wall. I swept both side fissures with spiritual perception, then checked the player markers and recording crystals on the map. There were no stealth fluctuations or party tracking prompts. A 7,200-point physical attack might not be fatal against my shield in the 60,000 range, but the exact effects of Soul Return and Necrotic Resentment were unknown. Testing it with ordinary skills would give the boss a chance to display those mechanics. This was exactly the kind of target a living creature instant kill should handle. Malice noticed me first. Green resentment spread around it, and countless vengeful spirits surged forward with the mist. I activated level 80 magic shield and raised my right arm bearing the short golden 1 mark. Target locked. Living target Midas touch uses remaining today, 3. Target is 23 levels above you. Confirm. The vengeful spirits had already struck the shield's surface. I did not wait any longer. Activate instant kill, transmutation. Golden light illuminated the cavern in an instant and pierced straight through the necrotic resentment. Before the boss's skill could touch my shield, the entire body of Malice was engulfed in gold. No damage number appeared, nor did it enter an invincible state or second form. Golden patterns spread upward from its feet, disintegrating the demonic sword, vengeful spirits, and main body together. In less than a second, only a ring of fading motes remained at the center of the platform. Instant kill transmutation successful on level 55 rare boss, Malice. The system left no ordinary corpse. A boss slayer chest and EXP orb appeared directly at the center of the golden light. Midas touch had completed both the kill and reward extraction, yet still allowed the blood drinker pendant to absorb the boss's blood during the instant before it dispersed. The two growth systems did not conflict. Boss rewards: 880,000 EXP, 16 skill points, and 1 boss slayer chest. Level increased to 32. You have gained a total of 16 skill points and 16 free attribute points. Midas touch reward: F rank talent, Dragon's Wrath. 7-fold multiplier triggered. F rank Dragon's Wrath has advanced to S rank. Dragon's Wrath. Whenever any skill is cast, there is a 60% chance to trigger Dragon's Roar. A target judged to be afraid will be paralyzed in place for 3 seconds. The next stage increases the trigger chance and fear intensity and extends paralysis to 5 seconds. Advancement requires further accumulation of gold. Dragon's Wrath had no class restriction and occupied no active skill slot. I first cast Ice Wall on an empty area without triggering the roar. When I used a low-power luminous roar on the second attempt, distant vengeful spirits briefly displayed a fear marker. 2 samples could not verify a 60% probability, but they proved that even defensive magic could trigger it. My first instant kill bypassed ordinary damage calculations and erased a rare boss more than 20 levels above me. It even amplified an ordinary F-rank talent into S-rank. Only 2 uses remained that day, but this had already proven that Stage 2 Midas Touch could rewrite the rules of battle. I checked the shield again. Necrotic Resentment had consumed only a small portion of its capacity. The instant kill itself cost no mana and required no cast time. Its true prices were the daily use limit and the danger of exposure. Dragon's Wrath was an additional reward. It occupied no skill slot and required no deliberate activation. Any skill I cast had a 60% chance to trigger it. If Stun, Ice Wall, and the Dragon's Wrath Paralysis resolved at different times, the control chain could become more terrifying than a simple damage increase. After Malice died, the Blooddrinker pendant absorbed an enormous amount of blood. The bloodline inside the pendant continued rising, and the high-level demonic creature quest changed from 0 to 1 first, 000. The system issued a worldwide announcement at the same time. The announcement came even faster than it had in Death Desert. World instances publicly identified the player who delivered the final blow to a high-level boss, and hiding my name could not prevent it. I muted the cavern's regional channel immediately and began counting down. Players at the nearest teleportation point needed only a few minutes to reach me. Player, Sovereign, has slain the level 55 rare boss, Malice, in the world instance, Wraith Cavern. Rewards acquired: 880,000 EXP, 16 skill points, and 1 boss slayer chest. The regional channel exploded immediately afterward. Blackstone Legion. Announcement point is in the eastern mine tunnel. Entire force, change direction. Anonymous player. I only saw 1 flash of gold. Malice never lost any health. Longwind Club. Sovereign, name your price. Instance protection, real-world security, and our highest tier contract are all negotiable. The same announcement became intelligence to one person and business to another, while even more people raced toward the red marker. I disabled private message alerts, but kept the footsteps and party callouts from the regional channel. More directly than the map, those voices told me the safe time remaining here had already begun counting down. The instance rating rose to S rank. Exiting now would grant me an additional rare treasure chest. I did not settle. I still had 2 instant kills that day, and the return from finding another isolated boss was clearly greater. I pinned the exit button to the right side of my vision. Continuing to explore did not forfeit the S-rank reward I already had. As long as I left combat before death, I could still settle it. Only if control prevented me from exiting would those gains truly be at risk. The boss slayer chest produced an advanced assassin skill, Blinding Backstab. I could not learn it, but advanced skill books easily found buyers on the open market, so I stored it for now. Blinding Backstab required a hit from behind and inflicted brief blindness on success. It did not conflict with the Lone Wolf equipment that had dropped earlier. Selling them together as a set would be worth more than the skill book alone. I locked it into a no-drop inventory slot, so it would not be the first valuable item lost if I died later. Malice's boss reward granted 16 skill points, and the 2 level-ups gave another 16, for 32 total. The 10 points I had kept earlier remained untouched. I invested all 16 free attribute points into Spirit, raising it from 638 to 654. All 32 new skill points went into Heavenly Thunderstrike, raising it from level 10 to level 42. I did not use the 10 points held in reserve because I wanted to inspect the Boss Slayer chest and any later equipment for new skills first. Keeping points available did not weaken my existing abilities, but it let me raise a crucial new skill immediately when I obtained one. Heavenly Thunderstrike LV 42 deals approximately 140,610 area magical damage and stuns targets for 1.4 seconds. Mana cost 28. Cooldown 1 second. Its 5-fold spirit coefficient made its damage far higher than an ordinary area attack, while providing reliable control. If one cast also triggered S-rank Dragon's Wrath, enemies might remain paralyzed for another 3 seconds after the stun ended. A 1-second cooldown and 1.4-second stun theoretically allowed continuous control, but casting transitions, diminishing resistance, and control immunity could all break the cycle. I would not treat it as absolute control without testing. I could only confirm that ordinary targets would struggle to recover from the first lightning strike. I summoned the Snowfield Dragon Steed again and prepared to leave the region. The worldwide announcement had revealed that Sovereign was inside Wraith Cavern. Nearby factions were likely to converge on the kill site. Remaining beside the boss's remains would only turn me into the next contested target. The slaying location had briefly flashed red on the world map. I did not return along my original path. First, I blinked across a fissure only a mage could traverse, then summoned the dragon steed on the far side. Even if pursuers reached the announcement point, they would have to determine my departure direction again. I had barely mounted the snowfield dragon steed when a large guild force approached from ahead. Their clothing, skin tones, and hair colors varied, clearly identifying them as an international faction. They had followed the worldwide announcement here and quickly identified me from the vanished boss and my mount. The guild name, Gate, hovered above the formation. At least a dozen warriors stood in front, with groups of mages and archers behind them. Rather than attack immediately, they sealed the mine tunnel exit first. Sovereign, hand over the boss slayer chest and the legendary pendant. Their leader opened the public channel. We'll let you leave. Keep resisting, and the Serpent Emperor's 5 billion bounty will belong to us anyway. Drops from a world instance are already bound. You can't take the legendary pendant. Kill you, and something else will drop eventually. His answer showed that they had not misunderstood ownership. They had knowingly chosen to exchange an ambush for the bounty. The system synchronized the conversation into the hostile event record. Leave now, and I won't pursue you either. It was the final chance I gave them to withdraw. Instead, the warriors drew their weapons in unison, and hostile markers lit one after another. The formation spread around me. I clearly heard some members mention the Serpent Emperor's enormous bounty on Sovereign, while others worried that killing a Jojo prodigy would bring an official manhunt. The guild leader hesitated for a moment, but still ordered the attack in the end, promising the vice leader position and a share of the bounty to drive his members forward. Skills from mages, archers, and warriors lit simultaneously. I activated level 80 magic shield first. With 654 spirit, its capacity approached 80,000, enough to absorb the first concentrated volley. I did not stand still and take it. The snowfield dragon steed accelerated sideways, drawing the first arrows toward the mine wall. My shield absorbed only a few area spells. I then leaped from the mount and recalled it to the pet space before the guild members could switch targets and kill it. Ice Wall Fortress rose between both sides immediately afterward. Most ranged attacks struck the wall first, forcing the melee formation to stop as well. By the time repeated bombardment opened a gap, the enemy force had concentrated in the same narrow region. Two warriors tried circling the edges. I used Repelling Ring of Fire to knock the first one back into the formation, then blinked to the opposite side of the passage. To reacquire me, the rear line had to compress forward, making the previously spread out classes overlap instead. It was the perfect target for Heavenly Thunder Strike. Thunder clouds gathered against the cavern ceiling, and the first lightning bolts passed through the breach into the crowd. Level 42 area damage combined with the Blooddrinker Pendant and Eternal Power. Frontline players fell instantly, while a 1.4-second stun rooted the rear line in place. The first time Dragon's Wrath triggered, a deep dragon roar filled the cavern. Several high-level players with stun resistance recovered early, only to be locked immediately by the Fear Judgment. The control icons differed, and their resistances did not overlap completely. The skill's cooldown was only 1 second. I cast a second Heavenly Thunder before they recovered, then covered the survivors trying to scatter with a third. S-rank Dragon's Wrath triggered amid the consecutive spells. Some survivors escaped the stun only to be locked again by the roar's fear and paralysis. The leader, vice leader, elders, and ordinary members of Gate died one after another. It was not because they lacked a numerical advantage, but because they willingly crowded into a narrow tunnel and allowed my group control to form continuous coverage. The final archers tried retreating in different directions. I did not chase them deeper into the mine. Heavenly Thunder already covered the exit. Once they crossed the blockade and no longer threatened me, pursuing them into unknown branches might expose me to another party's pincer. The third round of lightning fell only on targets that remained hostile. When the final lightning faded, silence returned to the cavern. The system continuously settled kill experience, and my level rose to 33 amid a flood of golden light. I did not cancel Magic Shield simply because every visible enemy had fallen. Gate might have hidden members or delayed resurrection users, and its guild channel might already have sent the coordinates to reinforcements. Only after spiritual perception swept the area twice and the hostile list emptied did I begin processing the battlefield. Less than 30% of the shield remained, but mana recovery kept my mana in a safe range. Their numerical advantage had genuinely consumed my defense. They simply failed to break the control chain before the shield ran out. In a wider battlefield with more dispersed positioning, the outcome would not have been so clean. The bodies were not all they left behind. Stage 2 Midas Touch also applied its 1x to 10x multiplier to ordinary corpses. This guild was about to become my first large-scale harvest after unlocking the ability. I began using Midas Touch on the nearest corpse and continued one by one. Player corpses had only a brief public protection period, and newcomers might arrive at any time. I first collected the rare equipment and potions, sealed the entrance with ice wall, and only then began transmuting. Every disappearing corpse released golden light, making total concealment impossible. All I could do was finish the site as quickly as possible. Base reward, 15 luck. 7-fold multiplier triggered. Final reward, 105 luck. Base reward, 16 spirit. 8-fold multiplier triggered. Final reward, 128 spirit. Base reward, 5 skill points. 3-fold multiplier triggered. Final reward, 15 skill points. 1 gold reward also triggered the 10-fold multiplier, further increasing my inventory balance. Consecutive multipliers made every attribute climb rapidly, and my status refreshed with them. When settlement ended, I was level 33. My status displayed Constitution 494, Spirit 1178, Strength 283, Agility 289, Luck 712, and Health 9890. I had 83 unassigned skill points and 308 free attribute points. My inventory held 95 red potions and 88 blue potions. Hundreds of attribute points entered my body in succession, producing a far more violent sensation than an ordinary level up. My hearing first magnified the distant sound of dripping water. Then even the patterns in the stone underfoot became excessively clear. I closed my eyes and adapted for several seconds before moving again, so the sudden increase in agility would not make me lose control in the narrow cavern. The massive increase in potions came from the guild members' inventories, not from the system creating them out of nothing. I combined different levels and qualities into their matching categories and confirmed that all 95 red and 88 blue potions listed met the gold rank standard. I then absorbed the blood from every corpse. Blood progress rose above 23,000, leaving less than 7,000 before the 30,000 cap. Blood absorbed from player corpses counted toward progress as well, without affecting their equipment drops. The pendant's dark red glow had expanded from a single point across its entire surface. As it approached the cap, I could even sense its true damage circuit actively searching for another target. The battle drops also had to be handled before ownership protection expired. Inyang Gate's members dropped 8 pieces of equipment, 1 rare treasure map, and large quantities of potions and monster materials. The 8 pieces suited different classes. I sorted them in the order of survival gear for personal use, special affixes, market value, ordinary materials. I could not verify the treasure map on site, but it occupied only 1 inventory slot, so I locked it first. Automatic sorting handled the bulk of the low-level materials, so I would not remain at a public coordinate for their sake. The first item suitable for me was the Moonshadow Cloak. Level 20. Rank Gold. Class Mage. Attributes: Defense plus 66, Spirit plus 39. Effects: Movement speed plus 20%, Attack speed plus 15%. I equipped it immediately. The movement bonus synergized with the Snowfield Dragonsteed and Magic Blink, while attack speed affected the real transition between consecutive casts. The old outer garment replaced by the Moonshadow Cloak had no attributes, so I recycled it. The cloak's 20% movement bonus would synchronize with reality. I tested short-distance movement in an open part of the cavern and confirmed my stopping distance before using Blink again. After replacing the ordinary outer garment with the cloak, I set its public appearance to gray. Its actual bonuses remained active, but from a distance others would see only an unranked cloak. Attack speed improved the movements of raising the staff, locking on, and recovering after a cast. It did not reduce skill cooldown, and I could not confuse the two. The second item was a level 20 silver rank assassin weapon, Lone Wolf Dagger. It granted 9% critical chance, 29 agility, and increased ordinary movement speed by 17% or stealth movement speed by 34%. Its quality was low, but the effects suited an assassin perfectly. I could sell it together with the blinding backstab skill book. Among the remaining equipment were 2 items that could truly change the way I fought. I placed the ordinary class equipment into my inventory and examined the platinum armor and diamond ring first. Magic armor. Level 25. Rank Platinum. Class Universal. Attributes: Physical defense plus 288, Magical defense plus 288, all attributes plus 18. Special effect: When a single attack would deal damage exceeding 50% of the wearer's maximum health, negate that attack completely. After triggering successfully, this effect disappears permanently. It was a one-use life-saving effect, but it could block a truly fatal strike. I equipped the armor immediately, increasing every attribute by 18. I deliberately set its trigger notification to the highest priority. Once the special effect was consumed, I had to change my battle plan immediately. Without a conspicuous alert, I might mistakenly assume it could negate the next fatal attack too. The effect evaluated only a single attack. It could not stop the total of a multi-hit skill from exceeding half my health. After triggering, the affix vanished permanently while the base equipment remained usable. I treated it as a final insurance policy, not permanent invincibility I could rely on in every battle. Next, I picked up the Diamond Ring. Dragon Serpent Demon Ring. Level 30. Rank Diamond. Class Mage. Attributes: Spirit plus 188, Accuracy plus 5000. Effect: reduces all skill cooldowns by 50%. 5000 accuracy allowed me to deal effective damage to targets at level 70 or 80. The 50% cooldown reduction directly transformed my entire skill cycle. Heavenly Thunder Strike's cooldown fell from 1 second to 0.5 seconds, already shorter than its 1.4 second stun. As long as I had enough mana, I could maintain continuous control over targets in its area. After equipping the ring, I still left the 10 reserved skill points unused. Equipment had solved the cooldown problem, reducing the marginal benefit of blindly raising an old skill. Saving the points for my next advanced spell gave me greater freedom. The instant the ring activated, every skill icon refreshed at once. Magic Blink fell from 1 second to half a second, while Magic Shield's 22-second cooldown dropped to 11. I had not yet obtained Rebirth through Flame. In my current system, Thunder Control and Movement still gained the most. When the Dragon Serpent Demon Ring settled around my finger, the two patterns on its face seemed to come alive and coil slowly together. Several kinds of magic that had previously circulated in sequence suddenly converged on my fingertips at once. Without thinking, I cast an Ice Wall. Its new cooldown had already begun counting before the old ice fully solidified. The change was not confined to system icons. The moment I landed from one blink, the spatial node could respond again. Before my staff fully recovered from a fireball's recoil, the next target lock was already complete. Power arrived too quickly, but my muscles and eyes did not automatically understand its rhythm. Only after several rounds of empty casts did I stop being rushed into disorder by my own cooldown speed. A shorter cooldown did not erase the casting motion. Heavenly Thunder still needed a brief interval from target lock to impact, and every consecutive use required me to confirm the target again. I had a margin for control coverage, but could not hold one button and lock every enemy forever. After I equipped the ring, the bonuses from the Moonshadow Cloak and Magic Armor raised my spirit to approximately 1,423. Under the formula, level 43 Magic Missile dealt roughly 156,530 damage. Its cooldown fell from 0.1 to 0.05 seconds, allowing up to 20 casts per second and a theoretical single-target output above 3 million. I performed a low-power test against the Mind Wall. The theoretical limit of 20 casts existed only when the target remained still, the lock was stable, and neither movement nor control interfered. In real casting, changing sightlines and recoil-like mental shock reduced the rate. That number was a ceiling, not a promise I could deliver in every battle. High-level targets could still interrupt my output through resistance, control, or special mechanics. 3 million remained only the theoretical value if every shot landed. Even so, compared with when I entered Wraith Cavern, I could now challenge stronger bosses without relying on an instant kill. The other equipment suited priests, assassins, and archers, so I stored it all. Including the gold from Midas Touch, I now held roughly 660,000. Selling the loot would increase that amount further. 2 instant kill transmutations remained today, and the uses would reset again after midnight. My first malice had granted S-rank Dragon's Wrath. If the next 2 targets also triggered high multipliers, the profits from this world instance were far from over. I did not allocate the 308 free attribute points and 83 skill points beside the pile of corpses. A large allocation would change the feel of my spell casting again, and someone could arrive at any moment. Taking the loot away from the announcement coordinate before organizing it inside a sealed region was the safer sequence. After Inyon Gate was wiped out, nearby players had already recognized the Snowfield Dragon Steed and connected me to Sovereign's worldwide announcements. There was no point hiding them out now. I only needed to leave before more guilds arrived. I backed up the drop list to an offline record and ignored every private message along the route. Players on the regional channel had already offered bounties for my coordinates. The most accurate description even read, Platinum Dragon-Headed Mount, Gray Cloak, Mage. Clues to my identity were rapidly changing from an announcement into a trackable appearance. News soon spread on the World Channel that Inyang Gate had attacked a JoJo player for an abyssal bounty, and other factions publicly distanced themselves. I did not join the argument. Who betrayed whom or who defended whom would not change the fact that they had launched the first concentrated attack against me. I uploaded only the system-generated hostile record. I neither edited combat footage nor exposed the ordinary members' real-world information. The evidence established who attacked first. It was not meant to start another hunt on the World Channel. I left the remaining judgment to instance enforcement and their respective factions. I rode the snowfield dragon steed deeper into the cavern in search of my second instant kill target for the day. Far from the battle zone, I finally found a level 70 boss, Soul Lord. No attack party stood nearby for the moment, and only scattered players remained in the distance. It was the perfect window for my second use. The Soul Lord floated above a broken bridge, its body composed of dozens of constantly changing faces. It did not display its complete skill list, but public information classified it as one of the hardest targets in Wraith Cavern. Its ordinary attacks could cross the bridge, and its spirit body might divide after death. I stopped at the bridge entrance for only a few seconds before dozens of overlapping breaths and whispers rose from beneath it. Every time a new face appeared on the Soul Lord, the bridge's shadow extended a little farther, as though luring people to walk forward on their own. I lowered my hearing sensitivity and drew a line beside my feet with the staff that I would not cross. The whispers were merely disruptive and had not produced a system-recognized mental debuff. Until I saw its true skills, I would not step onto a broken bridge simply to follow a voice. I observed for 2 full cycles at my normal scouting distance, before acquiring the Soul Ring. The scattered players moved only farther away and never entered the bridge area. The entrance had only one route. If the instant kill triggered anything abnormal, I could blink back along my original path. Level 80 magic shield covered me first. Midas touch locked onto the Soul Lord immediately afterward. Golden light crossed the greatly increased casting distance and erased the boss before it could approach. Living target Midas touch uses remaining today, too. Once I confirmed, every vengeful spirit on the broken bridge turned its head at the same time. Golden light spread outward from the center in the next second. The Soul Lord was completely disintegrated without casting even its first skill. No divided spirit body appeared on the bridge, showing that Midas touch bypassed its ordinary death phase. Player, Sovereign, has slain the level 70 boss, Soul Lord. When the announcement sounded, the scattered players on both sides of the bridge stopped simultaneously. Someone asked on the regional channel whether it was safe to approach and collect loot. I replied only, boss settlement is complete, but hostile activity remains on the bridge. Keep your distance. The warning protected them while also keeping strangers from entering Zhou Chongnan's tracking range. Boss rewards, 2.88 million EXP, 40 skill points, and 1 boss slayer chest. The worldwide announcement had barely begun when I sensed a figure hiding in the shadow of a stone pillar to my rear left. He had neither participated in the boss contest nor shown any intention of leaving. His gaze remained fixed on me. Come out. I turned my staff toward the pillar. Keep hiding, and I'll treat you as a hostile target. The shadow offered no reply, but an extremely faint tracking mark flew toward my cloak. The system warned that the other party was attempting to bind my location, and the neutral marker beneath his feet instantly turned red. I did not wait for him to attack. A level 43 magic missile crossed the distance in an instant and struck the hidden position. The player died without releasing a single skill, and the system identified him as Zhou Chongnan. After magic missile broke his stealth, I saw a blackened dagger in one hand while the other still rested on a teleportation scroll. If the tracking mark finished binding, he would not need to attack me personally. Sending the coordinates to an ambush team behind him would be enough. I did not yet know which faction he belonged to, but his deliberate concealment, pursuit, and observation of the instant kill made one thing clear. Leaving him behind me would only expose more information. After Zhou Chongnan died, system records and black market warrants confirmed that he was a level 80 assassin who had betrayed humanity and accepted the Serpent Emperor's bounty. Strong enough to rank among JoJo's top 100, he had staked his assassination attempt on the moment I finished a boss battle. Wanted Person Authority forcibly unlocked his public status. It contained his black market alias, historical kills, and the contract number issued by the Serpent Emperor. Zhou Changnan had not been an ordinary spectator, and my previous judgment was no longer merely a guess. I submitted the remnants of his tracking mark together with the warrant record to the instance enforcement system, preserving complete evidence of self-defense. His judgment had rested on one false assumption. Instant kill transmutation consumed almost nothing. I had no period of weakness after the boss fight. The Blood Drinker pendant absorbed 105 drops of blood from him. Combined with the blood supplied by the Soul Lord, its progress finally reached 30,000/30,000, adding a fixed 30,000 true damage to every attack. Once the blood drop at the pendant's center fully unfolded at maximum progress, a new advancement effect unlocked. The original fixed 30,000 true damage remained, and all physical and magical damage I dealt from now on would also be converted into true damage, no longer reduced by ordinary physical or magical defense. I performed a minimum output test on a low-level vengeful spirit. The damage record clearly separated skill damage converted to true damage, fixed 30,000 bonus damage, and eternal power. No segment was counted twice. With all three sources independently verifiable, I had a stable basis for future formulas. Conversion did not mean ignoring invincibility, damage reduction rules, or damage caps, but it made simply stacking magical defense meaningless. The Blood Drinker pendant had grown from equipment with a large damage bonus into the true core of my defense penetration. I used Midas Touch on Zhou Changnan's corpse. The base reward was 16 spirit. A tenfold multiplier triggered, giving me a final 160 spirit. The instance rating rose to SS, allowing me to exit with an epic treasure chest. I still refused because I had not used the day's third instant kill. Once I opened the Soul Lord's settlement record in a safe position, the full reward chain appeared. The 2.88 million EXP raised me successively from level 33 to level 37, with 4 levels granting 32 free attribute points and 32 skill points. The boss itself supplied another 40 skill points. The system's final totals showed 115 available skill points and 340 free attribute points. I did not allocate them beside the broken bridge. I blinked into an abandoned mine chamber and sealed its entrance with ice wall. The announcement coordinate might attract pursuers, while hundreds of new attribute points would alter my physical control. I needed a relatively enclosed space to complete the process. The Soul Lord's transmutation reward was a new talent. F-rank talent acquired. Songlong Force. 9-fold multiplier triggered. F-rank, Songlong Force, has advanced to SSS rank. Songlong Force, Stage 1, magical attack increases to 200% of its original value. The phrase, increases to, meant the final value became double, not that another 2 times the original was added. The system test also showed that one portion of base skill damage became 2. Interpreting it as triple would overestimate every later damage calculation. Stage 2, magical attack increases to 300% of its original value. Advancement requirement. Deal a cumulative 100 million magical damage. Recording begins from 0. The system counted only valid magical damage dealt after Songlong Force unlocked. None of my previous kills applied retroactively. The portion converted into true damage was not counted a second time either. The skill itself had to land. Progress began at 0/100,000,000, preventing the same damage segment from being recorded twice. This was not a damage boost to one skill, but a global multiplier to all magical attacks. The first use of Midas Touch gave me an S-rank control talent. The second produced an SSS rank damage talent. The value of the 3-use limit already far exceeded ordinary boss drops. I fired a minimum power magic missile at the mine wall, and the system's progress increased by the actual magical damage. Songlong Force's 2-fold multiplier applied after the skill calculation and before Blood Drinker converted it, increasing both output and its own advancement speed. As long as I kept fighting, 100 million was not unreachable. The Soul Lord's Boss Slayer chest also produced a diamond ring. Soul Ring. Level, 35. Rank, Diamond. Class, Mage. Attributes, Spirit plus 288. Critical chance, plus 35%. Effect, increases magic range by 800%. I equipped the Soul Ring in my second ring slot. The Dragon Serpent Demon Ring reduced cooldowns, while the Soul Ring provided Spirit, critical chance, and roughly 8-fold range. Their effects did not conflict. More precisely, increases range by 800%, added 8 times the original range, making the stated maximum approximately 9 times the base. Actual targeting still depended on cavern corners, line of sight, and spiritual barriers. I could not cast through solid rock. I tested a lock on a glowing mineral in the distance. My reach within a straight line of sight had indeed increased dramatically, but the crosshair disappeared the instant the target moved behind a stone pillar. The soul ring extended reachable distance. It did not grant X-ray vision. Only one instant kill remained today. I continued searching on the snowfield dragonsteed, but most nearby targets were players and guild parties. Only when two bright animal eyes appeared in the dark did I use the soul ring's long-distance scouting to open its status. Long-distance scouting would not conceal my casting trail. Once the soul ring extended the golden targeting line, players along its path could still see which way the light pointed. I first waited until every neutral marker withdrew from the boss's attack zone, then found a direct path with no stone columns blocking it. When the soul ring activated, the far reaches that had been swallowed by darkness suddenly seemed drawn before my eyes. I could see white vapor between the direwolf's teeth as it breathed and the pebbles crushed under its claws. The spectators' attention magnified too. 3 people had already turned their recording crystals in my direction, while an archer quietly retreated toward the exit. I could not let them see every detail of Midas' touch, but I also could not allow the boss to charge into the crowd simply to protect my secret. I raised the attack line farther upward, confirmed that the golden light would pass through no neutral marker, and only then allowed the Midas Touch brand to illuminate completely. Demonic Spirit Direwolf. Level 65. Rank Rare. Attack 8, 888/2, 500, Physical/Magical. Defense 1, 955 firsts, 800, Physical/Magical. Skills: Bite LV 100, Hunt LV 70, Killing Intent LV 55, Demonization LV 30. The boss had already forced back the scattered players, and some were preparing to notify major guilds. If I waited for attack parties to arrive, corpse ownership and the secret of Midas Touch would both become troublesome. I first issued an evacuation warning on the regional channel. Boss is about to enter attack judgment. Non-party members, leave the red zone. Several players saw the Boss Slayer title above my head and retreated quickly. Others remained at recording distance. The soul ring let my Midas Touch lock from far beyond their expectations, so I did not need to approach the crowd to activate it. I dismounted, locked the target, and used the third opportunity immediately. Golden light crossed the cavern. The demonic spirit direwolf never had a chance to use its 8,888 physical attack before its entire body collapsed. Living target Midas Touch uses remaining today. 1. Confirm use. The direwolf had just lowered its head to prepare a hunting charge when golden patterns lit across all 4 limbs. It never crossed the red zone. Its 8,888 physical attack and level 100 bite remained nothing more than numbers on its status screen. Player, Sovereign, has slain the level 65 boss, Demonic Spirit Direwolf. Boss rewards: 1.95 million EXP, 30 skill points, and 1 Boss Slayer chest. After the Demonic Spirit Direwolf vanished, claw marks and a Boss Slayer chest remained on the ground, with no black blood or death explosion. The spectators did not enter the protected pickup circle. I locked the chest through remote collection first and waited for the announcement to finish. Another worldwide announcement appeared. I had used all 3 instant kills for the day, so I no longer needed to search for bosses. Once I collected this reward and the SSS rank rating chest, I could leave a world instance where my identity had already been exposed. The distant spectators had already uploaded their footage to the regional channel. I stopped trying to hide the outcome. The secret was not that Sovereign can instantly kill bosses. 3 announcements had already proven that. What could not be exposed were the daily use limit, confirmation range, and Midas Touch multiplier rules. The Demonic Spirit Direwolf's 1.95 million EXP raised me from level 37 to level 40. Those 3 levels granted a total of 24 free attribute points and 24 skill points. The Midas Touch reward was not a new talent, but 200 Constitution. Stage 2 randomly triggered a 10-fold multiplier, turning it into 2,000 Constitution and raising my total directly to 2,512. My maximum health also broke past 30,000. The Constitution increase made my heartbeat and breathing unnaturally powerful. Simply tightening my grip around the staff sent strength through my knuckles far beyond anything before. After an attribute surge, the greatest danger was not weakness but losing judgment of my body's range. I walked, jumped, and stopped sharply several times before regaining precise control. At level 40, Eternal Power added magical damage equal to 40% of my maximum health to every attack. while Scorch dealt roughly 2,406 per second. The Constitution reward did not directly raise a skill's displayed damage, but it amplified both my survival and the passive portion of every attack. Scorch still could not stack and only refreshed the strongest effect. 30,000 health pushed its single-hit bonus into the 10,000 range. The real improvement was the minimum threat of every low-cost skill, not unlimited burn stacking through rapid attacks. After the third boss died, my instance rating rose to SSS and awarded an additional legendary treasure chest. I opened it together with the Boss Slayer chest. Boss Slayer chest reward, 50 skill points. Legendary treasure chest reward, Celestial Demon Staff. When the staff appeared, dark red and golden patterns filled the entire settlement space. It contained 8 empty socket slots, but no pre-installed crystals. Its permanent growth affix began counting from my first future kill and did not apply retroactively to earlier achievements. The instant I wrapped my hand around the shaft, dark red lines lit from my palm toward the head one after another. Unlike the Abyss Staff's coldness, this one returned a heavy, warm response, as though every spell would leave a trace inside it. An additional 1,250 spirit surged into my magical circuits at the same time. My perception expanded outward until even motes of magic at the settlement space's edge became sharply visible. At that moment, I finally possessed a weapon worthy of a legendary class. It was not a finished product bought from an auction house. I had exchanged 3 boss kills in Wraith Cavern, a guild ambush, and several close calls with exposing my identity for it. Rather than swing it immediately, I waited for my oversensitive senses to stabilize before opening the detailed status. Celestial Demon Staff. Level 40. Rank Legendary. Class Mage. Attributes: Spirit plus 1,250. Luck plus 650. Critical chance plus 60%. Effect: every enemy killed permanently adds at least 3 health or mana. The Abyss Staff provided 10% magic lifesteal and suited high-pressure battles. The Celestial Demon Staff won through enormous spirit, luck, critical chance, and permanent growth. My current output was already sufficient, so I still equipped the Celestial Demon Staff and stored the Abyss Staff in reserve. The 2 staffs could not apply simultaneously. Switching weapons interrupted any maintained spell, and changing back to the Lifesteal Staff during battle required a brief motion. I placed the Abyss Staff in a quick equipment slot, to be used only when I needed health recovery and had a safe window to switch. My spirit first rose to 3,121. I then invested all 364 accumulated free attribute points into spirit, bringing the final value to 3,485. Before confirming all 364 at once, the system preview showed that although I had not yet learned Fireball, my current magic missile, Heavenly Thunder, Shield, and Soul Ring range would all grow together. I saved a screenshot and invested in batches to avoid too drastic a physical change at once. Only after the final value matched the preview did I lock the allocation. Once every boss, level up, and chest reward finished settling, the system displayed a final balance of 169 available skill points. I reorganized my skill levels according to that total. I first spent 58 points to raise Heavenly Thunderstrike from level 42 to level 100. Level 100 was the current skill cap, and investing more would have no effect. During the upgrades, control gradually rose from 1.4 seconds to 2 seconds while mana cost continued falling. I did not let the system automatically spill extra points into other skills, so the remaining balance stayed intact. Heavenly Thunderstrike LV 100 deals approximately 1,759,925 area magical damage and stuns for 2 seconds. Mana cost 22. Base cooldown 1 second, reduced to 0.5 seconds by the Dragon Serpent Demon Ring. A 2-second stun paired with a 0.5-second cooldown meant that targets without control resistance would struggle to recover any action. I did not test it on nearby players. Instead, I found a low-level instance projection target. After the first lightning strike landed, a second cast refreshed the stun rather than simply adding its remaining duration. Continuous control still worked, but extra lightning only extended the window instead of accumulating an infinite duration. Of the remaining 111 skill points, I spent 27 to raise mana recovery from level 23 to level 50, increasing regeneration to 50 mana per second. Then I spent 57 points to raise Magic Missile from level 43 to level 100. At maximum level, Magic Missile's original growth had reached its ceiling and preserved a complete level 100 inheritance for its later replacement by the Advanced Fireball. If I stopped at level 99 now, The replacement would still require another skill point to reach the cap. Magic Missile LV 100 deals approximately 879,963 single-target magical damage. Base cooldown 0.1 seconds, reduced to 0.05 seconds by the Dragon Serpent Demon Ring. Mana cost 1. I invested the final 27 points into Luminous Roar, raising it from level 26 to level 53. This allocation left Ice Wall, Repelling Ring of Fire, and the newly acquired advanced skills at their existing levels. Their current value came from mechanics rather than displayed damage. Spreading points evenly across every skill would only leave my core damage and endurance insufficiently developed. Luminous Roar LV 53 deals approximately 338,742 area magical damage. Cooldown 0.5 seconds. Mana cost 13. My final state stabilized at level 40. Constitution 2,512, Spirit 3,485, Strength 301, Agility 307, and Luck 1,380. My talents included Stage 2 SSS plus Midas Touch, Stage 1 S-Rank Dragon's Wrath, and Stage 1 SSS rank Songlong Force. My main equipment consisted of the Blooddrinker Pendant, Frost Pendant, Celestial Demon Staff, Moonshadow Cloak, Magic Armor, Dragon Serpent Demon Ring, and Soul Ring. Heavenly Thunder Strike provided continuous battlefield control, Luminous Roar delivered high-frequency area damage, Magic Missile handled single targets, and level 50 Mana Recovery supported sustained casting. My numbers were already approaching those of some level 100 players, but level gaps, special mechanics, and multiplayer control could still create danger. I could not mistake a status screen advantage for true invincibility. In particular, Magic Armor's one-use damage negation had not yet triggered, and I still had not obtained Rebirth through Flame. Against a skill that resisted control, ignored shields, or targeted spirit directly, my current stats might not allow me a second reaction. Accounting for unknown mechanics mattered more than comparing who had the larger status numbers. I ended my Wraith Cavern run and returned to Jojo Ancient City's teleportation hall. With my status hidden, passers-by saw only an ordinary player returning to the city. The World Instance Settlement recorded the SSS chest, slaying records, and every drop in my account. I did not inspect the legendary staff's visual effects in the teleportation hall. I first switched it to an ordinary appearance, recalled the Snowfield Dragonsteed, and entered the trade district. Sovereign had just appeared in several announcements. Any recurring feature would attract a crowd. Street stalls outside the hall primarily traded items below gold rank. Truly valuable equipment was better sold to a store. I entered an equipment shop and first displayed 5 items for sale. Crusader Helmet, Archangel Greatsword, Palace Sky Armor, Battlewill Cloak, and Blazing Crossbow. 50,000 per silver item and 200,000 per gold item, I told the shopkeeper. Will you buy the full lot? The shopkeeper did not agree immediately. He inspected each item's durability and binding record first. 2 silver items for 100,000 and 3 gold items for 600,000. 700,000 total. Your goods have clean origins, so I can settle immediately. When he placed the Palace Sky Armor on the appraisal platform, the offer window briefly calculated it as silver rank. I pointed out the golden mark on the equipment and had the system display its original appraisal at the time of the drop. The inventory interface was slow to read it. The shopkeeper worked beneath the counter for several seconds, and the price returned to 700,000. I'll take it as gold. You won't lose anything. I did not ignore the discrepancy simply because it was small compared with my current assets. If the system could read the quality of one item incorrectly, it could read the quantity of the entire lot just as slowly. Only after all 5 individual identifiers matched my sale list did I let him generate the final contract. Who covers the market commission? I'm buying directly, not consigning. You receive the full 700,000. The price was lower than selling each item from a stall, but it saved time and reduced exposure. I still required a formal system receipt and confirmed that every item name, quantity, and amount of gold was included before preparing to sign. The shopkeeper's interest became obvious after seeing the attributes. These items were not high level, but they were exactly the transitional gear most players needed right now. All that remained was to agree on the price and handle my other loot. I did not mix the Abyss Staff, Lone Wolf Sword, or Golden Sacred Armor into this lot. Ordinary shops purchased quickly according to rank, but special affixes needed competitive bidding to reveal their value. Separating the 2 categories saved time and prevented the shopkeeper from using a bulk quote to suppress the price of rare equipment. After inspecting the 5 pieces of equipment, The shopkeeper agreed to buy the full lot and made a final offer of 700,000 gold. I checked the trade window and confirmed that the blazing crossbow, battle will cloak, palace sky armor, archangel greatsword, and crusader helmet were all included before clicking complete sale. The system trade window listed every item's name, durability, and binding status. The shopkeeper tried calculating the palace sky armor at the silver price. I made him examine its elemental affix again, and the lot was ultimately settled as 3 gold items and 2 silver items. The amount was not enormous, but the terms of the transaction could not be vague. Once confirmed, the system would not reverse it over a verbal misunderstanding. 5 pieces of equipment sold, 700,000 gold acquired. The receipt also stated that the shop assumed the risk of future resale. Once the equipment entered store inventory, the former owner could no longer be involved in a drop dispute, and I could not reclaim it if prices rose. 700,000 reached my account immediately. What I purchased in exchange was certainty and time. As the gold arrived, S-Rank Dragon's Wrath displayed a new advancement prompt. Its second stage did not depend on the number of battles, but accumulated progress through newly acquired gold. Equipment sales, auctions, and Midas Touch income would all advance the talent. I tried transferring the same gold between my accounts, but progress did not increase twice. Dragon's Wrath counted genuine new income, not a balance moving back and forth. Purchasing an item would not subtract completed progress either. I could spend normally without locking gold inside my inventory for the talent's sake. Ordinary equipment was suited to direct sale, while items with special effects were better auctioned. I left the shop and went to Jiuzhou's National Deshang auction house chain. 2 isolation barriers stood behind the auction house doors. The first inspected contraband and hostile markers. The second blocked all external scouting. The clamor of the World Channel instantly faded once I passed through, leaving only echoes of bids around the exhibition hall. Every consignor could choose a private room, with account name, appearance, and voice anonymized separately. Those protections did not make me bring out every piece of loot at once. When a newly level 40 player simultaneously sold a lifesteal staff, a special assassin weapon, and an advanced skill, the items themselves would reconstruct a trail of activity. I brought in only the 3 pieces that required competitive bidding and left everything else in bound storage. At first, the attendant merely asked me to fill out the consignment boxes myself. The moment I produced the first item, his attitude changed. A platinum staff? He put on appraisal lenses and confirmed the source again. The kill record is complete, with no death dispute. Would you prefer a fixed price or auction? Auction. Charge buyer commission separately. No fee will be deducted from the amount I receive. Certainly. We'll advertise the special effects separately. I made him include the condition in the consignment contract. A verbal promise of no seller commission meant nothing. Only a system contract could guarantee full settlement after the hammer fell. Abyss Staff, level 15 Platinum Staff. Spirit plus 50, Luck plus 6. After a magical attack hits, converts 10% of actual magical damage into health recovery. Even though I had replaced it with the Celestial Demon Staff, 10% magic life steal remained extremely valuable to another mage. The second item was Lone Wolf Sword. It was only silver rank, yet provided 9% critical chance, 29 agility, a 17% ordinary movement bonus, and a 34% stealth movement bonus. Once the attendant read its effects, he registered it directly as high-value special equipment. I kept the blinding backstab skill book in my inventory for now. Selling skill and weapon as a set might raise the total price, but would also draw too much attention to one auction. Allowing the market to price the Lone Wolf Sword separately before deciding what to do next was safer. The third item was Golden Sacred Armor, with 66 defense, 17 agility, and 3% resistance to all elements. Its rank was lower than the Abyss Staff, but the elemental resistance made it clearly more valuable than ordinary gold armor. After registering the 3 items, the attendant adjusted their auction order and invited me into a private room to wait. Strength and rare merchandise changed the quality of service, but to me, the real question was whether I could convert and used equipment into the gold Dragon's Wrath required. Once consignment was complete, every item received a separate number and minimum sale price. I did not set absurd reserves. For 150,000 for the Abyss Staff, an affix-based opening bid for the Lone Wolf Sword, and a normal gold armor valuation for the Golden Sacred Armor. Letting bidders determine the premium was more effective than driving them away with an excessive reserve. The private auction room concealed the seller's identity. Outsiders could see only the consignment numbers. I disabled voice mapping and used a one-time number for sale notifications, ensuring that the equipment source could not be connected directly to the real-world Jiang phone. The three item numbers soon appeared on the auction screen. The Abyss staff climbed from 450,000 to a final sale price of 850,000. Bidding accelerated fastest after 700,000. Two mages repeatedly raised each other, clearly valuing the 10% lifesteal. When the auctioneer called the final price 3 times, I did not withdraw at the last moment. Even a result below my expectations would still be the market's decision, and a seller could not destroy the rules at will before the hammer fell. Although the Lone Wolf sword was only silver rank, its critical chance and dual movement bonuses drove it to 1.25 million. Its result was actually higher than the platinum staff. Assassin buyers valued stealth movement speed. Quality would become obsolete, but a special movement affix was difficult to reproduce on low-level equipment. The price also proved that future valuations had to consider combat function, not only equipment color. The golden sacred armor sold for 450,000. The 3 auctions brought in a total of 2.55 million gold, and each payment further advanced Dragon's Wrath's gold progress. Compared with selling everything to a shop at fixed quality-based prices, special effects were more likely to receive their true value through competitive bidding. No buyer commission had been deducted from my statement, exactly as the consignment contract required. The 3 sale receipts, changes in Dragon's Wrath progress, and account balance matched one another. I archived the records before leaving the auction house, so I would not later discover a short payment with no way to audit it. After handling the consignments, I exited the sanctuary and returned home to eat and rest. Consecutive instances, multiplayer battles, and massive attribute changes had kept my mind tense for too long. No matter how high the numbers became, sleep remained the most reliable way to restore sound judgment. Back in reality, I first checked the locks and the view outside. I found no abnormal location signal or stranger lingering nearby. The worldwide announcements and 5 billion bounty already existed. I could no longer treat my residence as an absolutely safe zone. I packed the academy materials and emergency return talisman in my everyday bag, then minimized location permissions on my phone. I did no combat training that night. My physical attributes had grown too quickly, and my real-world movements needed readjustment. Before bed, I completed only simple tests of strength, speed, and magical control to ensure I would not accidentally display anything abnormal in a crowd the next day. I had to report to Vermilion Bird Academy the following morning. With time remaining before the gates opened, I remembered the rare treasure map dropped by Inyang Gate that still sat in my inventory. Treasure maps themselves were not expensive because most ordinary players failed to dig up anything valuable. My luck had reached 1,380, making my situation completely different. If high luck reliably improved treasure hunting returns, buying cheap maps and excavating them myself might become more efficient than grinding ordinary monsters. One map, however, could not prove reliability. Luck only raised probability. It did not guarantee a high-quality reward every time. Treasure hunting also required time, travel to coordinates, and tool durability. Today's test had one purpose: determine whether more than 1,000 luck could significantly improve the return from one map before investing additional gold. I opened the map and received coordinates 512 for 185 in the eastern outskirts. The system warned that I would still need a treasure shovel once I arrived. I'll test this one first. The high multipliers from last night's transmutations did not make me assume the treasure hunt would succeed automatically. I included the map route, digging tools, return time, and possible guardian monsters in the plan. If the first map produced only ordinary materials, I would stop buying more instead of spending additional gold to chase the loss. Before leaving, I placed the treasure map on my desk and sketched a route around the main road with paper and pen. An electronic map would leave a search record. The line on paper belonged only to me. If treasure detection did not trigger within 10 minutes of arrival, I would abandon the attempt immediately. If other players guarded the coordinates, I would not fight over a single map. Treasure hunting could depend on luck. My retreat could not. If the first result was good enough, I would have a reason to buy the treasure maps no one else wanted in bulk. The black market bounty on Sovereign had risen to 5 billion, and the Snowfield Dragonsteed had become a publicly recognized feature. Rather than ride it out of the city, I spent 300,000 gold at the stable on 3 silver mounts, 2 white horses, and 1 chestnut. The stable owner allowed me to choose coat color and build. I deliberately selected the 3 most common-looking animals and disabled any guild crest on their equipment. I could rotate them across different routes, avoiding one appearance recurring too often and continuing onward whenever one mount entered a fatigued state. A silver mount provided only a 1% bonus to all attributes and 50% movement speed. It was nothing rare and blended more safely among ordinary players. The purchase records for all three mounts were registered under Dragon Sovereign, with no visual connection to Sovereign's Snowfield Dragonsteed. Their attribute bonuses could not stack. Only the mount currently being ridden applied. Buying two extras served rotation and route concealment, not repeated attribute stacking. I rode the chestnut to the eastern outskirts coordinates. The treasure point lay between two peaks of a five-finger-shaped mountain. After the treasure shovel dug roughly 33 feet down, the system finally reported an item, and an almost transparent veil appeared in my hand. The coordinates were precise only to an 8-yard square area. I first moved away from the main road, recalled the chestnut, and used perception to confirm that no players were nearby. Every 3 feet the shovel descended consumed durability. The first 9 attempts found only frozen soil and rubble. On the 10th, the blade touched a soft barrier. Concealment veil. Level 40. Rank rare. Class universal. Attributes: Constitution plus 198, Physical Defense plus 150, Magical Defense plus 150. Effect: grants one opportunity to alter the character information displayed publicly. Real attributes are unaffected. The system also stated that the altered information would enter the ordinary query cache and display no disguised marker. If the scout's level or authority was insufficient, that person would see only the 3 details I chose to leave behind rather than a row of abnormal question marks. Face slot equipment was already rarer than weapons, armor, and accessories. This veil also had the effect best suited to my present danger. Even if its auction value exceeded 100 million, I could never sell it. I did not operate it immediately in the open valley. The soul modification opportunity could not be recovered if interrupted or selected incorrectly. The system also warned that it changed only publicly readable information. Official enforcement, my own interface, and special divine rank scouting might still reveal the true data. I equipped it and activated the single modification opportunity on the spot. A modify option appeared after every entry on my character status. I changed my player name from Sovereign to Dragon Sovereign. Before confirmation, the system required me to check ownership of world records. Past first clears would remain under Sovereign and would not be renamed automatically, while the new public status would display Dragon Sovereign. This severed ordinary searches without creating the greater anomaly of historical records suddenly changing. I changed my class from the 8th tier hidden class, Eternal Mage, to the Ordinary Mage. I set level, health, mana, talent, attributes, skills, gold, and equipment all to private. The concealment veil did not reduce my real power. It only changed the information others could read. From now on, even someone checking my character inside Vermilion Bird Academy would see only an ordinary mage named Dragon Sovereign. I did not falsify my level as a specific low number because any fixed figure would conflict after I leveled. Setting it to private was a normal choice made by many players and would not cause a level 40 instance entrance to reject my true permissions. I performed a public scouting test with my second terminal. The result matched the settings exactly, while the internal combat log retained my real identity for the system to determine loot and wanted status. Only after confirming the effect did I summon the chestnut again and leave the valley. On the return to the ancient city, I deliberately passed through a public inspection gate. A guard aimed a scouting crystal at me. It displayed only Dragon Sovereign, Mage, before allowing me through normally. Several players still searching for Sovereign and the Snowfield Dragonsteed walked past me without one turning around. The sensation was strange. I had not truly changed my face or even my stride. Yet with one missing name in the query results, every searching gaze along the road slid away. Under a 5 billion bounty, the veil had given me more than one name change. It bought me a period of freedom to move. The modified public status retained only 3 effective details: the player named Dragon Sovereign, the Mage class, and 3 ordinary silver warhorses. Sovereign, Eternal Mage, and the Snowfield Dragonsteed no longer appeared in searchable records. The first treasure map had produced the concealment veil I needed most, proving that a high-luck treasure hunting route was worth continuing. I returned to Jojo Ancient City and found a stall in the trade district with a backlog of treasure maps. Dust had settled on the scrolls along the stall counter, and the sales record showed no interest for months. A treasure map's coordinates could not be previewed, and buyers could not verify its final return. To a low-luck player, they were no different from expensive lottery tickets. The owner asked 300,000 for the diamond map, 800,000 for the rare map, and 1.5 million for the epic map, a total of 2.6 million. I offered 2 million for the complete lot. The 3 maps had sat there for months, and the seller ultimately accepted the deal. I did not judge only by the quality glow of the scrolls. Each of the 3 seals had different patterns, but all matched the geographic archive of ancient Jojo. A faint crease crossed the epic map's lower right corner without damaging the system seal. I made the owner add 3 guarantees to the contract: never opened, never copied, and coordinates never leaked. Only then did I place 2 million in the trade window. The seller's finger paused above confirm for several seconds. He clearly remained reluctant to part with the prestige of an epic map, but understood even better that it would never turn itself into gold while sitting on his counter. When the contract lit, all 3 scrolls shifted to my side. Dust accumulated over months was finally brushed away. 2,400,000. I can't go lower, the seller said first, shaking his head. No one wants the epic map, and keeping it here costs storage fees. I placed all 3 scrolls into the trade window. 2 million, settled immediately, and I won't split the lot. He reviewed their time and inventory and accepted in the end. The trade contract simultaneously confirmed that all 3 maps were in use and their coordinate seals intact, preventing me from buying empty scrolls that someone had already activated. The 3 coordinates were not far apart, and I had an hour and a half before reporting to Vermilion Bird Academy. I rode the chestnut first to 563, 251, and began digging beneath a willow tree. I set a departure time for the academy. Whether or not I excavated the 3rd map, I had to stop 40 minutes before reporting. No treasure return justified missing school. At every coordinate, I first recorded the return distance and teleportation restrictions. After the treasure shovel descended roughly 43 feet, the system delivered a diamond skill book into my hands. Vajra's Wrathful Gaze. Level 55. Rank Diamond. Class Warrior. Effect, when activated, increases the user's maximum health by 85% for 1 hour. Party members also receive a 50% increase. Cooldown, 30 hours. Mana cost, 200. It did not suit my class, but it was a survival skill needed for both boss and legion battles. Diamond rank combined with a party effect meant its auction value could easily exceed 100 million. One warrior could activate it and increase an entire party's maximum health by half, a value no personal equipment could replace. Its 30-hour cooldown suited major progression raids rather than daily grinding. The real buyers would be clubs, legions, and great families cultivating core heirs. I placed the skill book in my inventory and opened the 2nd, rare treasure map. The new coordinates were 771, 668, less than a 10-minute ride away. The 1st map solved my identity problem, and the 2nd produced a high-value skill. If the next 2 still offered comparable returns, treasure maps would stop being a one-time experiment with luck and become a long-term acquisition target. Even so, 3 maps were still too small a sample. I recorded purchase prices, travel time, shovel durability, and final rewards. I would judge expected returns only after accumulating at least several dozen results in the future. The current run of high-quality finds might come from my luck above 1,000, or it might simply be short-term fortune. After I finished digging at 771, 668, a thumb-sized bottle fell into my hand. The 2nd coordinate lay in a dry riverbed. The moment the shovel blade touched the bottle, I slowed my movements to avoid shattering the container with a durability impact. Only after the system took over the excavation process was the bottle delivered intact into my palm. Dragon Blood. Level 1. Rank Rare. Type Permanent Enhancement Potion. Effect, permanently increases physical attack by 7,800 when consumed. A one-use system seal covered the mouth. Opening it would automatically bind the potion to the drinker, preventing it from being divided or diluted. It did not raise the strength attribute, but directly increased physical attack, allowing warriors, archers, and some assassins to gain the full benefit. That was equivalent to the attack gained from roughly 780 strength. It had limited use for me as a mage, but offered warriors and archers permanent growth that could never be replaced by equipment. Dragon Blood was likewise marked once per lifetime and could be used at level 1. Sold to a high-level warrior, it would increase existing damage. Sold to a family's heir, it could give a newly awakened child cross-level attack power from the very beginning. The latter buyer was clearly more likely to offer an astronomical price. The final epic treasure map led to coordinates 333, 857. I kept digging after arriving until the treasure shovel's durability fell from 50/50ths to 1/50th before the system finally produced a reward. The coordinate lay on hardened volcanic rock, and every excavation went deeper than at the first 2 sites. When durability fell to 10, I had already considered stopping, but the system's treasure detection grew steadily stronger, proving my direction was correct. Before the final strike, I used minimum force so the blade with only 1 point of durability remaining could complete the trigger rather than breaking directly in the rock. Water Elemental Summon LV 1. Epic Magic Skill. Summons one water elemental to fight for 10 minutes. Its attacks carry an area stun. Mana cost 80. Cooldown 1 hour. With my current spirit, its base magical attack is approximately 19,865. I performed one brief summon in an unoccupied area and confirmed that the water elemental could execute follow, hold position, and designated attack commands. Its area stun was evaluated only after an attack actually landed and could not control from a distance. It automatically dispersed when 10 minutes expired, and dismissing it early did not reduce the remaining cooldown. It was the only one of the 3 rewards suited to me, so I learned it immediately. The 1-hour cooldown prevented permanent uptime, but a 10-minute summon was enough to cover one important battle, while its area stun formed a different source of control from Heavenly Thunderstrike. I had to issue attack and movement commands actively to the water elemental, and its presence consumed part of my spiritual perception. Its death caused no backlash, but ended the current summon immediately. I classified it as a tactical control unit, not a pet that would clear maps automatically for me. I returned to Deshang Auction House, where the staff recognized me as a VIP from my 3 previous consignments. The instant I placed Dragon Blood and Vajra's Wrathful Gaze on the counter, the attendant completed the intake voluntarily and moved both treasures ahead in the auction schedule. These 2 require our highest level appraisal. The attendant switched the counter into sealed mode. Dragon Blood's permanent enhancement will attract family buyers, while Vajra's Wrathful Gaze better suits legions. We recommend separate auctions so their budgets don't compete. I accepted the order, but required the consignor's identity to remain hidden, disabled live questions, and retained the no seller commission clause. Only after the auction house confirmed each item in the system contract did both enter the display vault. I took a seat in the hall. Dragon Blood appeared on the screen first. The bidding leaped rapidly from 5 million to 20 million, then 50 million and 200 million, and continued rising. Vajra's Wrathful Gaze was scheduled next under a separate consignment number. The auction house did not reveal that both came from the same seller. Buyers could bid only on the merchandise itself, preventing anyone from using 2 high-value items to reconstruct the treasure route I had just completed. The opportunity to permanently add 7,800 physical attack had already made the buyers abandon ordinary equipment valuations. The true sale price would likely far exceed 200 million. I did not let the rapidly rising numbers pressure me into an early sale. The auction had a fixed countdown, and the hammer would fall only after no further bid arrived. More family authentication crests kept appearing throughout the hall. The buyers truly capable of driving up the price had only just entered. The price in the auction hall had already climbed to 500 million and showed no sign of stopping. Every new number called by the auctioneer brought a moment of silence outside the private rooms. Almost no one in ordinary seating still raised a paddle. The only true competitors were several remote bidder numbers carrying family authentication. Dragon Blood had no complex skill and did not require level 50 or 80 to use. Its value was compressed into one line of permanent attributes that any buyer could understand. I sat in my private box and watched the number on the screen refresh again and again. Dragon Blood had no class restriction, could be used at level 1, and permanently added 7,800 physical attack. To ordinary players, such an item was beyond reach. To families preparing an heir, it was worth competing for at any cost. Mr. Fong bids 500 million. Mr. Zheng, 1,200 million. Mr. Fong, 1,800 million. Mr. Wu bids 3 billion. The bid display stopped flashing. A jump from 1.8 billion to 3 billion was no probe. It drove every hesitant buyer straight beyond budget. I opened the consignment contract and reconfirmed that the no seller commission clause and receiving account had not changed before waiting for the auctioneer to complete the legally required countdown. After the final bid appeared, the auction hall remained silent for several seconds. The auctioneer called repeatedly, but no one raised another paddle. 3 billion, third and final call sold. The golden hammer fell, and system prompts appeared before me at the same time. You have lost the item, Dragon Blood. You have gained 3 billion gold. Current gold, 3,003,552,100. 1 second after the number entered my account, another series of prompts unfolded. Dragon's Wrath gold accumulation requirement has been satisfied. Dragon's Wrath has advanced to Stage 2. The Stage 2 trigger rate first increased from 60% to 80%, while paralysis after fear rose from 3 seconds to 5. The prompt remained for only an instant before the remaining accumulated gold crossed the next threshold. Remaining accumulated gold will continue to determine the next stage. Dragon's Wrath has advanced to Stage 3. Dragon's Wrath has advanced to an SSS rank talent. I opened the detailed description immediately. Dragon's Wrath, SSS rank. Effect: whenever any skill is cast, there is a 95% chance to trigger Dragon's Roar. If the target is judged to be afraid, it will be paralyzed for 10 seconds. Dragon's Wrath had grown from a 60% trigger and 3-second paralysis into a 95% trigger and 10-second paralysis. It was no longer an occasional bonus effect. Although fear still had to pass the target's resistance judgment, one successful trigger gave me enough time to end most battles. 95% was still not 100. I would not build a critical cast around the assumption that Dragon's Wrath must appear. The more reliable sequence remained using Heavenly Thunder or the Water Elemental for guaranteed control first, and treating Dragon's Wrath as an additional extension of the window. Fear judgment also depended on level, willpower, and boss resistance. The talent description provided no fixed 50% probability. I could only record later battles gradually rather than treating an experiential guess as a system rule. More importantly, advancement had not consumed the gold in my inventory. The 3 billion still belonged to me. The talent recorded only the cumulative amount earned. I captured separate screenshots of my balance, Dragon's Wrath stage, and auction receipt. The 3 billion was new income from this sale, while my previous balance had been 3,552,100. The system therefore displayed 3,552,100, allowing the account to reconcile completely. I closed the status screen and returned my attention to the auction display. Because I had consigned several high-quality items before, Desheng Auction House had upgraded my account to VIP status and would prioritize my consignments. After Dragon Blood sold, the next item was the warrior skill book I had excavated from a treasure map. Vajra's Wrathful Gaze. Required level, 55. Rank, Diamond. Restricted class, Warrior. Effect: when activated, increases the user's maximum health by 85% for 1 hour. While in a party, increases party members' maximum health by 50%. Mana cost, 200. Cooldown, 30 hours. Its cooldown was long, but the duration covered a complete progression attempt in a major instance. The party enhancement in particular required no additional skill from teammates. As long as one qualified warrior was present, the tolerance for error of every member rose together. The auction house classified it as a core progression skill and attached a system-verified demonstration to the display page. Maximum health before and after activation, party effect range, and cooldown could all be reviewed. Without such proof, buyers operating in the 2 billion range would never bid based only on a consignor's written description. Opening bid, 5 million gold. The auctioneer raised one hand. Bidding begins. The numbers on the screen jumped instantly. I did not hurry to leave. Leaning back in my chair, I waited for the final result. Dragon Blood had already advanced Dragon's Wrath twice. How much this skill book sold for now affected only how many resources I could buy next. 50 million, 300 million, 1 billion, 200 million. A Legion authenticated account paused at 1.2 billion for several seconds before another buyer raised it directly to 1.9 billion. The auctioneer inserted no irrelevant promotion, merely repeating the current high bid and countdown. Bidding moved faster than it had for Dragon Blood, but lacked the no-expense-spared leaps between families competing for heirs. 1 billion, 900 million. 2 billion. Finally, a new bid silenced the hall. 2 billion, 200 million. The speaker did not conceal his identity. The Zhao family's authentication emblem appeared on the auction display. 2 billion, 200 million. Mr. Zhao Tian, the auctioneer confirmed. The bid and account deposit have both been verified. An identity emblem proved only the ability to pay and could not prevent anyone else from bidding. But the previous price had already reached 2 billion, and the benefit of further increases fell rapidly. The other buyers ultimately withdrew. I watched the auctioneer begin the countdown. When no new bids arrived, the golden hammer fell a second time. The skill book had sold too. You have lost the skill book, Vajra's Wrathful Gaze. You have gained 2 billion, 200 million gold. Current gold, 5 billion, 203 million, 552,100. The two items sold for a combined 5.2 billion. Compared with that income, the little over 2 million I had spent buying treasure maps was almost negligible. Even so, I did not treat the entire balance as money I could squander. The 3 billion and 2.2 billion came from one-use permanent items and could not be reproduced reliably. High-level skills, crystals, and equipment development might each cost billions in the future. The real change was not permission to spend impulsively, but an expanded range of resources I could actively choose. I stood to leave the private room, but an unremarkable lot appeared on the screen. Opening bid for this black crystal was 500 gold. Mr. Wu currently offers 3,000. Any higher bids? The crystal was only the size of a finger joint and had none of the glow unique to equipment. Yet the sole line of description stopped me when I opened its information. Black crystal. Level unknown. Rank unknown. Effect unknown. Description: a shattered divine spark. An unknown item meant risk, but 3,000 gold was meaningless to me now. What mattered were the words, divine spark. In this world, a divine threshold separated level 99 from level 100, and a divine rank talent was one of the requirements for crossing it. I requested one basic safety appraisal from the auction house. The result found no immediate curse, mental control, or explosive reaction, but could not read the internal structure. The appraisal proved only that holding it would not cause an immediate accident, not that I could merge with it carelessly. 3,001. I pressed the bid button. No one countered. The auctioneer confirmed 5 times before lowering the hammer, and the crystal entered my inventory directly. You have spent 3,001 gold. You have acquired the item, black crystal. I closed the private room door and took the crystal into my palm. It felt less like stone than solidified water, with an extremely faint black light moving inside. Several probes with my spiritual power produced no response. Magic shield was active. An emergency exit remained available. I first moved the crystal near ordinary equipment. The celestial demon staff, soul ring, and blood drinker pendant showed no reaction. Only when I brought it close to my right arm did the Midas Touch brand heat on its own. Did I really buy a useless rock? The words had barely left my mouth when the crystal shifted toward my right arm. The short golden wand mark left by Midas Touch heated in response. I relaxed my fingers. The black crystal attached itself to my skin and seeped into the mark like melting ink. Gold and black light intertwined for only an instant before the entire crystal disappeared without a trace. I felt no pain, but my vision briefly became pure black. Hundreds of blurred monster silhouettes swept through my consciousness and were absorbed one after another by the short golden wand. The process lasted less than a second. Neither my shield capacity nor my connection to reality changed. Shattered divine spark detected. The high-level demonic essence remaining within has been absorbed by Midas Touch. Midas Touch Stage 3 Progress, 501/1000. I stared at that number and checked it again. For 3,001 gold, I had acquired progress equivalent to 500 high-level demonic creatures. Together with the 1 point recorded from instant killing malice earlier, my current progress was exactly 501. Under normal circumstances, I would have needed to kill 500 targets that satisfied the system, while bearing the risks of instances, corpses, and competition. The Shattered Divine Spark had not advanced me directly to Stage 3, but it cut the most time-consuming part of the requirement in half. This was no modest profit. It had eliminated half the advancement quest outright. According to the system's path, filling only 499 more progress could give my SSS plus Midas Touch a chance to enter Divine rank. I flexed my right hand. The brand had already returned to normal, and none of the crystal's other information had unlocked. Which deity it came from, or how it reached an ordinary auction, remained unanswered. I saved the lot source number. The Shang auction house recorded only that the consignment channel was legal while protecting the seller's identity. If I found more divine spark fragments later, that number might be the only clue for tracing their source. Pressing for answers now would merely draw attention to the abnormal value of a 3,000 gold item. At least one fact was now confirmed. Items containing divine power or high-level demonic essence could also be recognized by Midas Touch as advancement materials. That discovery was more valuable than any high-quality equipment. I watched several more rounds of the auction. Firewolf tails, gold armor, and bronze mounts sold one after another, but none had the quality or effect to justify my bidding. Just as I prepared to leave for the second time, the auctioneer suddenly raised his voice. 10 diamond treasure maps, auctioned as one lot. All 10 scrolls unfolded on the screen at once. I sat back down. Diamond treasure maps were not suitable for ordinary players. All 10 scrolls bore unopened seals, and the auction house guaranteed their authenticity. They did not guarantee treasure, but at least they were not empty maps someone had already used. My previous 3 maps had produced identity-concealing equipment, a permanent potion, and an epic skill. The risk of investing a little over 3 million more was entirely manageable. Coordinates were only the entrance. What the excavation produced still depended on luck. With too little luck, a player could dig through hundreds of maps and find only ordinary materials. My luck had been enhanced repeatedly by Midas Touch and supplemented by the Celestial Demon Staff and other equipment. My risk was far lower than anyone else's. 1,500,000. 1,600,000. The bids were still probing, so I pressed 2 million directly. Mr. Long bids 2 million. The space outside my private box went quiet for more than 10 seconds. The auctioneer was about to begin the countdown when a man announced 2.2 million over the public channel. The Sea Shark Gang wants this lot. I asked the friend who just bid to step aside. We'll naturally repay the favor later. His tone sounded polite, but the guild emblem already glowed beside the bid. The promised favor was nothing more than a way to make every competing buyer recognize his identity. Auction rules prohibited interference through real-world violence, so the auctioneer issued a warning. All buyers must compete through bids only. Do not post coercive content on the channel. The bidder did not withdraw the message and instead enlarged the guild emblem to its maximum. Security rules could preserve evidence, but they could not guarantee that no one would follow me after I left the auction house. The staff outside my box had already marked the voice message as a violation. The auctioneer repeated the free bidding clause, yet the two other numbers still competing went dark in succession. They did not necessarily think the maps were worth less than 3 million. They simply refused to place their names before the Sea Shark Gang for 10 unknown scrolls. The threat had already begun changing the result. That was exactly why I could not yield. I pressed 3 million. An auction is decided by price. If you want me to step aside, make a higher bid first. The auctioneer paused briefly, then read the bid as normal. The other party quickly raised it to 3.1 million and opened his voice channel directly. Mr. Long, keep fighting us and you're disrespecting the Sea Shark Gang. You'd better be careful when you meet us outside the city. The threat had reached the point where pretending politeness served no purpose. This is Deshang Auction House, not a sea shark warehouse. I changed my bid to 3.5 million. If you want the treasure maps, keep bidding. If you want trouble, I'll take that too. I did not use my 5.2 billion balance to raise the price without limit. 3.5 million was only 400,000 above his offer and remained far below the split market value of 10 diamond maps. If he continued competing normally, I would bid according to value. If he relied only on threats, I had no reason to yield. This time, the other side did not bid again. The auctioneer finished the countdown, and all 10 scrolls entered my inventory. You have spent 3,500,000 gold. You have acquired Diamond Treasure Map X10. Current gold, 5,200,049,099. The transaction had ended, but the other side's voice channel remained open. Dragon Sovereign, right? The man said coldly. Once you leave the auction house, I'll teach you the price of offending the Sea Shark Gang. Dragon Sovereign was the exact name the concealment veil displayed publicly, and my class appeared as an ordinary mage. He clearly could not find Sovereign, much less know that I was the person who had just earned an SSS rating in Wraith Cavern. I'll be waiting. The auctioneer saved the threat recording immediately and asked whether I wanted an escort. I declined direct teleportation, but had security include the exit surveillance and the opposing guild roster in the event record. If the Sea Shark Gang attacked, the system would clearly identify who retaliated after a transaction. Security presented 3 departure plans: VIP teleportation, an escorted convoy, or the ordinary front door. The first was fastest, but would confirm that I did not want to fight publicly. The second would give the Sea Shark Gang enough time to arrange another pursuit. I chose the front door and asked the auction house to delay publishing my departure status by 1 minute. That minute was not enough to escape anyone, but it was enough to see the formation outside first. I chose to leave on foot because they knew only Dragon Sovereign. If I eliminated the pursuit once outside the city, the concealment veil could continue separating me from Sovereign. If I hid behind the auction house's protection, they might instead watch its exits indefinitely. I shut off the channel and relocked the 10 treasure maps inside my inventory. Less than an hour remained before freshman registration at Vermilion Bird Academy. I had not intended to waste time here, but when I stepped out of the private box, rows of Sea Shark Gang emblems already filled the area outside the auction house. No one could attack at the auction house entrance, and private fighting was forbidden throughout Jiuzhou Ancient City. More than 30 Sea Shark Gang members blocked both sides of the street. Their leader was the same man who had bid against me. He pointed at me. Hand over the 10 treasure maps, and today's matter ends here. Otherwise, you won't leave this city. Patrolling soldiers had noticed the gathering but did not intervene. A safe zone prohibited damage, not following or arguing. I activated system recording and placed the auction threat, the current blockade, and ownership of my inventory into one continuous event record. I scanned their equipment. Most weapons were gold rank or higher, and their levels clearly exceeded those of ordinary players. If I truly were the level 40 ordinary mage shown on my status, this force would have been enough to surround and kill me. You can't fight inside the city. I turned toward the eastern gate. If you have the nerve, follow me. Anyone here only to watch. Don't follow too closely. I added on the public channel. I'll use area magic outside the city. If you enter the red warning circle, you accept the consequences. Several nearby players stopped, but 2 activated recording and followed all the way. I kept their neutral markers at the edge of my vision so I could confirm their positions again before casting. The Sea Shark gang followed as expected. I did not stop near the gate. I continued east until the city guards and traveling caravans were all outside my skill range. Heavenly Thunder Strike was a large area spell. If I accidentally injured soldiers of ancient Jojo, the system might classify me as hostile immediately. After leaving the safe zone, the Sea Shark gang did not attack at once. They spread toward both sides and tried to encircle me. I continued toward the center of the open ground until only barren earth remained behind me. If the battle dragged on, the nearest retreat route would still be Jojo's eastern gate. If they blocked the gate, I could blink across the first line of their formation. Here will do. I turned. More than 30 people had spread out behind me. Warriors held the front, archers and mages remained in the rear, while several assassins circled from both sides. The formation was hardly precise, but they at least understood how melee fighters compressed a mage's casting space. I first expanded the Soul Ring's long-range lock and confirmed that every hostile red marker stood inside the same region. The 2 neutral spectators remained at the edge but were slowly moving forward. I issued another retreat warning and displayed Heavenly Thunder's estimated radius on the ground. The leader drew his weapon. Control him. Don't let him run. Once the treasure maps drop, we'll divide them by contribution. I raised the Celestial Demon Staff without retreating. Magic shields spread over my body first. Then my spiritual power surged along the staff and straight into the sky. The Sea Shark gang's assassins entered stealth before the thundercloud formed, while its warriors charged simultaneously. An ordinary mage needed a long chant, and truly might have been interrupted by that opening attack. Under the Dragon Serpent Demon Ring, level 100 Heavenly Thunder had only a half-second cooldown, and its casting motion had long since become shorter. I blinked backward once, causing the charge to miss, while Heavenly Thunder remained locked on their densest rear formation. Heavenly Thunder Strike. The clear sky darkened in an instant. A violent wind swept sand and stones from the ground, and more than a dozen bolts of lightning struck the center of the Sea Shark gang's formation together. The first round of magical damage pierced the front line. The second round of true damage followed immediately. Eternal Power added bonus damage and Continuous Scorch based on my maximum health. Dragon's Wrath triggered almost simultaneously. A deep dragon roar overwhelmed the thunder, and every player judged to be afraid froze in place before they could activate a survival skill. Magic armor, warrior shields, and mage barriers lit one after another, but none could stop the Blood Drinker pendant from converting ordinary magical damage into true damage. The few people who passed the Fear Judgment still lost all their health in the first numerical settlement. Some damage numbers above their heads could no longer display completely and appeared only as broken symbols. The few readable Eternal Power numbers still exceeded 2,500, while Heavenly Thunder itself had already reached the million range. In less than 1 second, more than 30 health bars emptied simultaneously. Red name notifications flashed one after another. Sea Shark gang members transformed into white return light, leaving only a small amount of loot. The 2 spectators who tried to approach accidentally entered the combat area and were caught in the lightning too, sending them back to the city on the spot. I frowned and cast no second skill. The system recording showed that they had crossed the red estimated radius after my final warning and were therefore judged to have entered the combat area voluntarily. That did not erase the result of friendly fire. It determined only whether I would receive an additional city defense penalty. Their names did not enter the enemy list, confirming they were spectators rather than Sea Shark gang members. I submitted the event record to the city defense system and sent both players compensation for potions and resurrection costs. A warning did not completely excuse the consequences of my area spell. In the future, I had to leave a larger buffer before using Heavenly Thunder near a crowd. The strike proved that Heavenly Thunder combined with Songlong Force, the fully advanced Blood Drinker pendant, and Eternal Power produced completely excessive damage against same-level players. Remaining here would only attract more people. I put away the staff and rode the chestnut back toward the city gate. The concealment veil still maintained the public identity Dragon Sovereign. Even if the Sea Shark Gang pulled the combat record, for now it could trace only that name. The ground drops had entered my pickup protection, but I did not turn back and inspect them one by one. Automatic collection took the gold and visible items. Registration at Vermilion Bird Academy was approaching. Remaining for a few ordinary pieces of equipment would merely give Sea Shark reinforcements time to arrive. Once I entered the safe zone, I logged out immediately. You have exited the Sanctuary Magic Tower. The white light faded, and I stood once more near the Phonlawn residential complex in the real world. Only 50 minutes remained before registration at Vermilion Bird Academy. Ordinary transportation would not get me there in time. The game battle had lasted only a few minutes, but my real-world heartbeat remained elevated. I first confirmed that the Sea Shark Gang had no real-world tracking permissions, then removed my Academy admission materials from storage. I also flagged the warning about the Heavenly Thunder friendly fire separately. The other side, threatening me first, did not excuse ignoring my own responsibility to control area damage. I avoided street cameras and pedestrians, then used Magic Blink repeatedly between several deserted alleys. Each flash of white light carried me across a large distance. Whenever I approached an intersection, I stopped and walked so no one would see me. The Soul Ring increased skill range, but did not change the rule that a blink destination had to be visible. Each time, I crossed only one straight alley, confirmed there were no vehicles or pedestrians after landing, and then made the next jump. Level 50 mana recovery gradually replenished the magic consumed by continuous movement. The real limit on my speed was concealing the traces. Many people could use game skills in reality, but Magic Blink was an exceedingly rare advanced movement ability. If exposed, others could easily trace my character through the skill's source. Sovereign was already on the assassination list. I had no reason to leave another clue. 10 minutes later, the gates of Vermilion Bird Academy came into view. 2 stone lions stood on either side of the entrance, while the academy wall stretched into the distance. New students entered along the central path one after another. Some saw the training towers inside for the first time and excitedly discussed them with companions. Others repeatedly checked their admissions information, afraid of going to the wrong registration area. The entrance had 3 layers of verification: real-world identity, awakening mark, and academy admission code. When I extended my right arm into the detection curtain, the system read only the publicly known A-rank Midas Touch and did not display its SSS Plus tier. The concealment veil affected my game status, while the Flame Blessing's own concealment rule continued protecting my real-world awakening result. Jiang Foam, 301 points. Vermilion Bird Fire Track. The registrar handed me a freshman badge. Follow the red line to Class 14's registration area. Do not enter the upper-class training field. Thank you. When I first arrived in this world 3 years ago, I had read about the 4 Divine Beast Academies in my textbooks. Vermilion Bird Academy was famous for fire magic and was the place countless magic students wanted to enter. Now I stood here with the 301-point score I had deliberately controlled during testing, and the feeling was still complicated. My true self had already reached level 40, with spirit and skill damage far beyond freshman standards. Jiang Feng in the public file, however, was merely an ordinary student who had barely crossed the admission line. I could not break that disguise yet. Students who scored from 300 to 1,000 yesterday line up on the right. Those above 1,000 go to the seating area on the left. Those above 2,000 enter the second row. Ahead, an elderly registrar divided the zones according to scores. The higher the score, the farther forward the position. The instructors and course resources available later would clearly differ as well. I did not object to the division simply because my real strength was higher. 301 was the public result I had submitted voluntarily. Accepting the corresponding starting point was the price of hiding my identity. If I wanted higher privileges, I could earn them later through academy missions and formal assessments rather than revealing Sovereign's record on the spot. I entered the line on the right according to my recorded score. A boy nearly 6.5 feet tall stood ahead of me, while a long-haired girl stood behind. The girl immediately looked away when our eyes met. I did not initiate a conversation and instead observed the surrounding exits and instructor seats. Before long, a tall, powerfully built instructor walked to the front of the line. The muscles in his arms were extremely solid. Unlike the typical spirit-focused mage, he had clearly trained in close combat for years. He did not distribute textbooks first. Instead, he ordered everyone to close their chat interfaces and check their emergency return talismans. Several freshmen still taking pictures were called out on the spot, and the line quickly fell silent. The action said more clearly than any introduction that Class 14's training would not remain inside a classroom. From this moment, you are my students. His gaze swept across the entire line, and his voice suddenly hardened. At Vermilion Bird Academy, your score decides only where you begin. How far you go depends on whether you obey training, and whether you have what it takes to return alive from an instance. The conversations in the line disappeared immediately. I stood among the crowd without raising my head. The real freshman assessment was only beginning. The instructor had barely finished speaking when a mass of flame suddenly rose behind him. A heat wave pressed along the front of the formation, and almost every freshman in the first row retreated at once. It was not a real attack, but a test formed from mental pressure and fire element together, enough to make anyone who had only just awakened dodge instinctively. The flames never touched our clothing, yet our skin felt real scorching heat. The instructor kept the pressure within a harmless range. The point was clearly not who could endure it by force, but who would first assess the nature of the attack and who would run on instinct alone. Several freshmen collided with the people behind them, and the formation immediately broke apart. I had remained steady. Only when I noticed everyone around me retreating did I follow the motion and shift half a step backward. I was still too slow. The instructor's gaze stopped on me. "What's your name?" "Jiang Feng." "The others retreated first, while you evaluated the situation. That shows good reactions under pressure." He pointed toward the front of the formation. "Starting today, you'll serve as acting monitor for grade 10, class 14. When I'm absent, you maintain order." "Instructor, my assessment score was only 301, I reminded him. "The monitor isn't the person ranked first in damage." He looked at me. "You're acting monitor for now. If you do poorly, I'll replace you at any time." That addition made the position clear. It was not a reward or permanent recognition, but a responsibility that could be withdrawn. I never expected a disguise delayed by half a beat to earn me a position instead. Low discussion immediately spread through the formation. Some people recognized that I came from Qinglan Academy, while others mentioned my 301-point assessment score. The instructor offered no explanation and simply handed me a stack of enrollment manuals. One for each person. After you distribute them, lead the class to the teaching area. Record any missing pages or mismatched identity codes on the spot. I counted the books once as I received them. There were 48, matching the 48 people in the formation. The covers were identical, but each manual contained its owner's course permissions. Handing one to the wrong person would cause later attendance failures. The monitor's first duty really was just distributing books. I accepted the manuals without refusing. The identity was troublesome, but it gave me a legitimate reason to access academy missions, courses, and student rosters. It would also make explaining a temporary absence easier later. As I reached the middle of the formation, an extremely quiet whisper came from nearby. "Someone who scored 301 can be monitor," a girl whispered. "I don't accept that." Another boy replied, "I'll talk to him tonight. I'll make him withdraw voluntarily, so it won't interfere with you." They had lowered their voices as far as possible, but my spirit exceeded 3,000. That distance could not hide anything from my perception. I did not turn around and merely remembered their positions. If they wanted only the title, I had no interest in arguing. If they truly planned to use other means, I could deal with it later. After distributing the final manual, I opened my own copy. In addition to Academy rules, it contained a map of Vermilion Bird Academy, the mission hall, contribution store, skill treasury, training zones, residences, and a market open to both students and outsiders. The schedule on the first page gave us the afternoon to explore the academy freely and ordered us to assemble on the training field at dusk. The monitor had to confirm attendance and report through the terminal before assembly. I saw the rule, but focused instead on the locations of the skill treasury and mission hall, a lapse that would later cost me the position directly. Just as I prepared to leave according to the map, a faint and concealed magical fluctuation came from the opposite side of the plaza. An old man in white robes was sweeping the ground slowly, with no class emblem anywhere on him. Yet when my perception approached, the elements surrounding him seemed separated by an invisible barrier, preventing my probe from going any deeper. The old man looked up at me without speaking. That single glance returned my extended spiritual power intact, as if it had touched still water, neither counterattacking nor revealing more information. I withdrew my perception immediately and nodded an apology. Probing a high-level awakened without permission was already impolite. His decision not to pursue it did not mean he would tolerate another attempt. From that brief contact alone, I could conclude only that his spirit exceeded Qinglan Academy's principle and his level was probably above 60. The truly powerful people at Vermilion Bird Academy clearly were not limited to instructors standing at the podium. I withdrew my perception and closed the manual. Level 40 was nowhere near the end. Until I could stand against people like these, the identities of Sovereign and Zhangfeng had to remain separate. After the class dispersed, I went to the skill treasury first. The entrance read my academy badge. Freshmen from class 14 could enter the first and second floors freely. The third required an additional gold payment, while skills had to be purchased with Vermilion Bird points. The elderly keeper warned me that replacement-type advanced spells inherited the old skills level, but permanently overwrote the original. I could not retain both versions at once. The first floor displayed beginner spells. Magic Missile, Luminous Roar, Streaming Light Projectile, and Double Cast were all there. Their prices were low, and their effects suited only newly awakened mages. I already possessed maximum level Magic Missile and level 53 Luminous Roar, so learning another skill of the same tier served no purpose. I still read every description and confirmed that the Academy versions used the same formulas as my originals. Two skills sharing a name did not mean their effects stacked. Learning a duplicate would only waste gold or override a level. I went upstairs only after finding no special affixes. The second floor was where Vermilion Bird Academy's advantage truly appeared. Almost every bookshelf held advanced fire magic. I examined the descriptions one by one and finally selected 5 spells that filled gaps in my current combat style. Fireball, an instant single-target spell. Explosive Flame, an area explosion with a small chance to stun. Flame Impact, a linear attack that also applied Scorch. Wall of Fire, which continuously denied a ground area. Meteor Fire Rain, requiring a 2-second chant but possessing greater range and a higher damage multiplier. The 5 books did not solve the same problem. Fireball replaced my core single-target spell, and Explosive Flame replaced my ordinary area attack. Flame Impact added percentage-based Scorch. Wall of Fire controlled where enemies could stand. Meteor Fire Rain provided wide area burst after I created a casting window in advance. They overlapped in places, but none was entirely redundant. Purchasing all 5 skill books will cost 5 million gold. Confirm. When 5 million gold was deducted from my account, Dragon's Wrath progress did not decline, further confirming that cumulative earnings did not regress with spending. The skill books were bound to the Academy purchase record and could not be resold. I had to be sure I would use them rather than hoard them as investments. 5 red skill books entered my inventory. I opened Fireball first, and the system immediately displayed a replacement prompt. Beginner skill of the same school detected. Magic Missile LV 100. Replace Magic Missile with Fireball and inherit the original skill level. Replace it. Fireball LV 100. Effect: condenses fire element and blasts a single target. Damage: Spirit X 3.2 plus Spirit X 3.2x skill level. Cooldown: 0.05 seconds after modification by the Dragon Serpent Demon Ring. Mana cost 1. With my current 3,485 spirit, one cast already dealt more than 1.1 million base damage. Looking only at the displayed cooldown, I could release up to 20 shots per second. Actual battle would still be limited by movement, targeting, and casting motions, but it remained far stronger than my original magic missile. I fired a minimum power test shot at a training target inside the treasury. Fireball's flight path was more visible than magic missiles, and a small heat wave erupted on contact. The single target lock remained unchanged, but environmental fire could affect nearby targets. I would need more distance than before when using it in a city or near teammates. Next, I learned Explosive Flame. Beginner skill of the same school detected. Luminous Roar LV 53. Replace it and inherit the level. After I confirmed, the new area skill rose directly to level 53. Explosive Flame LV 53. Damage: Spirit X 2.2 plus Spirit X 2.2x skill level. Additional effect: small chance to stun. Cooldown: 1 second after modification by the Dragon Serpent Demon Ring. Mana cost: 15. Its single-hit damage was lower than maximum level fireballs, but it covered an area. When I encountered scattered players or a small monster group, I would not need to begin with Heavenly Thunderstrike's enormous and difficult-to-control radius. Explosive Flame Stun was not reliable. The system specified only a small chance. I cast it several times against the training target without treating an occasional trigger as a tactical assumption. Its dependable value remained medium range and fast casting. I placed the other 3 skill books on the table. One offered linear suppression, one denied an area, and one provided channeled burst. If their real effects match their descriptions, my fire magic combat chain would no longer consist of single target instant kills alone. You have learned Flame Impact, LV1. Damage, Spirit X 3.0 plus Spirit X 3.0 X skill level. Additional effect, Scorch, reducing the target's maximum health by 0.5% per second. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 50. Level 1 Flame Impact dealt only a little over 20,000 direct damage. Its true value lay in linear coverage and Scorch calculated from maximum health. Against a high health boss without percentage damage resistance, it could lower health reliably. That 0.5% also had a cap rule. World bosses and divine targets might settle it at an adjusted value, while player combat was affected by competitive protection. It did not guarantee removing exactly 1/200th of every boss's health each second. It simply gave me another option against high health targets. You have learned Wall of Fire LV1. Damage, deals magical damage per second equal to Spirit X 1.5 plus Spirit X 1.5x skill level. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 80. Wall of Fire could combine with Stun, Paralysis, and Ice Wall to keep continuous damage beneath a target's feet. Wall of Fire did not distinguish whether terrain was flammable, but it avoided system-protected allies. A neutral player who entered voluntarily could still be caught. The friendly fire from the Sea Shark Gang battle had only just happened, so I set the area display to remain permanently visible and would not cast casually based only on a skill name. The final book was Meteor Fire Rain. You have learned Meteor Fire Rain LV1. Effect, chant for 2 seconds, then deal fire magical damage to targets across a wide area. Damage, Spirit X 8.0 plus Spirit X 8.0 X skill level. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 350. Even at level 1, its damage exceeded 55,000, and its growth multiplier was far above ordinary skills. The weakness was equally obvious. A 2-second chant gave a fast enemy enough time to leave the area, and control could forcibly interrupt it. The spell was best used with protection from Ice Wall, Dragon's Wrath Paralysis, or teammates. I could move slowly while chanting, but could not use Blink. If I cancelled voluntarily, no mana was consumed, but the skill entered a brief, failed cast cooldown. I performed one empty cast in the training area and memorized the visual warning before the meteors appeared, so I would never treat those 2 seconds as guaranteed safety. The 5 skills each served a purpose rather than simply replacing weaker spells with stronger ones. Once I finished learning them, I climbed to the 3rd floor, and an entrance fee prompt appeared. Entering the 3rd floor of the skill treasury costs 5 million gold. I confirmed payment and passed through a dark red barrier. The 3rd floor was far quieter than the 2 below, and the skills on its shelves no longer displayed direct gold prices. I could see only the names and exchange conditions of 3 books. The 5 million at the entrance was a single-use fee. Leaving and returning required another payment. The shelves also carried permission barriers, and I could not force-read their effects with high spirit. Any attempt to damage the barrier would trigger an Academy alarm. Rebirth through Flame. Rank, Epic. Exchange price, 30 million vermilion bird points. Hellfire. Rank, Rare. Exchange price, 15 million vermilion bird points. Scorch the Heavens, Boil the Seas. Rank, Rare. Exchange price, 16 million vermilion bird points. Permission hid every skill effect until after exchange. 1 vermilion bird point could be purchased for 100 gold. My remaining balance of more than 5 billion could buy only a little over 50 million points, not enough for all 3 books together. Together, the 3 cost 61 million points, equal to 6.1 billion gold. The 2 auction items had just made me 5.2 billion, which seemed like immense wealth, yet I still faced a 900 million gap before the Academy's highest level skills. The price of advanced resources rose far faster than that of ordinary equipment. Besides, I still needed gold for auctions, equipment, and talent accumulation. Converting it directly into points was inefficient. Vermilion bird points circulated only within the Academy, but missions could grant them for free. Gold was a cross-regional resource that could also buy crystals, treasure maps, and development materials. Setting all 3 books as goals did not mean spending my entire balance to purchase them immediately. The enrollment manual stated that Academy missions also granted contribution points. I recorded the locations of the 3 skills, left the treasury, and headed toward the mission hall. If I wanted advanced skills, I first needed to find a mission that was truly valuable. The projection screens at the entrance to the mission hall were crowded with commissions. Every mission listed its issuer, risk level, number of acceptances, and escrow status. Private item searches could be completed by multiple people, while high-risk kills usually rewarded only the first valid record. Anyone looking only at points instead of settlement rules might finish the work and discover someone else had already delivered the mission. Finding a combat pet rewarded 30 points. Escorting a caravan offered several hundred. Clearing low-level demons paid only a few thousand. The high-level zone deeper in the hall was somewhat better, but after I reviewed more than a dozen pages, the highest reward remained only 790,000. Are there any higher-level missions? I asked the attendant on duty. She checked my academy identity. Yes, but high-risk missions require separate confirmation. Please follow me. She led me to a permission screen in the corner. Most commissions there involved borders, abyssal rifts, and advanced instances, with rewards from tens of thousands to several 100,000 points. The danger was certainly greater, but the totals remained far from the third-floor skills. Is 790,000 the Academy's ceiling for regular missions? I asked. Under freshman permissions, yes, the attendant replied. Higher rewards usually come from temporary wars, private editions, or Academy assignments. You may form a party, but those who accept bear their own casualties. I did not reveal Sovereign's record simply to raise my permissions. If I accepted a mission as Jiang Feng, I had to accept the limits of the freshman interface. I was preparing to ask about buying points when an angry roar came from the hall entrance. My son is dead. How do you expect me to calm down? A powerfully built middle-aged man shoved past those blocking him and walked straight to the mission registration counter. He had not hidden his name. His identity listed him as Lung Outyin, head of the Lung family. Several security officers were not intimidated by his status. They temporarily locked his attack permissions and required him to explain from outside the registration line. Lung Outyin finally stopped and placed a bloodstained guard emblem and a survivor's testimony on the counter. My son Lung Shui was killed by an abyssal monster outside the city. An entire party of level 50 guards accompanied him, and only one person escaped. The projected records showed that the survivor was unconscious and the testimony had been generated through memory extraction. The target footage contained only a black silhouette without level or name. The annihilation of a level 50 party could be verified, but there was no direct evidence that one monster had caused it. The attendant asked him to submit the survivor's testimony and target region first. Lung Outyin slapped the documents onto the counter. The monster is in Hamid Forest. Whoever kills it may name any price. A long-haired man stepped forward first. I'll take the mission. 5 million vermilion bird points, settled after completion. He displayed a level 60 warrior status and records from several border missions, proving that he was not gambling blindly. Yet he asked only about payment and not about the black blood, survivor's condition, or number of monsters. That impatience itself could make him overlook a trap. 5 million points was already equivalent to 500 million gold. Many people in the hall stopped what they were doing. Lung Outyin did not lower the price. Instead, he stared at the mission screen and answered in a low voice. If someone can truly avenge my son, 5 million is too little. I'll offer 50 million. The registration zone fell silent instantly. The long-haired man reacted first. 50 million? Are you sure you won't withdraw the mission? Lung Outyin pressed his palm against the escrow interface, his knuckles whitening with force. I want that thing dead. The light changed from yellow to green, proving that 5 billion gold had truly entered the Academy's account. Sounds of maps opening and parties forming immediately filled the hall. Even the people who had only watched began contacting teammates. Grief could explain why Lung Outyin was willing to pay, but it could not explain why a monster capable of wiping out level 50 guards without injury would remain in one fixed location waiting for hundreds of people to kill it. The green light did not drive me to become the first person out of the hall. The money had proven itself real. What remained to be proven was what this revenge mission truly wanted. 50 million points was exactly enough to exchange for rebirth through flame while leaving a large balance. But the more abnormal the reward, the more unpublished danger the mission likely contained. A level 50 guard party had been erased without resistance. The target had to possess large-scale control and instant kill ability, or it was not alone. Lung Outyin's decision to multiply the offer by 10 might have been nothing more than grief after losing his son. Whatever his motive, 5 billion gold was not a substitute for risk disclosure. I trusted only escrowed funds, kill judgments, and verifiable mission records. I did not compete with those rushing forward first. I stood beside the screen and waited for the attendant to write the conditions into a formal contract. A verbal offer meant nothing. This mission became worth accepting only when the points actually entered Academy escrow. The mission contract was generated quickly. Lung Outyin paid 5 billion gold into Vermilion Bird Academy's escrow account on the spot, converting it into 50 million points. The contract stated that any registered participant who killed the target responsible for the deaths of Lung Shui and the guard party and submitted a system-recognized kill record could claim the entire reward. The attendant added 2 protective clauses. The mission target had to be confirmed by the contract mark, preventing ordinary monsters from claiming the reward. If several people contributed to the kill, settlement would go to the first party that submitted a complete record. The issuer could neither withdraw the escrow midway nor alter the target privately. Mission: The Lung Family's Revenge. Region: Hamid Forest. Objective: Kill the designated abyssal monster. Reward: 50 million Vermilion Bird points. Reward placed in escrow. I accepted the mission. At least 100 other people in the hall made the same choice. Some formed parties immediately, while others rushed outside the city. The long-haired man who had named the first price also left quickly. I set the mission to private tracking and did not join a temporary guild. Multiple participants could divide the monster's attention, but they could also send the site out of control. Until I understood the contamination mechanism, sharing my position with strangers was not necessarily safer. Rather than pursue them, I first downloaded the final activity records of Lung Shui and his guard party. Hamid Forest lay on the border between Jiuzhou and the kingdom of Menghong and had been a battlefield between humanity and the abyssal demons decades earlier. The problem was that almost all of Lung Shui's publicly recorded activity took place at entertainment venues inside the city. The mission files did not explain why he suddenly traveled to an abandoned battlefield with a party of level 50 guards. Their final location showed that they had not wandered into the outskirts by mistake. They followed an abandoned military road directly into the forest center. The guards carried enough supplies for 3 days, proving the trip had been prepared. Lung Shui might have been searching for something, or false intelligence might have lured him there. That blank was more important than an accidental monster encounter. By the time I reached the forest, the first arrivals had trampled the outer region into chaos. Footprints, will tracks, and monster traces overlapped, making ordinary tracking useless. I searched inward along the edge while maintaining magic shield so the crowd could not carry me into an unknown zone. I also placed fireball, ice wall, and blink on real-world quick triggers. This was not a game instance. Death would not send me back to a resurrection point. I had not yet acquired rebirth through flame, and one mistake could end my real life. Several patches of water on the forest floor were unnaturally dark. I touched one from a distance with a branch. The wood rotted immediately, so I marked the spot and went around without letting a mount or the soles of my shoes touch it. A scream suddenly came from deep in the forest. Large numbers of participants rushed toward the right. I did not follow at once because the trees reflected the sound, making its source impossible to judge by direction alone. I opened spiritual perception, but the sound source seemed to exist in several directions at once. Someone was deliberately exploiting echoes or magical amplification. Even if a real victim existed, the cry might be only the first step in luring the crowd onto a prepared route. The sound of something tearing through the air came from behind me at that moment. I blinked forward, turned, and fired a fireball. Flame exploded through the chest of a towering body and pierced it instantly. The corpse continued burning after it fell, but the liquid beneath its skin was not red blood. It was viscous and black. I did not approach. The fireball vaporized a small amount of black blood into mist, and corrosive ripples immediately appeared across Magic Shield's surface. The contamination could spread not only through skin contact, but also form an aerosol at high temperatures. I blinked upwind, stopped the fire's scorch, and switched to remote sampling records. You have slain an abyssal soldier. It was nowhere near strong enough to wipe out a level 50 guard party, and was not recognized as the mission target. That meant more than one abyssal demon occupied the forest. More screams soon came from ahead. The people who had rushed over began calling for help. Some shouted that black blood was corroding their skin, while others lost control of their bodies. Through gaps between the trees, I saw black liquid spread across the ground. Players who stepped into it moved stiffly, and dark patterns appeared on their skin. Don't touch the blood. Retreat upwind and to higher ground. I warned over the mission channel and uploaded the corrosion record I had just made. Several people retreated immediately. Others could no longer control their legs. Uninfected companions tried pulling them away, but their gloves began smoking the instant they touched the blackened skin, forcing them to let go. This was not a mission to surround and kill one monster. Someone had used an enormous bounty to funnel large numbers of awakened into a prearranged contamination zone. There was still no evidence that Lung Outyin knew. The guard who escaped might have been controlled and supplied the lung family with false intelligence. Two abyssal demons, nearly 1 story tall, surged from the black blood and attacked me from left and right. Their bodies bled continuously. Every step they took created another patch of contamination. I did not use Wall of Fire or continue blasting their torsos with ordinary fireballs, which would scatter more black blood. I had not yet obtained higher-level fire spells such as Scorch the Heavens, Boil the Seas. Ice Wall could alter their routes from a distance, while Heavenly Thunder pierced from above and was better suited to fighting inside a contaminated zone. I used Ice Wall to cut off the route on the left, while pointing the Celestial Demon Staff at the right. Lightning fell. Heavenly Thunder pierced both monsters repeatedly, and their scorched bodies slammed to the ground. Dragon's Wrath triggered with the spell, locking a third monster about to lunge from behind under a fear judgment and freezing it in place. I limited the second lightning strike to the third monster and kept it away from the retreating awakened. The 95% trigger activated consecutively this time. 10 seconds of paralysis gave me enough time to move onto a rocky rise and shifted the nearby crowd out of the demon's attack direction. Rather than pursue immediately, I first withdrew to high ground with no black blood. The mission's true target had not appeared. If I continued charging with the crowd, I would become part of the trap. I uploaded the positions of all 3 demons, the black blood area, and the abnormal sound source to the mission log. The contract did not require rescue, but it did not prohibit submitting a public hazard either. At least informing the Academy that this was no single target bounty might stop more participants from entering unprepared. Below the high ground, the black blood continued spreading. Not every contaminated awakened had died. Several stood again after their skin ulcerated. Their movements were faster than before they were injured, but they began attacking every living person nearby without distinction. The abyssal demons clearly intended to convert the infected directly into new soldiers. One person was still shouting his own name, yet the weapon in his hand stabbed uncontrollably toward a companion. Another could no longer speak and only turned with the mental fluctuations inside the black blood. The contamination preserved part of their consciousness while stealing control of the body, a better recipe for chaos than simply killing its victims. I retreated along dry ground and avoided every trace of blood. Before saving anyone, I needed to understand the contamination route and method of purification. Rash contact would only add another infected person. What I could do now was record the scene, identify the control source, and stop more people from entering. I tried separating one infected person from the crowd with Ice Wall without attacking directly. The ice rapidly darkened after contacting the black blood, but was not penetrated for the moment. Physical isolation worked, at least buying time for the uninfected to retreat. The mission channel was already overwhelmed by calls for help and false directions. I marked the upwind high ground as a temporary safe point and forwarded only messages that included verifiable footage, preventing another false sound source from drawing the crowd away again. A sword-bearing figure suddenly charged from my rear flank. I blinked aside, and a fireball passed his shoulder before exploding against the ground. He transformed into an afterimage with a movement skill and actually avoided the frontal blast. He did not respond to my call, but clarity briefly returned to his right eye. "Don't get near the blood." In the next instant, black patterns crawled across his pupil again, and he swung his sword. At least before complete mutation, he still understood what was happening. But I possessed no purification skill and could not awaken him with words alone under continuous attack. I recognized him. He was the long-haired man who had first offered 5 million points in the mission hall. Black patterns covered his face, and several places along his arms had ulcerated, yet his eyes still retained combat judgment. The black blood had not made him stronger. It had only stolen his ability to identify factions and control himself. He pursued with 7 intersecting sword arcs. I used Ice Wall to stop the leading attacks and let Magic Shield absorb the shock that pierced through. The barrier's capacity fell only slightly, proving that infection had not noticeably raised his base attributes. The angles of the 7 sword arcs sealed a forward blink. I did not cross an unknown attack and instead moved to a rear side destination. The 5th arc shattered Ice Wall, and the final 2 struck my shield. No black corrosion remained on it, showing that his weapon attacks and the blood on the ground used different mechanisms. My second fireball left him no room to evade. I used Explosive Flame first to force out his movement skill, then sealed his landing point with Fireball. Flame pierced his chest. He staggered forward 2 steps and finally fell. I concentrated the fireball on his chest without expanding the explosion. Vaporizing more black blood from the corpse with heat would increase the contamination nearby. After the battle, I sealed both corpse and ground together under ice before approaching to use Midas Touch. The system labeled the corpse mutated awakened rather than a normal player. I crouched and touched the still wet black patterns with Midas Touch. Midas Touch target, mutated awakened corpse. Base reward, spirit plus 35. Random multiplier, 9x. Final reward, spirit plus 315. Spirit, 3,485-3,800. Spiritual power surged into my body, clarifying my perception of the contamination around me. The black blood was not a simple corrosive liquid. It also contained a mental fluctuation that continuously transmitted commands outward. Finding where the signal was strongest might reveal the controller. Spirit at 3,800 let me distinguish the signal's direction, but still could not purify the infection directly. It felt like a constantly tightening line. Every patch of black blood responded to the same point in the forest's north. I moved along high ground without entering the contamination belt and stopped allowing surface screams to lead me. Not bad. I didn't expect to catch such a large fish. A familiar voice came from among the trees. Lung Outyin stepped from the shadows, accompanied by a young man whose features resembled his. The mission files clearly contained that face. It belonged to Lung Shui, who was supposed to be dead. Lung Shui was uninjured, while the guard party's emblem hung at his waist. This was not the state of someone who had escaped death. He had participated in the bait from the beginning. Lung Outyin had also removed the mourning clothes he wore in the mission hall, and patterns the same color as the black blood now covered his arm. An abyssal demon, nearly 10 feet tall, stood behind them. It was smaller than the two soldiers I had encountered earlier, yet the pressure it produced was entirely different. The mental fluctuation inside the black blood radiated outward with it at the center. Only now did direct evidence of the Lung family's collusion exist. I quietly activated combat recording and stored the footage of all three in one frame. Lung Shui's living condition and the abyssal demon's features together in the mission log. The recording synchronized to the Academy's escrow server. Even if I died later and my local device was destroyed, the evidence would not disappear with it. The mission contract originally existed only to protect the reward. Now it had become a timestamp the Lung family could not alter on its own. Lung Outyin did not notice. Put down your weapon. His Majesty the Demon King values your strength. Accept the transformation, and you can still live. I raised the staff and aimed it at him. Then let it come negotiate in person. I did not attack immediately. First, I placed all three positions and the source of the black blood in the same frame. One more sentence from them would leave more complete evidence of the Lung family's motive, objective, and voluntary participation. The smile vanished from Lung Outyin's face. What's wrong with following the abyssal demons? He stood slightly ahead of the Demon King. The awakened struggled desperately to level, yet they still die on the battlefield. Accept the black blood, and at least you'll gain a stronger body. The people down there don't look like volunteers. They're merely the price. Lung Shui raised one hand impatiently. Stop wasting words on him. You posted 50 million points not to avenge anyone, but to make more awakened walk willingly into the contamination zone. Lung Outyin did not deny it. The more people arrive, the stronger His Majesty's army becomes. Surviving this far proves you're worth keeping. Those two statements were enough. The combat log had preserved their confession in full. I cast Explosive Flame. Casting against people in the real world was not the same as killing players inside an instance. But the Lung father and son had voluntarily participated in a mass transformation, and hostile skill light had appeared in Lung Outyin's hand. I did not wait for them to control the infected again. An area spell interrupted both their actions at once. Flame exploded between the three. The Abyssal Demon King sensed danger before the skill fully formed and leaped violently to one side. Lung Outyin and Lung Shui lacked its reaction speed. Their protective equipment lit for only an instant before the fire swallowed them. The fire did not spread to the surrounding black blood. I compressed the explosion at their feet and directed the shock upward. Lung Outyin tried activating a shield, but true damage passed through ordinary defense. Lung Shui retreated half a step without escaping the skill's edge. Dragon's Wrath triggered with the explosion. The father and son's health bars emptied, and their bodies fell onto the scorched ground. The Abyssal Demon King roared, dropped onto all fours, and charged straight toward me. Its status remained hidden, but its speed far exceeded the previous soldiers, clearly concealing unknown skills. There was no reason to use my own body to test its abilities in the real world. As it charged, the surrounding black blood converged on its limbs as though preparing a wide-area contamination attack. Even if my shield blocked the direct damage, splashing black blood might pass beyond the barrier and reach the distant crowd. I did not cast a spell. I raised my right hand instead. Stage 2 Midas Touch could directly kill 3 living targets per day. The moment the golden brand locked onto the Demon King, its charge stopped abruptly, and obvious terror appeared in its animal eyes for the first time. Activate Midas Touch on a living target? Confirm. Golden light rose from its feet and instantly covered the body nearly 10 feet tall. There was no collision or splashing black blood. When the light contracted, the Demon King vanished together with the contamination source inside it. I had deliberately chosen Midas Touch instead of Fireball to prevent it from bursting apart. The golden light disintegrated the gathering black blood as well. Once the remaining contamination on the ground lost its central commands, its flow immediately slowed. Living target Midas Touch successful. Base reward. All attributes plus 20. Random multiplier 10x. Final reward. All attributes plus 200. All 4 primary attributes increased together. Spirit broke past 4,000, while Constitution approached 3,000. The signal continuously transmitting commands through the black blood ceased, and several infected people still struggling among the trees visibly froze. Anyone who can hear me, leave the black blood immediately. I called again over the mission channel. Several lightly infected people briefly regained control and crawled onto high ground with guidance from others. The severely infected still could not move, but no longer attacked. Removing the control source did not purify the contamination. A specialist team still had to handle that later. The mission log updated simultaneously. Designated abyssal target slain. Bounty completion conditions satisfied. I did not leave immediately. First, I uploaded the combat footage and contamination area through the Academy's security channel, then remotely marked the remaining patches of black blood to warn arriving personnel against direct contact. The system also required a statement of real-world casualties and skill use. I truthfully recorded that explosive flame killed the Lung father and son, and Midas Touch removed the Abyssal Demon King, attaching their confession. I could not protect Sovereign's identity by falsifying facts. Doing so would strip the later investigation of credibility at its most important point. The bodies of Lung Outyin and Lung Shui remained. Explosive flame had destroyed most of their equipment. I activated Midas Touch on each. Midas Touch on Lung Outyin's corpse, luck plus 19. Threefold multiplier. Final luck plus 57. Midas Touch on Lung Shui's corpse, spirit plus 18. Fivefold multiplier. Final spirit plus 90. Current spirit 4,090. Current luck 1,637. I sealed both identity records together with the kill logs. Sovereign still needed to remain hidden, but I could not conceal the Lung family's treason and the black blood contamination along with it. Submitting the combat details anonymously would at least allow the military and academy to seal the forest first. After confirming that academy warning signals had appeared around the perimeter, I mounted the chestnut and returned toward Jojo City. The first containment personnel wore fully sealed protective equipment and established an isolation line from upwind. I transferred the temporary safe point and infected person locations to the on-site commander without approaching the sample collection zone. Only after seeing the survivors removed in groups did I truly leave the forest. The 50 million points had entered escrow. All that remained was delivery. The self-service terminal in the mission hall read my kill record. Mission: The Lung Family's Revenge completed. Slain target matches the contract mark. You have gained 50 million Vermilion Bird points. The safety appendix has been transferred to Vermilion Bird Academy and the Jojo military. The bounty disappeared from the hall's main screen. I avoided the crowd gathering around the terminal and returned directly to the skill treasury. Mission delivery did not reveal my name and displayed only completed by a registered participant. Several survivors who had just returned from the forest were registering in the medical area. Once the main screen removed the mission, the hall began restricting similar new commissions. The Lung family's 50 million points would still settle according to contract and would not become invalid because the issuer had committed a crime. The third floor charged another 5 million gold entry fee. Rebirth through Flame, Hellfire, and Scorch the Heavens. Boil the Seas cost 61 million points together. I exchanged 1.1 billion gold for 11 million points, exactly filling the difference. Before the exchange, I reconfirmed that the 3 skills had no class conflicts and would not overwrite one another. Once paid, 61 million points could not be refunded, while their unknown effects would unlock only after purchase. The risk I accepted was not the price, but the possibility that the skills would not suit my current system. You have spent 1,100 million gold. You have gained 11 million Vermilion Bird points. Current Vermilion Bird points, 61 million. All 3 skill books unlocked. Rebirth through Flame LV. 1. Epic rank. Effect. After death, reconstruct the body with flame. Immune to damage for 3 seconds after revival. Mana cost. 8,000. Cooldown. 72 hours. This was not healing, but true resurrection. The cost was equally enormous. I had to preserve 8,000 mana before death, and it could trigger only once every 72 hours. Whenever I entered an unknown instance, I had to treat that mana as an untouchable survival reserve. Rebirth through Flame would not overdraft insufficient mana, nor could a potion pay the difference afterward. If only 7,999 mana remained before death, it would not trigger. The skill also required the soul and body to remain capable of reconstruction. Certain sealing or erasure attacks might block it outright. I set 8,000 mana as a combat warning threshold. The system could alert me when I fell below it, but would not forcibly stop me from casting. Resource control still belonged to me. Hellfire LV. 1. Rare rank. Area. 90 by 90 yards. Damage. Spirit X. 12.5 plus Spirit X. 12.5x skill level. Additional effect. Stuns for 2 seconds. Mana cost. 1,000. Cooldown. 60 seconds. With 4,090 spirit, even level 1 dealt more than 100,000 base damage. Its reliable 2-second stun could also create the full channeling window for Meteor Fire Ring. Reliable applied only to ordinary targets that failed the stun judgment. Bosses might shorten the duration, and players could remove it with control cleansing skills. I treated it as one high-intensity control opportunity, not an absolute 2 seconds against every target. Scorch the Heavens. Boil the Seas LV. 1. Rare rank. Area. 280 by 280 yards. Damage. Spirit X 6.7 plus Spirit X 6.7x skill level. Additional effect. Drain 3% of the target's health to restore the user's own health. Mana cost. 1,250. Cooldown. 60 seconds. Its direct damage was lower than Hellfire's, but it covered a larger area and provided life drain. The more monsters it struck, the more endurance it supplied. The life drain settled according to targets actually hit, and each target counted only once. It did not drain 3% every second simply because the sea of fire remained. It was ideal for refilling health quickly among a monster pack, but could not heal me without limit from one high health boss. After learning all 3, my skill system finally formed a closed loop. Magic Shield and Ice Wall handled defense. Hellfire provided control. Wall of Fire and Scorch the Heavens. Boil the Seas applied sustained pressure. Fireball completed single target damage. Rebirth through Flame preserved one final margin for error. The true gap had shifted to skill levels and practical familiarity. All 3 new skills remained level 1 with long cooldowns. High rank did not mean they could immediately replace level 100 Fireball and Heavenly Thunder. My next instance needed to begin with testing, not a challenge against an unknown divine target. As I descended the stairs, the white-haired old man guarding the entrance suddenly called to me. "Young student, were you the one who exchanged for those 3 skills?" I stopped at the staircase without admitting it immediately. A freshman buying all 3 advanced skills just after they entered inventory was far too conspicuous. But the academy held the exchange record. A casual denial would be meaningless. If you merely wanted to identify the buyer, the backend could already display my academy badge. Asking me in person seemed more like an opportunity to explain myself. I could not admit my full strength, but I also had no need to insult a level 99 expert's judgment with an obviously unsustainable lie. Someone asked me to do it. I answered without exposing more. "Did you need something from me, senior?" The old man smiled, and the identity badge on his chest lit. "Juku, head of the skill treasury. Don't be nervous. Skills are placed here for people to learn." He glanced at the enrollment manual in my hand. I simply didn't expect them to enter inventory this morning and all be taken by the afternoon. The academy has many powerful people. I was only lucky enough to encounter a suitable mission. The statement contained only half the truth. The mission reward had indeed filled the point gap. I did not volunteer the method of completion, Midas touch, or the evidence against the Lung family. You watched me for several seconds without exposing the lie or asking about Sovereign. Surviving a high-value mission takes more than luck. You did not ask about its details. Instead, he removed a thumb-sized red crystal from his sleeve. A strand of flame seemed sealed inside, burning continuously. "Take it." I did not accept immediately. "What is it?" "A fire crystal. It adds fire element amplification to equipment with sockets. Socketing can fail, but your luck is high enough that it should not be a problem. You can see my luck, senior." Not the exact number. He pointed toward the skill treasury's third floor. Someone who can earn 61 million points on the first day and still bothers to verify the skill rules possesses more than a little luck. Fire Crystal. Required level 1. Effect. Fire element power plus 20% after successful socketing. Rank. Unidentifiable. Such amplification was worth far more to a fire mage than ordinary equipment. I held the crystal in my palm. Why give it to me? Zhuke, you looked toward the training towers outside. I'm 123 years old. I've been stuck at level 99 for many years. If I still cannot cross into the divine realm within 5 years, my lifespan will reach its end. Is a divine rank talent the only threshold? I asked. It is a necessary condition, not a guarantee, he replied. Talent, level, the body's capacity, and the divine tribulation must all be passed. Some people possess divine rank talents, but never reach level 99. Others stand at the door and simply run out of time. His voice was calm, as though discussing something he had accepted long ago. When I was young, I also broke down a skills used the moment I obtained it. I considered control, endurance, and failure conditions first instead of looking only at damage numbers. The crystal has little value to me now. Better to give it to someone willing to use it thoughtfully than leave it in storage forever. He never called me an heir or required me to join a faction. The fire crystal felt more like a test carrying a measure of expectation. Would I sell it for gold, socket it blindly, or understand the rules before accepting the chance of failure? Only then did I accept it. Thank you, senior. Don't thank me too soon. The stronger your equipment, the more people will target you if it is exposed. He waved one hand. Go. If you truly want to repay me, don't die before becoming a god. I left the skill treasury. When I looked back, Zhuke had already returned to his seat beside the entrance. Even someone at level 99 continued aging. Only by crossing the divine threshold at level 100 could the form of life itself change. A single sentence from a textbook gained real weight for the first time when he spoke it aloud. Midas Touch's Stage 3 was already half complete. It was no longer merely a target for improving combat efficiency. It might be the key to crossing the same threshold. But one divine spark fragment only proved a possibility. It did not guarantee I could purchase the remaining 500 progress. Zhuke used many years at level 99 were another reminder that possessing an advancement route was not the same as already becoming a god. After leaving the treasury, I stopped on the path leading to the training field. No one was nearby for the moment. I took out the fire crystal and celestial demon staff. The staff's equipment information displayed one function I had never examined closely. The path was not a fully enclosed area. I first entered an empty training booth, locked the temporary door, and activated magic shield. A failed crystal might merely destroy the material, or it could produce elemental backlash. Until I verified the result, I could not operate directly on a public walkway. Celestial Demon Staff, Legendary Rank. Required level, 40. Spirit plus 1,250. Luck plus 650. Critical chance plus 60%. Effect. Every enemy killed permanently adds at least 3 health or mana. Sockets. 8 eighths available. When I brought the fire crystal near the staff, a new confirmation window appeared. The 8 sockets were not exposed holes, but internal enchanting positions the equipment could support. The system currently displayed only the first crystal's result and did not reveal whether identical crystals could be socketed repeatedly or how amplification would stack. The removal rule was explicit. Forced extraction would damage the crystal and might reduce equipment durability. Socketing has a chance to fail. On failure, the crystal will be destroyed. The luck attribute increases the success rate. I currently had 1,637 luck, far beyond an ordinary level 40 player. Keeping the crystal in storage would generate no return. Socketing was its intended use. The Celestial Demon Staff was a legendary growth weapon and would not be replaced by ordinary equipment for a long time. The fire crystal also matched my primary skills perfectly. Even on failure, I would lose the gifted material rather than the staff itself. Reward, vessel, and risk were all acceptable. Confirm. Red light followed the patterns along the staff upward and condensed into an extremely small flame mark at its head. The elemental backlash only made the shield's surface tremble without dealing real damage. Once the crystal merged completely, the staff's weight remained unchanged, but fire magic met less resistance as it passed through the shaft. Socketing successful. Available sockets, 7. New effect, fire magic power plus 20%. I raised one hand and condensed a fireball without releasing it, observing the elemental structure. With the same spirit input, the flame core was visibly denser, and the final damage on the skill screen increased by 20% from its previous value. I switched to Ice Wall Fortress, but its status did not change, proving that the crystal affected only fire element rather than amplifying all magic uniformly. Heavenly Thunder received no benefit either, and Water Elemental Summon kept its original value. Only after clarifying the coverage could I avoid applying the 20% increase incorrectly to non-fire skills during battle calculations. The amplification would affect Fireball, Explosive Flame, Hellfire, and Scorch the Heavens, Boil the Seas together. To me, the crystal's value was not the additional damage from one cast, but its coverage of the entire fire skill chain. The assembly bell sounded from the training field. I put away the staff as my phone received an encrypted receipt from Academy Security. Hamid Forest has been temporarily sealed. Samples of the black contaminant have been transferred to a military laboratory. Persons associated with the Lung family have entered investigation procedures. Thank you for submitting the combat record. The submitter's identity has been protected under high-risk event rules. The receipt included one follow-up requirement. If black lines appeared on my skin, I experienced uncontrolled impulses or abnormal mental echoes developed, I had to enter isolation and testing immediately. I had not touched the black blood directly in the forest, and it had not penetrated my shield. Even so, I set the self-examination reminder for 72 hours. That was enough. The black blood would not be ignored simply because I concealed Sovereign's identity, and the Academy and military now possessed direct evidence that the Lung father and son colluded with the Abyss. Whether they could develop a purification method from the samples was work I could not replace. I had completed the part within my ability. Preserve evidence, remove the control source, mark the contamination, and hand the site to professionals. Returning privately to investigate the scene would not be responsible. It would only add one uncontrolled variable to the sealed zone. I closed the receipt and walked toward the training field. The first day of enrollment was not over. The instructor had clearly prepared another assessment for Class 14. On my way to the training field, the Academy terminal pushed 2 safety notices in rapid succession. The first came from the Crimson Blood Army. The black blood in Hamid Forest had been classified as a high-risk abyssal contaminant, and the eastern outskirts were now under temporary restriction. No one was permitted to approach without authorization. The Crimson Blood Army answered directly to Commander Yen Chishiue and was one of JoJo's 18 core legions. Its banners were stationed in different war zones, and it had now taken over the quarantine and sampling operation. The notice included infection grades and evacuation routes. Any skin contact, inhalation of black mist, or abnormal mental echoes had to be reported. Those with mild infections were already under quarantine and observation, and reversibility had not yet been confirmed. The Academy had also suspended all private missions connected to Hamid Forest so that a second wave of people would not enter for the rewards. Yen Chishiue had signed the notice, and it had been authenticated through a military channel. It reported only verified facts and made no mention of the Lung father and son's confessions or my skills. That meant the investigation was still in the evidence preservation stage. The notice also said the Abyssal Den had been abnormally quiet lately, and banner commanders Zhao and Zhou had already reinforced the frontier. Whether that had anything to do with the sudden appearance of black blood across the eastern outskirts remained unknown. That restraint was more credible than an immediate declaration that the Abyss was launching a massive invasion. The Den's silence might be a diversion, or it might have nothing to do with the eastern outskirts. The military had raised its alert level without presenting speculation as fact. The second notice announced a withdrawal. The Crimson Blood Army had been publicly searching for Sovereign, hoping to contact the newcomer who killed the Death Lord and claimed the world-first kill. Because there had been no response for so long, its search personnel would return to city defense posts immediately. Only one encrypted channel would remain, available for Sovereign to use voluntarily. The notice explicitly promised that anyone who initiated contact would not be forcibly conscripted and that their real-world identity would not be disclosed. They had clearly realized that widening the search any further would only help an enemy narrow down the possibilities. Withdrawing did not mean abandoning their protection. It meant returning the choice to Sovereign. I closed the notice without opening the channel. At the very least, the Crimson Blood Army's current response proved that the black blood records I submitted last night had not been shelved. As for Sovereign, I had not yet reached the point where I had to meet the military. Their willingness to stop investigating actually removed one layer of exposure risk for me. I saved the encrypted channel to my offline terminal, but did not delete it. If the Black Blood, the Serpent Emperor, or a cross-border instance ever exceeded what I could handle alone, official forces would be essential partners. Choosing not to make contact now only meant the time was not right. It did not mean I planned to bear everything alone forever. Free practice had already begun on the training field. Dozens of fire spells lit up across separate target zones. The instructor stood outside the formation, and his face darkened the moment he saw me. Class 14 had clearly changed formation, and Xiao Jiang was standing at the front taking attendance. My class monitor terminal held an unresolved alert. I should have submitted the head count before assembly, and the instructor had taken over when I missed the deadline. I had checked the schedule that morning, but failed to set a reminder. The responsibility was mine. Jiang Feng, where were you when the class assembled? The skill treasury. I did not invent another excuse. I thought it was free time after I distributed the manuals. I misjudged the schedule. You're the class monitor. The others may be free, but you still have to confirm that the group is in order first. Understood. Put the absence on my record. It shouldn't affect anyone else. The instructor's expression softened slightly, but he did not cancel the disciplinary action. Admitting a mistake did not erase its consequences, especially when class training could involve real instances. Even one missing person could create danger. He pulled up my enrollment file, then glanced at my test score of 301. I made you acting class monitor because of how you responded under pressure. But courage isn't the only qualification for the position. Starting today, Xiao Jiang will take over. We'll revisit it after you complete the follow-up training. That's fine. The outcome cost me nothing. Without the class monitor duties, I could devote more time to instances and leveling. What truly mattered was remembering that at the academy, I had to check the schedule before I acted. Even if my true strength far exceeded what my file showed, I could not expect other people to absorb the chaos caused by my absence. I supplemented the record on my terminal with my destination and the manual distribution log, then transferred the complete files for all 48 students to Xiao Jiang. I could give up the position, but I could not leave a gap in the handoff. Only after the instructor confirmed everything were the class monitor permissions removed from my badge. After the instructor left, Xiao Jiang and the girl from earlier walked over. You lost the class monitor job after one afternoon? Xiao Jiang asked with a laugh. The instructor has already handed it over to you. I sent him the final attendance sheet. 2 people were still missing this evening. You'd better confirm where they are. He had not expected a serious warning from me, and his smile paused. The girl beside him was about to speak again, but I had already shut down the academy terminal. I did not respond. Training was over, so I launched Sanctuary's login program immediately. Just before white light covered my body, I saw both of them open their interfaces as well. If they truly intended to follow me, they would soon discover that my enrollment score of 301 and my actual level were 2 entirely different things. After returning to Jiuzhou Ancient City, I headed straight for the instance hall. 2 teleportation flashes lit up behind me in succession. Xiao Jiang and the girl had indeed followed me into the game, but they were only level 18 and could not even pass into a level 30 area. I did not turn around to provoke them. I simply continued deeper into the instance corridor. The corridor opened its gates according to level. The level 20 barrier released automatically as I passed, but stopped them on the other side. Xiao Jiang tried to use his class privileges to view my status screen, only to read what the concealment veil allowed him to see. Dragon Sovereign, Ordinary Mage, all other information confidential. I had already used one of Midas Touch's 3 living target instant kills for the day, leaving 2. The most efficient use would be on high-level bosses with valuable rewards. The Abyssal Demon King and Hamid Forest had consumed the first use. Whether Dragon Soul Battlefield contained a boss, and whether that boss could be marked for an instant kill, were both unknown. I therefore did not treat the remaining 2 uses as guaranteed rewards. They were trump cards for mechanisms I otherwise could not overcome. I had originally planned to enter the level 40 Chaos Demon Sea, but beside it stood a newly opened portal. Dragon Soul Battlefield. Recommended level 40. Mode, Survival. The longer you remain and the more enemies you kill, the greater your settlement rewards. Possible drops. Level 35 to 45 equipment, weapons, elemental crystals, accessories, and rare items. Clear status. Incomplete. More than a dozen players had gathered before the portal, yet not one entered immediately. Above the entrance, footage from the first expedition played on a loop. A stone pillar in the sea of fire suddenly broke apart, and a gray fissure swallowed a soldier together with the return portal around him. The footage cut out completely at that exact second. The system says level 40, but the man in that footage was at least level 60. A warrior beside me muttered, "Let's wait for a guide." His teammate closed the interface, and the 2 of them retreated toward the Chaos Demon Sea. No one mocked them. Choosing a mapped instance over an unknown one was not cowardice. It was taking responsibility for their own risk. I watched the entire recording outside the gate, and save the shape of the gray fissure to my private log before continuing through the entry rules. This instance had been synchronized with Jojo Ancient City today. I had previously read its real-world expedition records in the Red Pursuit Orders files. The Dragon Soul ruins had been discovered jointly by Jojo and several other countries. When officials opened a path inside, Jojo lost 10,000 battle general, 2,000 battle generals, 800 battle generals, and 21 junior generals. The expedition report did not disclose every cause of death. It listed only falls, spatial disappearance, and Dragon Soul monsters. Disappearance was the most concerning category. Some people had not been confirmed dead. They simply had not returned from the ruins to this day. The instance's level 40 recommendation could not account for the risk of the gray zones. Even after the system stabilized a public instance, its danger would not vanish on its own. But it was ideal for testing the fire skills I had just learned, and it might spawn a high-level boss worth marking for an instant kill. Compared with the repeatedly cleared Chaos Demon Sea, an unknown map offered a higher potential return. I made one final comparison between the entrances. Chaos Demon Sea had a complete guide and offered reliable leveling. Dragon Soul Battlefield had crystals and rare items, but no confirmed retreat data. I had just acquired Rebirth through Flame, and both my shield and blink were available. I had what I needed to explore the edge of an unknown zone, but I would not cross a clearly marked boundary. As I walked toward the portal, Qiuzhang's voice suddenly came from behind me. Level 40? I looked back. He and his companion were stopped outside the level barrier, and the smile had disappeared from his face. The portal would publicly confirm whether someone met its level requirement, but reveal nothing else. This isn't a freshman leveling area, I said. Stop following me. Are you really level 40? Qiuzhang asked through the barrier. The portal only recognizes the system level. I did not explain how I had leveled or demonstrate my damage. The facts were already displayed on the gate. My remaining secrets were not bargaining chips in a class dispute. Then I confirmed entry. Entering Dragon Soul Battlefield costs 10 million gold. Warning: this instance contains gray zones that have not been fully stabilized. Crossing the boundary may sever the connection between your character and reality. After entry, settlement is available only once per calendar day. If you leave voluntarily, rewards will be issued according to your current survival time and kill record. Return to city may be used in safe zones. It is disabled in combat and within gray zones. I read each line and confirmed there was no requirement to clear every enemy or kill a boss. As long as I remained in stabilized territory, I could leave voluntarily if the returns were too low. The 10 million gold entry fee was steep, but still acceptable compared with the potential crystals and rare items. Hey, when the teleportation ended, I landed on a massive stone pillar suspended above a sea of fire. The instant my boots found purchase, a wave of hot air rushed up the cliff from below. My first breath tasted of sulfur and molten metal, and my eyebrows immediately felt dry. Red-black fragments kept peeling from the pillar's edge. Not even a sound returned when they fell into the flames. I moved 2 steps closer to the center before looking down at the system interface. The portal behind me was still there, but the surrounding firelight had reduced its blue glow to a thin outline. I passed one hand through it and confirmed that the return prompt appeared normally, then locked its position on my mini-map. In a place like this, seeing the exit and confirming that it worked were 2 separate things. Overhead was not a normal sky, but a dark curtain of stars crossed constantly by meteors. 9 magma vents stood in the distance, sending layer after layer of heat rolling up the pillars. Narrow stairs wound down the rock face. One misstep would mean falling directly into the lava. The teleportation point was only about 10 feet square, and the return rune behind me was still glowing. I tested the edge with an ordinary stone. It melted the instant it struck the fire below. There was no data on whether Magic Shield could withstand sustained lava damage, so I could not treat the surface as traversable terrain. I activated Magic Shield first, then opened the regional map. Green represented stabilized safe zones. Yellow lights marked supply merchants. Blue areas allowed gathering and hunting, and red markers indicated boss spawn points. Huge gray zones at the edge of the map had no route data, and the system repeatedly warned me not to enter them. There were no physical walls between the colors, only map prompts and changes in the patterns underfoot. Spatial fissures occasionally surfaced along the gray zone boundary, and some stone pillars extended inside only to disappear. Straying across would not simply mean facing a few more monsters. It could erase my return coordinates entirely. Once a real-world ruin had been explored, Sanctuary would generate a corresponding instance within each nation's territory. Stabilized regions could be entered repeatedly by players. while gray zones retained an unknown connection to the original ruin. Crossing the boundary could leave someone trapped in the map, or an unknown force could drag them into an entirely different realm. I had no intention of testing that warning with my life. I would follow the green stairs down first, then enter the blue zone to find ordinary monsters and confirm the environmental damage, map rules, and retreat route. If the boss's strength proved manageable, I would turn toward the red zone last. I marked every fork on the map and highlighted the shortest route from the return point to the blue zone. While descending, I kept close to the rock wall. I used magic blink only along straight stretches with a clearly visible landing point and never across a gap where I could not see the other side. This sequence was slower than charging straight toward the rewards, but it kept an unknown mechanism from taking me out in a single move. The beat of wings came from below the stairs. A figure swept down from above and landed on the platform ahead of me. She had long blonde hair, and the vine-shaped flying device behind her was slowly folding shut. Her public information identified her as a member of a foreign faction. The device allowed her to bypass the narrow stairs and leave the platform whenever she wished. Landing in the only passage was no accident. She was exploiting the terrain to charge a toll to anyone who could not fly. I stopped. The platform had only one way down, and she stood directly in its center. Level 40, and you still don't have a flying device. Her eyes swept over my gear. Open your inventory and let me see what you brought. Hand over something valuable, and I can carry you across this section. If you want to trade, name an item and a price. I don't need to open my inventory. I make the rules. She drew her weapon, and the system immediately logged an act of extortion. Faction protection was weak in this cross-border shared zone, but hostile actions still left a complete record. This was not a trade request. Her weapon was already drawn, and a hostile marker had appeared beneath her feet. I leveled my staff in front of me. Move. The blonde woman did not move. Instead, she activated her flying device and rose from the edge of the platform. Rather than charge immediately, she circled overhead first, trying to use the stairs and sea of fire to limit my dodging directions. The vine device left trails of green light every time she turned. It was fast, but its momentum was still observable. Moon Dance, Wind Chime. Foreign faction. Hostile status. She could equip a level 50 flying device, so she had to be at least level 50 herself. From above, a melee fighter could choose any diving angle. If I continued down the narrow stairs, I would only expose my back to her. Last chance. She raised her weapon. Open your inventory. A targeting line extended from her weapon to the ground beneath my feet. Her attack had already locked on. Continuing to negotiate would only surrender the initiative completely. I answered with Ice Wall Fortress. Ice surged upward from the edge of the platform and struck her flight path head-on. The critical hit, the full health pendant's true damage, and eternal power all resolved together. Her health bar fell from full to 1% instantly. I had not spread the ice wall across the entire platform. Instead, I raised it diagonally along her dive path. If she forced her way forward, she would strike the core area head-on. If she turned, her flight momentum would push her away from a safe landing point. Moon Dance. Wind Chime chose to break hard, but the top of the wall still hit her. A dragon's roar followed immediately. When Dragon's Wrath activated and the fear check succeeded, Moon Dance. Wind Chime was paralyzed in midair. Her device could keep her hovering, but she could not change direction for 10 seconds. The 95% activation chance had paid off, and the fear effect had also passed the level gap check. If Dragon's Wrath had not triggered, she could still have used her device to pull away. I already had the Soul Ring's long-range fireball prepared. I would not stake the outcome solely on a talent's probability. I gave her no second chance to approach. The fireball struck her chest and erased her remaining health. Her shield lit up before the fireball made contact, but it blocked only the normal damage calculation. The Blooddrinker pendant's converted damage still pierced her defenses. After the system confirmed that she had initiated hostilities and that my kill was self-defense, I received no additional red name status. You killed the player Moon Dance, Wind Chime. You gained experience. Your level increased to level 41. You received 8 free attribute points and 8 skill points. As the corpse was about to dissolve into return light, I activated Midas Touch. Base reward, Constitution plus 35. Random multiplier, 10x. Final reward, Constitution plus 350. Constitution, 2910-3260. This use of Midas Touch targeted a dead enemy, so it did not consume either of my 2 remaining living target instant kills. The increase in Constitution raised both my maximum health and eternal power. As 350 points of Constitution entered my body, The narrow platform beneath me became easier to control. I did not descend immediately. I completed several turns and hard stops first, letting my body adjust to the change in strength. The instant's terrain would not forgive a single misplaced step while I adapted. A streak of black light dropped from where her body vanished. I caught the item. It was the same vine-shaped flying device she had just used. The black light had not landed in the center of the platform. It slid down the slope toward the sea of fire. I planted one foot against a raised edge, leaned down, and formed an ice wall beneath it for support. Like a living thing, the vines wrapped around the ice and continued searching for the vanished aura of their former owner. I waited until the pickup binding took full effect before pulling it back from the wall. If Moondance, Wind Chime had managed to unequip it before she died, the item would have returned with her. If she had knocked me from the stairs, I would be the one falling into the fire now. The system ultimately displayed only one line: rare flying device acquired. But the real difference had been decided during a clash of less than 10 seconds at the platform's edge. Cloud Climbing Demon Vine. Required level, 50. Quality, rare. Class, universal. All attributes, plus 60. Activation cost, 100 mana. Flight cost, 3 mana per second. Sockets, 6. I was only level 41 and could not equip it yet, but it solved Dragon Soul Battlefield's most obvious terrain restriction. Once I reached level 50, I would no longer need to detour around stone pillars, seas of fire, and broken platforms. That freedom from detours applied only to stabilized airspace. Whether gray zone fissures could disrupt the device remained unknown. Being stunned, knocked back, or drained of mana in midair could also send me plummeting. The device offered a new route. It did not erase the terrain's risks. I locked the Cloud Climbing Demon Vine inside my inventory and confirmed that the hostile marker had disappeared before continuing down the stairs. My first reward in the instance was not a boss drop, but a flying device potentially worth more than 10 billion gold. That also meant the players ahead might not be any safer than the monsters. The heat intensified as I approached the sea of fire. I drank some water, slowed my descent, and found the yellow point on the map at the next platform. Magic Shield had begun absorbing environmental burns every few seconds. The damage was low, but it proved that even the green stairs were not completely safe. I recorded one damage interval, confirmed that my mana regeneration could cover the shield's upkeep, and entered the shop's range. It was a temporary shop built into a recess in the cliff. The shelves behind the NPC held weapons, scrolls, potions, and gathering tools. Most of the equipment was ordinary quality and offered me no improvement. The shop was protected by the instance, and player skills automatically failed at the entrance. The NPC's inventory was not fixed. It could change with every refresh, and if no one traded for too long after it appeared, the merchant would relocate. That explained why the yellow point on the map was moving slowly. I was about to leave when 3 crystals of different colors in the corner caught my eye. 2 fire crystals and 1 life crystal. How much? 1 billion each, the merchant answered. Buy all 3 together, and the price is 2.8 billion. Can multiple fire crystals be socketed into the same item? You can install as many of the same type as the equipment sockets will support. The system combines their effects. The same applies to life crystals, but removal causes damage. That answer confirmed that additional fire crystals would not become invalid simply because the effect was duplicated. Elemental crystals rarely appeared in ordinary shops. Fire crystals could further increase the Celestial Demon Staff's fire amplification, while the life crystal was worth saving for survival gear. At auction, each one often sold for more than 1 billion. 2.5 billion for all 3. I did not bargain based on auction rumors alone. I pointed out that none of the crystal's qualities could be identified, that socketing carried a chance of failure, and that a package deal would let the merchant recover a large sum of gold immediately. 2.5 billion still exceeded his minimum inventory price and spared him from waiting for 3 separate buyers. The NPC recalculated the offer and nodded. Deal. You spent 2.5 billion gold. You received 2 fire crystals and 1 life crystal. Current gold, 1,575,049,099. I took out the Celestial Demon Staff first. It already held 1 crystal of the same type, leaving 7 open sockets. With my luck above 1,600, both installations succeeded without issue. The shop provided a socketing station protected by an isolation barrier, so I did not repeat my first attempt inside an ordinary training booth. I placed the 2 crystals into separate sockets one at a time and confirmed each result individually, preventing one failure from damaging the other material. Celestial Demon Staff, available sockets, 5. Fire Magic Power, plus 20% dash, plus 60%. I kept the life crystal for later. The cloud-climbing demon vine had 6 sockets. Once I reached level 50, raising my maximum health by 20% would improve my survivability and increase Eternal Power's bonus damage at the same time. The system then unlocked a combined amplification display. Fire magic amplification for 160%. That included the critical hits double damage, Songlong Force's current double magic bonus, and the combined 60% amplification from 3 fire crystals. The system did not simply multiply them. It resolved all 3 through the combined amplification display. It showed the calculation as 200% plus 200% plus 60% equals 460%, using additive stacking. A multiplicative interpretation would produce a much higher result than the status screen. All later calculations had to follow the combined display instead of multiplying each effect independently. The max-level fireballs displayed damage consequently past 5 million. Even after accounting for targeting and animation intervals in real combat, my single target damage within 1 second could reach tens of millions. That number still ignored special damage reduction, invulnerability phases, and losing a target lock over distance. Dragon Soul Battlefield already contained spatial fissures. A theoretical 50 million damage per second could not carry me through a mechanism I could not hit. It only meant that when my attacks landed reliably, an ordinary health bar would not last long. I did not test fire beside the shop. I had not yet seen the monsters in the blue zone, and any wide area of flames could engulf the supply point. One other item remained on the merchant's shelves, a clay jar sealed with mud and priced at only 1 million. Blacksmith Master's clay jar. Quality, unknown. Description, influenced by the opener's luck. May yield a random, ordinary item. The word ordinary on the jar did not promise high quality, and luck only altered the draw weights. I asked the merchant to confirm that the item had never been opened and that its mud seal matched the system serial number before placing it in the trade window. 1 million was insignificant compared with my remaining balance. What interested me was the rule that it was influenced by luck. I bought the jar as well. After 1 million gold was deducted, the jar entered my exclusive pickup state. I did not smash it beside the shelves. I locked the life crystals separately first, then cleared an open space where I could not strike any other merchandise. After buying the clay jar, I socketed the life crystal into the cloud-climbing demon vine first. The flying device was still grayed out because I had not reached its level requirement, but it allowed advanced enchanting. I used the shop's isolation station and placed the life crystal into its first open socket. The system confirmed that the effect would activate with the rest when I formally equipped the item. Socketing it now would not waste the crystal merely because I could not wear the device yet. Socketing successful. Cloud-climbing demon vine. Available sockets, 5. New effect, maximum health plus 20%. The device would not become usable until level 50, but the health amplification was now written into the equipment. Once I could equip it, the all-attribute bonus, flight ability, and health increase would activate together. The 20% increase to maximum health would also be magnified by Constitution, my pendant, and future permanent growth. For an Eternal Mage, it improved both my margin for error and Eternal Power's damage. That suited me better than stacking pure movement speed on a flying device. I paid another 1 million gold and moved the Blacksmith Master's clay jar to the open ground beside the shop. When I broke the mud seal, it did not reveal ordinary or 18 sealed potion bottles rolled out one after another. When the first bottle appeared, I assumed it was an ordinary recovery potion. The second and third rolled out immediately afterward, and the system combined the identical items into a stack of 18. Every bottle had an alchemist's serial number on the seal, with no warning of evaporation or contamination. They were safe to use immediately. Your luck has altered the clay jar's reward. You received 18 experience potions. Current gold, 1,574,049,099. Experience potion. Restriction, level 50 and below. Effect, grants 2,560,000 experience when consumed. The success rate for brewing experience potions was extremely low. Public information placed an ordinary alchemist's rate at only 2 to 3%. The ingredients were expensive, and failure produced nothing, so very few ever reached the market. The 2.56 million experience in a single bottle was still effective for players above level 40, but the potion would become completely useless after level 50. I could sell them now for a high price, but the cloud-climbing demon vine was already in my inventory. The immediate tactical value of gaining levels was greater. I was level 41, and the device's requirement was exactly level 50. These potions had arrived at a better time than any equipment could have. I drank one bottle first to confirm that there was no stacking conflict. The liquid had no taste, but the light of experience immediately covered my body. I waited 1 minute and confirmed that there was no cooldown for potions of the same type or daily use limit. Then I had the system preview the total experience from the remaining 17 bottles to ensure my level would not cross the restriction threshold before I finished using them. You gained 2,560,000 experience. Your level increased to level 42. Once the experience resolved normally, I continued. I consumed all 18 potions one after another, climbing from level 41 to level 50, including the 8 reward points from killing Moon Dance, Wind Chime that I had not yet assigned. 9 level increases left me with exactly 80 free attribute points and 80 skill points. I was still below level 50 when I used the final bottle and crossed the threshold only after its experience resolved, so none of the potions was invalidated. I absorbed all 46,080,000 experience. The remainder stayed in my level 50 progress bar without raising me another level. The source of the 80 points could also be verified. I already had 8 unassigned points at level 41. Then gained 8 points with each of the 9 level increases from level 42 through level 50, for a total of 80. Skill points and free attribute points followed the same calculation. I put every free attribute point into Spirit. Before assigning all 80 points at once, I closed the Flying Device preview so that its equipment bonus would not become mixed with my base allocation. Spirit was the common foundation for fire damage, maximum mana, my shield, and the soul rings targeting. At this stage, it offered a more direct benefit than raising my already enormous luck. Spirit, 4,090-4,170. Then I assigned my skill points. I raised Hellfire from level 1 to level 60, spending 59 points. Its stun, cost, and cooldown changed at certain thresholds. I confirmed the effects separately at levels 10, 30, and 60 to make sure no unsuitable mechanical conversion appeared along the way. The final description still provided reliable area control without overriding any other skill. I raised Scorch the Heavens, Boil the Seas from level 1 to level 22, spending 21 points. I did not have enough points left to push it into the high-level cooldown range, so I chose to secure its 5% life drain and higher damage rather than raise both skills evenly to level 40. Hellfire would provide frequent control, while Scorch the Heavens, Boil the Seas would provide one large burst of area-wide sustain. Their roles were clear. All 80 points were spent. Leveling had not made an unknown instance safe. It had only pushed the boundary of risk I could survive a little farther forward. Before entering the blue zone in earnest, I still had to confirm the upgraded range, control, and cost of both high-level spells. Hellfire LV 60. Area, 90 by 90 yards. Damage, Spirit X, 12.5 plus Spirit X, 12.5x skill level. Additional effect, stuns for 5 seconds. Cost, 940 mana. Cooldown, 1 second. Modified by the Dragon Serpent Demon Ring. With 4,170 spirit, its base damage exceeded 3.17 million. Adding the critical hit, Sunglong Force, and the fire crystals would be enough to eliminate most elites at my level instantly. More important than the damage was the 5-second stun. It could create a reliable window for Meteor Shower's 2-second cast time. The base damage calculation was 4170 by 12.5 by 61, yielding 3,179,625. The combined fire amplification belonged to the final damage calculation afterward and could not be written into the base value a second time. Equipping the cloud-climbing demon vine would add another 60 spirit, and the actual damage would refresh with my status screen. Scorch the Heavens, Boil the Seas LV, 22. Area, 280 by 280 yards. Damage, Spirit X 6.7 plus Spirit X 6.7x skill level. Additional effect, drains 5% of each target's health to restore your own. Cost, 1,228 mana. Cooldown, 38 seconds. Modified by the Dragon Serpent Demon Ring. Its cooldown was still long, so I could not use it on every group of monsters. The best moment would be when many enemies entered the same area, allowing one cast to cover them all and maximize the value of the life drain. The level 22 skill's base damage was calculated as Spirit X 6.7 by 23. The 5% drain resolved only on the first effective hit. The lingering flames continued dealing skill damage, but they did not drain health again every second. I made the cooldown complete notification visible so that I would never mistake it for a continuously available skill. I equipped the cloud-climbing demon vine. The vines transformed into bands of green light around my back. and both its 60 points to all attributes and the life crystal's amplification took effect. A new flying device slot appeared in my equipment screen without replacing my mount or cloak. The life crystal first used my all attribute and fixed health bonuses to calculate the base value, then increased the total maximum by 20%. I recorded the system's final health value separately so that I would not reverse the percentage order later. Level 50. Class Eternal Mage. Constitution 3,320. Spirit 4,230. Strength 561. Agility 567. Luck 1,697. Major new skills: Rebirth through Flame LV 1. Hellfire LV 60. Scorch the Heavens, Boil the Seas LV 22. Fire Magic Amplification 460%. My final spirit displayed as 4,230 rather than the 4,170 I had after assigning points. The difference came from the cloud-climbing demon vine's 60 points to all attributes. I issued the takeoff command: rise only 6 feet and hover. I did not launch toward the blue zone at full speed on my first attempt. I gave the smallest possible movement command. The vine spread behind me like several flexible supports and lifted my body as the platform slowly receded beneath my feet. 100 mana was deducted at startup, followed by 3 points every second. The moment my feet left the ground, I instinctively leaned forward. The vines accelerated with me, nearly sending me into the cliff wall. I immediately shifted my center of gravity backward, but the vines needed a short braking distance. They did not stop until I was less than 2 feet from the wall. The startup cost was not the main issue. The control delay was the risk exposed by my first test flight. Flight did not stabilize itself after one click. I had to control turns, braking, and balance after taking a hit. I made several low-altitude circuits around the platform first, confirmed that my agility could keep pace with my reactions, and only then increased my altitude and speed gradually. I tested ascent, descent, emergency stops, and unequipping in sequence. When I deactivated it voluntarily, the vines provided 1 second of slow fall rather than vanishing instantly. The system did not state whether forced silence would grant the same protection, so I could not apply the result of a voluntary test to a crowd control effect. The bands of green light extended behind me, and several miles of map distance quickly collapsed. As long as I did not run out of mana, the cloud-climbing demon vine could maintain flight indefinitely. Whether I could retain control after a stun or forced knockback remained untested. For that reason, I did not fly directly across any gray zone or climb so high that a fall could not be survived safely. Every flight path remained close to a platform where I could land, and I kept my maximum altitude within the range where my shield could absorb the impact of a fall. No matter how fast I could fly, there was no such thing as safe practice if lava lay below me when I lost control. Once I was familiar with the basic controls, the system unlocked another level 50 function. Growth System unlocked. Weapons, equipment, and flying devices could accumulate growth points through combat experience or by devouring other equipment. I opened the detailed rules, ready to test the cost first. The Celestial Demon Staff needed 100 billion growth points to complete its current stage. The growth interface explained that completing the progress bar might improve an item's quality or growth effects, but the exact outcome would remain hidden until it was full. A legendary weapon had a high ceiling, and its requirement was correspondingly outrageous. The 100 billion figure referred not to gold, but to growth points converted from combat experience and materials. I fed a silver-rank chestnut warhorse into the growth slot, and the system added only 35,000 points. At that rate, devouring more low-tier equipment was meaningless. I immediately removed the staff from the growth slot to keep future experience from being divided. Before confirmation, the system had clearly warned me that the mount would be consumed permanently. I chose the chestnut horse rather than the snowfield dragon steed, and did not accidentally feed it my final 2 white warhorses as well. 35,000 was almost invisible beside 100 billion. Further testing would only destroy assets for no purpose. The cloud-climbing demon vine needed only 1 billion growth points for its current stage. The cost was still high, but 2 orders of magnitude lower than the staff's. I fed it 1 white warhorse. A second silver rank mount once again provided 35,000 points, proving that the base conversion was stable and unaffected by coat color or purchase order. The flying device's 1 billion point requirement was still distant, but I could advance it gradually through experience from enemies at my level rather than trying to fill it by sacrificing low-tier mounts. Cloud-climbing demon vine gained 35,000 growth points. The system consumed both mounts, leaving only 1 white warhorse in my inventory. The rules of the growth system were now confirmed. High-tier equipment could not be filled quickly with vast quantities of low-tier items. The truly effective sources remained battles at the appropriate level and high-quality materials. I took off again, left the supply point, and entered the blue zone marked on the map. The ground here was far hotter than in the safe zone, and my health began dropping by small, irregular amounts. I activated Magic Shield so that the environmental damage would drain the shield first. Its capacity of more than 500,000 was enough for exploration, but its duration and cooldown still had to be part of my retreat plan. Environmental damage varied from 7 to more than 30 points and increased noticeably near magma fissures. The shield could block heat damage, but it could not make my body ignore the temperature completely. Dehydration warnings still appeared at the edge of my vision. I scheduled water at fixed intervals instead of waiting for my health to fall. A roar sounded ahead, and the rocky ground shook with it. A dragon-headed monster more than 6 feet tall charged through the smoke carrying a crescent halberd. I rose beyond its attack range and read its status screen. Dragon Soul Champion. Level 40. Quality Platinum rank Elite. Health 3 million. Physical attack 9,500. Physical defense 6,558. Magic defense 4,219. Skills Earth Splitter LV 40. Heavy Hammer LV 35. Soul Devouring Roar LV 20. It carried no ranged weapon, but that did not leave it completely unable to threaten a target in the air. When it used Soul Devouring Roar, the sound wave struck my shield directly and briefly knocked the cloud-climbing demon vine off course. The first roar pushed me back 7 yards. The vines tried to stabilize automatically, but their response combined with my counter-steering and overcorrected. My body swayed from side to side twice before stopping. If I had been flying above a cliff, the displacement itself could have been more dangerous than the damage. I steadied myself without climbing immediately. If I lost control while airborne, lava and altitude would become additional sources of damage. It was safer to test my resistance to disruption at a survivable height before attacking. The Dragon Soul Champion took the opportunity to use Earth Splitter. The impact spread along the ground, but could not reach more than 6 feet into the air. It then raised its halberd and jumped, but the highest point of its leap still fell below me. Only after confirming the effective range of all 3 melee methods did I prepare my attack. My shield remained stable after absorbing the roar. I raised the staff now socketed with 3 fire crystals. Hellfire. A burning meteor fell from the starry curtain and struck the Dragon Soul Champion head-on. More than 3 million base damage passed through the fire amplification and true damage calculations, erasing its 3 million health instantly. A red circle appeared at Hellfire's impact point in advance, but the champion failed Dragon's Wrath Sphere check and could not leave before the meteor struck. Its health bar reached 0 before the 5-second stun could run its course. An ordinary elite had no fire resistance phase and no retaliation on death. An ordinary zone in Dragon Soul Battlefield was already spawning high-level, platinum rank elites. The instance's risk report had not been exaggerated. You killed a Dragon Soul Champion. You gained experience and growth points. A single monster provided more than 2 million experience. The cloud-climbing demon vine's growth progress also rose from 35,000 to 72,555, showing that a platinum rank elite at my level produced almost as many growth points as feeding the device 1 silver rank mount. The exact increase was 37,555, which was 2,555 more than a silver rank mount. Combat rewarded both character experience and growth for the selected item, proving that placing the cloud-climbing demon vine in the growth slot did not prevent me from equipping it normally. I flew above the corpse and activated Midas Touch. Base reward, Luck plus 38. Random multiplier, 7x. Final reward, Luck plus 266. My luck rose again, but this use targeted a corpse, so I still had 2 living target instant kills remaining. Once Midas Touch ended, I recorded my new luck alongside the drop log. A single reward could not prove that growth, drops, and randomized draws would all improve immediately. Only a long-term sample could distinguish high luck from coincidence. I continued through the blue zone. The cloud-climbing demon vine allowed me to avoid most magma fissures and observe enemy formations from above. A large field of blue lights soon appeared in the distance. Not one elite, but a mixed horde. Dragon Soul Champions formed the front line. These level 40 platinum rank elites had 3.5 million health and slightly higher defenses than the first one I fought. There were nearly 20 of them, and they maintained shield width intervals between one another. I dropped a harmless scouting marker from above. The entire front line immediately converged toward it, proving that they responded to shared aggro instead of acting independently. Level 42 Dragon Soul archers were distributed through the middle. Each had 3.2 million health and could use Blazing Arrow, Multi-Shot, and Explosive Arrow. They could attack airborne targets directly. Different colors glowed from their quivers. Multi-Shot covered routes, while Explosive Arrow could generate an impact in midair. If I relied only on altitude to avoid the champions, I would put myself at the archer's ideal attack angle. At the rear stood level 46 Dragon Soul mages with 4.15 million health and 6,785 magic defense. They could also use Magic Shield, Blood Sacrifice, and elemental magic from wind, fire, lightning, and water. The mages were the most widely dispersed, with enough space between them to support one another. I did not know whether Blood Sacrifice increased damage, shielding, or resurrection. I marked them as the primary control targets for my opening round rather than waiting for the cast to complete before observing it. The horde did not stand still while I scouted at my leisure. One Dragon Soul mage raised a bone staff, and the archers immediately spread to both flanks. The frontline champions planted their halberds in the ground and raised a translucent wall of light together. When I moved left, the entire unit turned with me, always keeping the rear ranks screened behind the champions. They might truly have been an army once. The Dragon Souls fallen on this battlefield had retained more than their skills. They still possessed formations, commands, and the instinct to cover one another. Breaking a unit like this would take more than picking off targets from above with single fireballs. I first had to make them change formation to pursue me. Hovering in the air alone could no longer guarantee safety. The archers could disrupt my flight rhythm, and the mage's blood sacrifice remained unclear. I needed to seize the opening round with area control. I lowered my altitude near a rocky platform above the sea of fire. It preserved my flight advantage while giving me a place to land if the cloud-climbing demon vine lost control. The platform was wide enough for me to strafe, but it had only one exit facing away from the fire. I preset an ice wall fortress point at the edge and confirmed that the champions could not seal my retreat. Return to city had already grayed out inside the combat zone. My only real escape routes were flight and the way I had entered. When the horde noticed me, the archers drew first and shields appeared before the mages. The frontline champions split into two ranks and began sealing both sides of the platform. The first wave of arrows did not aim at my body. Multi-shot blocked my turns to either side. I dropped lower and hugged the platform, letting the volley pass overhead. An explosive arrow landed at the platform's front edge a moment later, and the blast pushed the vines a short distance toward the sea of fire. These were not monsters that knew only how to charge. They were a combat unit whose front and rear ranks worked together. Scorch the heavens, boil the seas was off cooldown. Its 280-yard area could cover the entire formation, and the number of targets would maximize the value of its 5% life drain. I activated Magic Shield first, then used Ice Wall Fortress to block the opening volley. Once every monster entered the spell's area, the flame mark at the tip of my staff lit up. The ice wall stood diagonally between the platform and the horde. It blocked the archer's line of sight without interrupting the ground coverage of Scorch the Heavens, Boil the Seas. The champions had to advance around the wall, while the mages moved forward to support them, compressing their previously dispersed formation even further. Scorch the Heavens, Boil the Seas. Lines of fire converged beneath the horde, transforming the entire blue zone into a burning ocean. Scorch the Heavens, Boil the Seas covered the entire horde. The wave of fire pinned down the Dragon Soul champions in front and interrupted the archers charging their shots at the rear. The Dragon Soul mages' magic shields lasted longer, but they could not block the full health pendant's true damage or eternal power. The 5% life drain resolved simultaneously on the first hit, restoring all the health I had lost to the environment and arrow fire. The later waves of flame continued dealing damage without producing another drain number, exactly as the skill description stated. One wave of fire did not bring down every target at the same time. Several mages used blood sacrifice to strengthen their shields, and the archers at the edge of the area drew their bows again. I immediately strafed away from the explosive arrows' impact points and dropped Hellfire onto the back line. Blood sacrifice traded some of the mages' health for stronger barriers, which only pushed them into Fireball's execution range. An explosive arrow detonated at my former hovering position. The edge of the blast struck my shield, but did not push the vines toward the sea of fire again. The 5-second stun locked every surviving monster in place. Dragon's Wrath also activated through Hellfire, and several mages with greater stun resistance were paralyzed by fear instead. The two control effects resolved at different times, giving me room to stabilize my flight again and confirm the archer's positions. I did not use another area spell. I cleared the remaining targets one by one with fireballs. When the final Dragon Soul Mage fell, every hostile marker in the blue zone went dark. I finished them in the order of archers, mages, then champions. Once recovered, the archers could disrupt my flight again. The mages might use another blood sacrifice. As long as I maintained my altitude, the melee champions could not hit me for the moment. Each fireball locked onto only one low-health target, so that I would not send an area heat wave toward unknown territory at the edge of the map. The system settled the experience and growth points without raising my level again. The continuous battle familiarized me with the balance required for casting in flight and confirmed two limitations. The cloud-climbing demon vine veered noticeably when struck by an explosion and scorched the heavens. Boil the Seas excelled at opening suppression, but could not replace follow-up control and cleanup. I did not immediately use Midas Touch on every corpse. The ground had begun to shake in a way unrelated to the monster's deaths. I collected the time-sensitive drops first and rose to a safe landing altitude before turning my attention to the center of the former formation. Any hidden mechanism could activate after the area was cleared. The ground where the horde had stood slowly split apart, and a stone gate that had not appeared on the map rose from beneath the lava. The gate did not enter a gray zone as it rose, but the map automatically added a translucent marker. Its frame bore patterns unlike ordinary Dragon Soul architecture and more closely resembled the ancient temple design on a treasure map. The system did not grant a reward directly. It classified the gate as a new exploration entrance. Unregistered Hidden Realm entrance discovered. The entrance is not within an off-limits gray zone, but opening permission has not yet been acquired. A temporary party must activate the outer nodes simultaneously, with one person holding primary control. I did not touch the stone gate alone. Other explorers had already noticed the disturbance in the regional channel. A temporary party arrived at the entrance several minutes later, led by a woman in a black dress whose face was covered by a thin veil. I first posted the entrance coordinates in the public channel and stated that it required multiple people at separate nodes, with primary control still unassigned. That would attract competitors, but it was safer than attempting an unknown linked mechanism alone. A four-person party arrived first. They stopped 5 yards away and made their party information public instead of approaching the core immediately. The woman disclosed her identity first. Lu Xiang, Lu family. I watched your fight just now. She stopped at a safe distance. This gate leads to a new hidden realm. I have clues about the treasure inside, and you're strong enough to defend the primary control position. Interested in working together? Why haven't you opened it yourselves? We can handle the outer nodes, but the core requires authorization from the person who triggered it by killing the monsters. Lu Xiang pointed to the golden pattern before me. That permission recognizes only you. Without your consent, the most we can do is wait outside. Her explanation matched the system prompt. She was not voluntarily giving me primary control. The kill record from the horde had already bound the core permission to me. Tell me about the clue first. Lu Xiang did not demand my immediate trust. She took out a damaged map and publicly revealed the verifiable portion. An ancient temple stood deep inside the hidden realm, and the temple contained the key to a treasure gate. She did not show the final coordinates, only explaining that the Lu family had pursued this clue for a long time. The map's edge bore the Lu family's appraisal seal and records of multiple restorations. They could not prove the treasure existed, but they did prove the clue had not been fabricated at the entrance. She also disclosed the classes and escape skills of the other 3 party members without asking me to reveal my concealed status screen. I compared the gate's patterns with the map rubbing and confirmed, at minimum, that they came from the same set of ruins. Temporary cooperation, I said. Drops and permissions are distributed according to the system record. If either side conceals a trigger condition, the party dissolves immediately. The Hidden Realm clue belongs to the Lu family. Initial system drops follow contribution. Once physical treasure is discovered, everyone present will verify it before distribution, Lu Xiang added. The party does not bind anyone's real-world identity or restrict anyone from leaving. Add one more condition. No member may close another person's exit node without permission. She agreed, and only then did the system contract formally generate. A verbal promise to trust one another would not keep us alive. Enforceable rules for withdrawal and distribution could. Lu Xiang nodded and entered the terms into the party contract. The party split up and headed for the outer nodes. I took responsibility for the core mechanism at the front of the stone gate and retained withdrawal authority. When every node lit in sequence, The gate emitted a deep, grinding noise, and the Hidden Realm passage finally opened. The Liu family's 3 members reported their node status one by one through the party channel. I touched the core only after every indicator turned green. The gate paused once when the right-hand node overloaded. The assigned member voluntarily withdrew and reset it, and synchronization succeeded on the second attempt. No one skipped an inspection to enter first. Hidden Realm opened successfully. Primary control, Jiang Feng. Before we could enter, a group of men suddenly appeared on the far side of the entrance. They swiftly surrounded the passage, and their leader planted his weapon in front of the stone gate. They wore no common guild emblem, but their equipment had clearly been configured as a set, meaning they at least answered to the same commander. Several ranged fighters seized the high ground on the rocky platforms first, and the melee fighters sealed the directions toward both the gate and the return point. They were not casual spectators. They had come prepared to take over the entrance. This area belongs to us now. Their leader stared at the newly opened passage. Outsiders aren't allowed inside. The system shows that I hold primary permission, and our party activated the outer nodes. I did not raise my staff. I simply made the permission log public. What gives you ownership? The man displayed no contract or map. He only pushed his weapon one step forward. Several hostile markers lit up behind him in response. I did not close the control interface. We had opened the gate, and primary control remained in my hands. If they thought one warning was enough to seize the result, they had chosen the wrong person. Liu Xiang's party did not attack first without authorization. Following the contract, the 3 members withdrew toward their respective nodes, preserving their ability to close the entrance and evacuate. I also shifted the area of Scorch the Heavens, Boil the Seas away from the stone gate, so that the battle would not damage the passage we had just opened. I leveled the celestial demon staff across the entrance as the flying vines slowly unfurled behind me. Cool air from the unknown hidden realm still flowed through the passage at my back, while an entire line of hostile markers now shone in front of me. If you want this gate, I said, looking at their leader, you'll have to get through me first.